Echo.
They just cleaned that up perfectly.
To have this man pop off like he just did.
Absolute menace on this Tracer, taking over.
Undefeated from this team.
That was such an insane final fight.
They're just getting torn apart.
And that'll be it.
And they run over the shot.
One more chance, one more push. Maybe they turn it around. It's so close. It's incredibly competitive.
Another one. Disrespect. Give it to him, bro. 1, 2, 3.
A huge shatter from Baloo.
I mean, what a series that they play.
Hello and welcome to the Overwatch League, everybody. Hi. Day 2 of Summer Stage Qualifiers. Of course, Danny Lim here, joined by the boys, Johnny and Jake. Sup?
What's up, Danny?
Hi.
Are you hyped?
Am I hyped?
Yeah.
Do I look hyped?
I'm happy to
Yeah.
be here.
You don't look happy.
I'm excited, man. Without casting Overwatch League, I don't know what I'm doing in my life, you know?
I gotta say,
I need structure.
you need structure?
Yeah.
We have a lot of structure.
All right.
Actually, we don't.
Yes, we do.
We have more structure when Zoe's here. When I'm here sitting in this spot, there's no structure at all.
All right, chaos. Let's go. I can
By
accept
the way,
chaos.
love your t-shirt.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Korean. It's Korean as well, yeah.
It is, it
Yeah.
is. Do you know any Korean phrases that you learned from anybody throughout the
Well,
years?
throughout the years, no. I mean, you did Korean lessons earlier in the show.
I did.
So,
Yeah, what'd you learn?
Yeah, what'd you
This
learn?
is the refresher.
Peel.
This is the popcorn.
Peel.
Peel?
Yeah.
Peel. No, not even like right before we went on the show, I taught you another word, delicious.
Yeah, I can't remember that. I can't remember
my
that. I've
God.
forgotten the Korean
That
phrase
was
in
like
like
30
2 minutes.
seconds ago.
Yeah, but I forgot about it already.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm not gonna guess.
Korean word of the day from Danny. It's delicious. It's 맛있어.
Mashiso.
맛있어요.
Bulgogi mashiso.
There you go. Bulgogi is delicious. You know what's delicious? Overwatch League 맛있어요.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Yesterday there were
You're
a lot
professional.
of there were a lot of 3 Overwatch, but it gave us a good insight, right, into the teams, what the teams are cooking up. So I want to ask you guys, what are some of the heroes, that we saw yesterday and that sort of stood out to you guys?
Well, the first hero I want to highlight is this Echo. I think it's a hero that still fits within the framework of Dive, Brig, and Ana, and yet with maps like Nimbani coming into the pool and even elsewhere, this hero's been seeing a little bit more play. Maybe that subtle nerf to Tracer and the increase in the speed at which you build copy makes Echo feel a little bit more consistent, a little bit more viable, and I think it's a very fun, explosive hero to watch. So I'm excited to see more of Echo as the summer stage progresses.
And also with more Echo, we're seeing more Wrecking Ball being played on certain maps. Also very map dependent, so I don't think we're going to see Wrecking Ball nearly as much as we see Winston, for example. But we saw Junbin, who is known for his Wrecking Ball play for the San Francisco Shock. He came out and he pretty confidently played a lot of Wrecking Ball against the LA Gladiators yesterday. It was a strength of theirs. They did really good when Junbin was playing the Wrecking Ball. And so when I'm thinking about teams like Atlanta Reign, for example, Donghak, I mean, he wants to play the Wrecking Ball more than anyone, right? So a few teams that maybe didn't have a chance to show their Wrecking Ball play in the spring stage now have an opportunity to do so here in the summer stage.
So, I mean, we saw San Francisco Shock using a lot of Wrecking Ball, and of course, you were mentioning about Atlanta Reign, Donghak having a chance to use Wrecking Ball as well. Do you think we're going to see a lot more Wrecking Ball being played because of that?
I think we'll see a little bit more, Jake.
I'm kind of hopeful. I think Shock put up a huge showing against a tough opponent. I don't think the Gladiators are like an easy team to beat. And so I think the Wrecking Ball, for me, it makes me really excited. We've got maps like Dorado coming into the pool. It's a pretty good Wrecking Ball map, also a good Winston map, though. I mean, I think it's going to be a really interesting test to see if some of these teams, it's a great way if you have a specialist player to throw a curveball and still keep to most of the stronger heroes in the meta, right? You can still play Tracers, Sombras, Anas, Briggs, the rest of the comfort role. But if your tank is a strong Wrecking Ball player, on an individual level, they can have a huge impact. But most teams, I don't know if they have that. So it'll be interesting to see who wants to pull it out.
I think it's always exciting to see, I guess, new heroes being played. It's something different from what we saw from Spring Stage, right?
You like freshness, apparently.
I love
I've learned
freshness.
That. Yeah,
Fresh,
you're changing
new,
things up. You're
bling.
an adventurous explorer, Danny.
I am the explorer of Overwatch League. I have no idea where we're going. Anyways, I mean, it's not only the new heroes, but I mean, we have some new maps being rotated into the map pool as well for the summer circuit. We have Busan, Numbani, Midtown, Eichenwald, Watchpoint Gibraltar, Circuit Royale, Dorado, and Route 66 are now up in the mix. So guys, which maps do you think will shake up the teams?
A lot of changes here, Jake.
I mean, I think like the hybrid and escort pools are completely flipped from what we saw in the previous stages. So, I mean, I think that for me, this is really exciting. I think a lot of these maps could be really impactful. Circuit certainly is like probably the one.
That's the big one.
We're gonna see I think we're gonna see a ton of Sigma on this map. I think it's a very strong comp. Houston did try to play the dive defense. I think rush defense is also an option. It can be kind of a Havana style map where the defenders pick the comp and go with a rush or a dive. But I think Sigma is just so strong. It's so wide open. We're going to see more of that on circuit.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're a team like the Toronto Defiant, for example, you want to play that Sigma, right, with Kalush playing that hero. But yesterday, we also saw Dorado being played between the Gladiators and the San Francisco Shock. 2 Widowmakers on the field. It's not every day you see Widowmaker being played. And also Numbani, Jake, which is an iconic Overwatch map, but also it promotes and encourages some different compositions like we saw here.
Yeah, I think it's actually just a pretty poor Sombra map. There's not the best locations to hide your TP, and like getting in on Sombra can be nigh impossible. It's very easy to spy check you, especially on first point. So it's a map that I think will create at least some diversity from what we see in a lot of maps with Sombra Tracer being dominant. We saw even Florida playing like a Rhine defense. I think attack is a little more constrained. You want to play high mobility heroes, but defense you can do some weird stuff. I mean, I think a lot of teams can mix it up.
Yeah, exciting times.
Yeah, I mean, these two things, those 3 maps are what they think is going to be exciting. Chat, how about you guys? We want to ask you guys, which maps are your favorite, escort maps in the summer circuit? So vote now in chat and let us know.
Don't vote for Root. Don't vote for Root.
Why?
I like Root. I really dislike Root.
I mean, Root is like a Sombra Tracer map when it's not a Sombra Tracer meta.
I can't stand Route 66. I'm sorry. Like, it's my one pet peeve about it.
I like playing Hanzo.
Chat, that's your Q sign.
Don't vote for Root.
Chat, that's your Q sign. Vote for Route 66.
Don't do it.
In ranked, Hanzo Ash, you get a Mercy Pocket. Route 66 is a very, very enjoyable map.
All right. And also, not only that, we love to see what the community has to say and maybe see some spicy memes as well. So use the hashtag Overwatch League 2023, OWL 2023, to share your tweet and get a chance to be featured on broadcast. Hey, you could be our next star. Maybe not.
Don't replace me, though.
Not me.
No one can replace you.
Oh.
And your Tiger.
Oh. Thank you, Danny. Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's talk about format. It's very important. We have, half of the season left, and we sort of talked about it yesterday, but because it is so important, let me just read this one more time and get everything cleared up. So the Overwatch League West teams are competing in 6 weeks of circuit play. At the end of the stage, our top 3 teams will immediately qualify for the playoffs, and our bottom 3 teams will be eliminated. The remaining 7 will compete in a double elimination bracket with seeding based on overall year win percentage. So yes, everybody, spring qualifiers matches still matter. This bracket will determine our final 2 West teams that will advance to the playoffs. And at the end of the play-ins, we'll have the top 5 teams from the West and top 3 teams from the East drafted into 2 groups of 4 fighting in a double elimination bracket. We'll finish the playoffs with your final 4 teams competing for the ultimate Overwatch League prize at the Grand Finals on October 1st. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, everybody, because we'll be revealing the extravagant Grand Finals location right here on the show. Woo! It's gonna be exciting. That's all happening tomorrow. We're gonna reveal the Grand Finals place.
I can't wait to go to Grand Finals. It's gonna be a blast.
It's gonna be a blast. Any guesses? No?
I didn't say anything.
Do you know? Do you guys know where it's happening?
No, I am ignorant.
You're just looking at me. I mean, we're gonna find out tomorrow. All right.
We need to work on our acting skills.
From the read, we talked a little bit about the East. So, speaking of the East, we have our East recap from Seth and Avril to break down the action that happened earlier this morning.
Hey-o!
Hello, we're back. APAC has resumed. Oh my God, it's crazy. And we had some crazy matches. So let's go ahead and take a look at the results from earlier today. Because at the top of the day, with the Guangzhou Charge going up against O2 Blast, 0-2, looking a bit better than maybe anticipated, given that they did have a basically completely new roster coming into this matchup, but Guangzhou were able to get the 3-1 victory.
And then we had Seoul Inferno versus Hangzhou Spark, and this one was meant to be the Giga Bangle we were hoping for so much. These are the two teams that went to the midseason madness, but Seoul Inferno completely spanked Hangzhou Spark 3-0, 0-point lockout. Spark didn't get a single point, and on top of that, Zest had one of the best performances I've ever seen. 0.7 deaths per 10. Look right at the bottom of the screen. He didn't die at all. His overall scoreline at the end of the 3 series, 3 maps, 34 final blows to only 2 deaths. He only died 2 times and went deathless on 2 of those maps. Huge performance. Finish off the day, the Seoul Dynasty versus Shanghai Dragons, the 28th time they played, and one thing remains constant. Shanghai just keeps beating Seoul Dynasty. Viper is nasty as usual. Fate coming up big in that Winston position.
Yeah, a really good day for the Dragons, and with Fate in the roster, seems like the team cohesion just looking a bit cleaner, so plenty more to look forward to there from the Dragons in the future, and they have a pretty quick turnaround because I believe they play again tomorrow. But that's going to do it for myself and Kevin. I'll throw it back over to you guys at the desk.
Seth and Avro, thank you so much. Everything is starting up on the road to playoffs, and all the teams are playing for their chance to win a whole lot of money. First place, $1 million. That's a lot.
There's a lot of big ticket prizes here. I think everybody wants to punch their ticket to the playoffs because, I mean, it's more than the money. I mean, the money's a big part, not gonna lie. But this is like a big opportunity for a lot of these teams, and you show your stuff. And especially, the league looks really competitive this season, even more so after all these rebuilds, roster swaps. I'm excited. I don't know who's gonna come out on top.
And also, they want those big stacks, but they have to fight for it, right? They're not going to get it for free. And the fighting has already begun. So let's see what the matchups we have in store for today. We got New York Excelsior versus Vegas Eternal.
Revamped Vegas Eternal.
Revamped, of course.
Nixel as well made some changes, trying to come back stronger.
And second match of the day is going to be Los Angeles Gladiators going up against the Los Angeles Valiant.
The battle for LA. This is gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah.
I do think Gladiators are favored, but interesting.
And our final match of the day is, of course, San Francisco Shock versus Washington Justice. I think this one is gonna be the big match of the day. We saw what San Francisco Shock had in store for us yesterday, and I'm excited to see more from them. And against the Washington Justice as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Remember, the last time I think these teams clashed, Justice just ate them alive. So, I mean, I think that there's going to be some pressure on Shock to show that with this new rebuild, they can beat opponents who in the past have stymied them. I think, though, they've showed a ton of new looks. There's a lot of interesting stuff to see from both teams.
Alpha E, Roll Star candidate. Don't count him out yet. Yep. Monster Tracer and Genji player so far this year.
Yeah.
We'll see what they got.
I think it'll be a little harder for the Tracers to carry, but Stalker kept it on. So you know what? I think the elite Tracers they haven't shown us everything just yet.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, Washington Justice also added a new player, right? Donghoon coming in as well. So I think it's gonna be interesting to see how they're gonna fare up against the new San Francisco Shock that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team with tons of potential, really, and a new main support coming into this roster as well. I think Flora and Alfie has been standouts on the damage department primarily. But I just like the vibe from this team, and transitioning into their coaching. I like their coaching.
The coaching.
Yeah.
Ready? I haven't heard anything yet, so I was still.
Well, I wanted to bring up how I like the coaching, and I just figured that are we going somewhere with that, or their coaching is really good. Yeah, I like their playstyle. They're aggressive. They're an aggressive team, right? Like Alpha E has really been on top of it so far this year. He's been really aggressive and really proactive, really taking it to the enemy teams, right? I mean, you look at the Tracer statistics, and like Alpha E's final blows per 10 minutes is absurd. Like he really gets in there.
Yeah.
And so he has that carry potential for this team, and that can, you have a shot in so many matches if you're a damage player.
You can have great tools, but you got to put them together. You got to create a coherent.
And I'm saying they do, Jake.
Use it.
I'm saying they do.
Put it together really well.
They put it together well.
Guys, talking about coaching.
Whoa!
We have a special guest on our pre-show today. We got GetAmazed, the head coach of Washington Justice, joining us for a quick talk. GetAmazed, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
Thank you for having me. I'm good, thank you. And you guys?
Oh, we're doing great.
Yeah.
It's good to have you, bro.
Happy to be on the pre-show.
Yeah.
It's great to get a little bit more deeper coaching perspective.
Right. All right, Jake. I mean, you want to start off this interview with the first question?
Yeah. So, GetAmazed, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your performance in the season so far, right? The Justice aren't kind of coming into this as some like juggernaut of like getting every single player you want and just throwing money around. But I think you really overperformed that expectation in the first half of the season. And I wanted to ask you sort of how that affects you on the second half of the season, right? Like you guys had this great start to the season. You looked really, really strong, beat a ton of teams that most people would have thought to be stronger. But how do you put the team in perspective now? Where maybe is there more pressure on you? Like, how do you react to that, and how do you work with that as a coach?
I think for sure more pressure now because we want to do like better, especially when you make some change. We are looking like to improve the roster and have better result and like work on our weakness. But like in general, I like to work out on the mental aspect of the team, make sure like no one have any pressure, make sure like we are always like dominant in our mindset. But I'm not really surprised, to be honest, like with our performance. I think we were like really confident because like in practice we are doing like really well and we have a really strong core. So yeah, I think we will try our best like usual and hopefully we will get better for the second part of this league this season.
Yeah. I feel like when you look at the Washington Justice roster, like there's just a lot of really good individual players coming together, and then your job as the coach is like, how do we enable all these really good individual players to come together and put on like a really good teamwork product, right? So I wanted to ask you about these individual players. You know, you picked up Benbest, of course, coming from the Tier 2 scene, returning to the Overwatch League. You have Mirror, who's a bit of a jack of all trades, but then also, you know, Dongan coming in as a rookie. I wanted to ask you, so far, what you've seen from your players individually, who on the team has maybe improved the most? Who has really like stood out to you? Someone who's grown and matured their game and really improved throughout the season?
Maybe it's surprising, but I think it's still Theo was like a little bit like a shy guy, like very shy guy, quiet guy at the very beginning. Now like he's shouting every single fight. He's like putting a lot of energy and effort during the game, and like even outside of the game, he's like being like more mature and he's growing up a lot. So I will go with Theo, I think.
That's awesome.
That's a great answer, actually. Yeah. He's a player who's really impressed me making the swap from DPS to Flexport, looking really solid, right? Yeah. Like a lot of other players I think have tried and have had way more hiccups, but Teru looks like an old hand.
Yeah. GetAmazed, I actually want to ask you about your newest addition, Tongun. Like, you know, he's a player that's coming from contenders, and then now he's joining the Overwatch League, and you know, he joined mid-season, like right now. So I think it'll be a little bit tougher for him to like sort of really prove himself. So how do you set players like Tongun set him up for success?
I think it's that hard because he already like compete in the Overwatch League, you know, with the Pro-Am. So he don't actually like feel the pressure of like fighting like any Overwatch League team. He's kind of used to it. The players were like really welcoming with him. We actually like spend time together to make sure like he's involved in the team. He feel like welcome in the team and all of that. So he's feeling good in the team, I believe. And even when I talk with him to check like about the mental aspect, like if he's feeling well, if he's confident, if he's stressed, he is feeling good. So it was pretty easy. I haven't done anything particular.
And so, on a different note, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the Overwatch World Cup, and I was wondering if any of the sort of like off-meta strategies that a lot of those teams are playing, maybe due to player constraints or specialities, have any of those lessons translated anything to the Overwatch League with also being on a new patch? Has there been any sort of experimentation we can expect to see from you guys to maybe shake things up in the new meta?
I think I actually bring nothing from the Overwatch League from the Overwatch League to the World Cup and from the World Cup to the Overwatch League because I felt like it was completely two different games because coaching Overwatch League players, like they have really strong mechanics, really strong game sense already. With my team friends, like it was way harder because you don't have that much of game sense. So it was like two different jobs. You have to teach like the game, and in the other team you have to teach how to play as a team. So I didn't bring anything, to be honest. Like it's two complete job in my opinion.
Well, it worked. You did good at the World Cup, so it worked out, having two jobs, yeah.
All right, GetAmazed, I have one final question. I mean, you guys are Washington Justice is playing against the San Francisco Shock today. How do you think that match is gonna play out?
I mean, hopefully it's gonna be okay tank-wise. But well,
Jumpman's ball is scary. It's a weird thing to prep for. I don't know if anyone else is really spamming that hero. Like it's hard to practice against.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's gonna be really interesting because they made some nice and they looked really strong yesterday.
All right.
So I'm not really sure about like how it's gonna happen, but we will try our best.
All right, GetAmazed, thank you so much. Good luck in your match today against San Francisco Shock, and again, thank you so much for taking the time and talking with us.
Thank you,
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
What a guy.
Yeah. Great interview. It's great to hear a little bit deeper inside the mind of some of these coaches. You know, like how do they look at these? Because I think from the outside fans, they see this roster media, they see maybe their favorite players like leaving teams, and that's hard to deal with. But I think it's cool to get the perspective of the people who are in charge as a coach. I mean, you have this heavy responsibility. You've got to like make the team win, and sometimes that means, you know, getting a player who you feel is a better fit to give the team wins. You kind of bear that heavy responsibility. So it's cool to hear the story directly from the horses.
I'm also really happy that GetAmazed is back in the league. You know, he found a lot of success with Paris Eternal then, before they were Vegas Eternal. And then took a bit of a break, you know, went down through Tier 2 again, but now back in the Overwatch League with Washington Justice this year. And they've done a phenomenal job. 5-3 in the spring stage. And if they get off to a good start, I mean, it's going to be a really good season for the Justice.
I mean, it was amazing to hear from GetAmazed. And, you know, we have some amazing coaches, but also we got amazing artists. So, you know, guys, let's check out some amazing artwork from our community. Look at this one. This one that you're seeing on screen right now. This piece is from Rubino, Rube_IN0, called Life's a Luxury. We featured it on broadcast yesterday, but during the break, but it was so good that we had to show it twice. So thank you for submitting your art. And if you have art, sorry, I can't talk today.
You're doing great.
Thank you so much for submitting your art. And if you have some incredible artwork to share, you can submit it at overwatchleague.com/art gallery for a chance to be featured on the show. All right. Well, we'll be right back, guys, but don't go anywhere because New York Excelsior versus Vegas Eternal is up next.
Your team needs you. Let's go. Now more than ever to secure victory.
Beautiful stuff.
Simply post your epic gameplay highlights on TikTok, Twitter, or Instagram with your hero wearing your team's skin. To score big for your squad, use these two hashtags. Hashtag skins in the game and your team's unique hashtag. Every post earns your team a point, so rally together to dominate the leaderboard. The team with the most points will win their own in-game spray.
Unbelievable!
Turn up for hashtag skins in the game, where fans become legends.
Oh my god!
Unbelievable!
Welcome back, everybody. Match number 1 is starting right now. New York Excelsior versus the revamped Vegas
I'm hyping them up. I'm hyping them up. It's got a new shine to them, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and also it's been some time since we last saw them play, right? Because of, you know...
Yeah, I mean, they were out, and so they didn't play in the knockouts, they didn't play in the mid-season madness. Yeah.
It's been quite a while. Are you guys excited? Like, what
I am excited. I'm hoping they win more than one map.
Vegas.
I do think, though, New York is like, it's a key bellwether type team, right? They're not in the bottom 3. I think they're a tougher opponent than, like, sure, if they're playing Valiant or anyone else in the bottom 3 or London, maybe it's like more accessible. New York is like just a little step above that right now, like definitely in the middle of the pack, maybe lower middle. So if Vegas gets this win, I mean, the second half of the season, who knows what their limit is? But I think it's going to be hard. I think playing on ping, I think there's going to be some difficulties. This is a major test for Vegas, and it can be scary because you get off to a loss here, and now you start to feel like, okay, is anything changed, right? Are we cursed? Do you lose faith in yourselves as players and teams? They've got time. I don't think it's that dire, but I do think it's a very winnable first match.
All right, man. All right, let's take a look at the lineups then for these teams. Who do we got? Shockwave, Psycho, Kellen, OG, of course, is joining New York Excelsior from Toronto Defiant and Creative as well. What do you guys think about this lineup?
I mean, I think it's a solid lineup. Like, I look at this and I know that they can put on some good Overwatch, right? They can be competitive with some middle-of-the-pack teams. So a lot of respect for these guys, and it'll be interesting to see how OG fits into the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think OG is a great pickup. I'm excited to see if he can have a little bit more success on New York. I think Shockwave has also been super impressive this season, especially on the long-range hit scan. I'm curious to see if this means New York wants to go for more of a hit scan-based look. I mean, OG definitely very confident on the Lucio. Could see some rush comps come out.
All right, let's look at looking at the other side of this match. We got Vegas Eternal. Look at that. Oh, we got two faces and
Knife to you and Irony coming in. Don't have the photos just yet. No, but seriously though, like, it's an interesting core. You know, Irony, of course, had some history on the Hangzhou Spark, for example. 2U, I was actually quite surprised that 2U didn't get picked for an Overwatch League team going into the season. He obviously competed in the Open, of course, and did play versus Overwatch League teams. But like 2U, he has the flexibility. He was on the Seoul Dynasty a few years back, so he's not a rookie.
Yeah.
But I really feel like he's versatile enough to where he slots into the single tank Overwatch 2 kind of 5 versus 5 system really well. And I do think he has the skills to back it up. So I think it's a solid tank addition to the Vegas Eternal. And I'm curious to see how he performs here.
All right, I think it's time to look at our predictions now. I'm going to go ahead and start first. New York Excelsior, I did 3-0. New York Excelsior, 3-1? I thought I had 3-0. Was it 3-1? All right, 3-1, fine. But I think it's going to be New York Excelsior getting the win. You know, it's even with the revamped Vegas Eternal, like we were talking about, you know, them playing, the Korean players playing on ping. And I don't know if the synergy is going to be there. And also the whole communications, whether I don't even know if the Korean players are speaking English. So it's, you know, I think it's a difficult fight for them right now.
Yeah, I think there will be a lot of challenges for the Vegas Eternal, even if this rebuild has like a high-end future and they can bring it together. I think the first match out of the gate, it's going to be hard. I think New York really could have potentially upgraded with OG. I think he could be a great asset. I say 3-1 New York.
Yeah, I had a 3-1 as well here for the New York Excelsior, but not necessarily because I think that Vegas Eternal will be bad, but more so, I'm excited. Oh, I had a 3-0.
No, you know, I think they switched it. I think because I know I put in 3-0. And then, yeah. So
are you sure? Maybe
the record reflects.
I honestly don't know if I put 3-1 or 3-0. But the point being, I think New York Excelsior are good, and I'm looking forward to see if they continue to shine here in summer stage. So yeah, I'm excited to see both of these teams. Honestly,
I do want to see a good competition though. I want to see Vegas like looking better. Maybe can we see moments of brightness from the new players? I'm hoping for that.
All right. I mean, we're all let's take a look at our chat. What our chat thinks is 91% tonight. Okay.
Hey, maybe not everyone's like knowing about the rebuild. I don't know if we can price it. This is their time to show what they've got.
Right.
Heck what we think. Heck what the chat thinks. Let's see what Vegas.
This is time to be a contrarian on Vegas.
Time to buy.
And it'll be crazy if Vegas beats New York today.
I've got some good financial advice that Vegas isn't buying.
Subscribe to Jake's newsletter.
All right, let's jump right into the game for this match. We got Jaws and Costa bringing you all the action.
It's from my financial advisor right over here.
The hedge fund.
The hedge fund manager, it's me. Don't take any financial advice from me or Jake, though. That's the only thing. So who's actually going to stick the neck out then? Because you don't even know what you're predicting. None of you. Well, Jake actually. Jake knew. Johnny and Danny had no clue.
I give Vegas a map. I think they can make this interesting. Like, I think.
Are you going to stick your neck out, Johnny?
For Vegas?
Yeah.
Why don't you?
Well, we don't have to because our pros are on the screen.
We need to stay impartial.
Yeah, we need to stay impartial as we go into the
You are cowards. Cowards.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a coward. Cut him out. Get him out of here. I don't want to hear any more from him. But
this is our studio. You get out.
Ours?
Remotely. Why did we have you here? Come on.
Okay, we're going to fight this out after this match. But, you know, yesterday, 86% of people believed in the Houston Outlaws. Guess what? 3-0 against the Florida Mayhem. Maybe this could be an upset once again. The Vegas Eternal, they have been upgrading some of their players. Yeah. The question that everyone is raising for this team is, to you, Irony, Knife, all new additions, they have the pain points of communication, they have the pain points of little practice time, but also they are playing from Korea on around 180 ping. It's going to be late at night because of time zones as well. That's really difficult to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Overwatch is probably one of the better games when it comes to like lag compensation, but still 180 ping is not fun.
That's about 80 higher than you would ever really want to play.
Yeah.
And I played from Australia, I played on that high ping.
Yeah, it's not great.
Everything starts to become, you need to be ahead of the time. You need to be preempting everything. And at the highest level in the Overwatch League, that can be difficult to do. And the New York Excelsior, this is a team that has been impressing a lot of us throughout the season. Yes, they're 3-5. They haven't got as many wins as they would like, but they've been competitive. And with the upgrade of OG, this could be a stage where we see them breaking above what they showed prior to this.
Could be. And we might not see any kind of shenanigans with the support role either from New York Excelsior now, with OG stepping in, right? We might not see Fitz on Lucio, which was an experiment.
It was an experiment, and I'm glad that they've signed OG because, you know, Fitz is a great player, and I agree with what Jake was saying. Without Fitz in the lineup, I expect them to probably play a little bit of rush. Lee Jung Tower is just very good for playing these Reinhardts, playing these Ramachas, playing as this death ball and working together instead of playing the Sombra.
Wow, they're playing Sombra on Vegas Eternal side. I'm not sure how much I like Sombra on this point, although getting a hack on the Ryan shield normally means instant death. We'll see how Dove really wants to set up. And the other thing too, I mean, the frontward pressure from the Excelsior squad, like you said, this giant death ball is going to be a bit of a problem. Nothing that Sombra could really partake in. Lamp on top of the wall. 2U forced to drop Nemesis form, hold up the arms, make sure he doesn't get taken down instantly. It's actually Irony that goes down first. Nice TP from Shockwave right behind you. 2U dies, and that'll be the first point cap for Excelsior.
You can see Dove, he's putting on pressure in the backline. He's shooting at them, he's building that EMP, but it's just not as much of a threat as this Symmetra, and that's why 2U just has too much pressure. The big value that Dove is going to have is the EMP. Playing that Sombra, the EMP gets so much value with how stacked up the Excelsior are. So they need to play slowly and get that EMP up and not get walled and taken out.
Nice hack. Good peel though from OG, forcing Dove all the way back. Still pretty low though. Those turrets actually performing a lot of work there for Shockwave, just forcing Dove to recall and drop the Mega Health Pack. And now the window comes. I mean, this is just a slow burn now. And this is the problem with this comp, right? Vegas Eternal, they have to wait for that EMP, Scott. Yeah. It's going to be rough. Excelsior have now put up a fair few ults, only expending one in that fight. And with Blizzard, with Wall, like, that's a lot of extra time on the bank, a lot of extra scuffling that needs to be done. Dove, I feel like, needs to hold on with this EMP, wait for Shockwave's Wall to come out, maybe wait for Excelsior to step up and then tear him down from there, because it's been rough so far.
Yeah, Excelsior have been the ones dropping the wall first, isolating 2U, forcing the lamp early, and then Irony's the one who's paying the price. Excelsior going very quickly.
I mean, Kellen's got Shatter, they got the Blizzard. 2U's been walled off already, there's the freeze. Kellen in trouble though. He ends up going down to a Vortex of all things from 2U. Nice lamp from Irony, keeping 2U alive, and there's the Annihilation. A fight that we didn't think would go Vegas Eternal's way. They dropped 3 of their key ultimates. That EMP, the Blizzard, and the Annihilation for that fight win. 76% for Excelsior.
Knife with an impressive heads-up play, sees the rush coming from Excelsior very early, instantly drops the Blizzard, and the Excelsior are the ones who end up getting caught. It was an expensive fight, that was the EMP, so many ultimates, but they have control of the point. Huge wall across the point, they can play on either side now.
Beat does hit 5 people from the Vegas Eternal. Same with Excelsior though, there's the Shatter, hits 2, Irony and 2U on their backs. Nice double kill from the Rhine. The Vegas Eternal escorted swiftly off the points, 80% and building. And now Vegas, Dove needs the CMP, he needs it fast. 70% online, but only 15% before New York take the round.
Yeah, and you can see Dove just isn't getting enough value on this Sombra. That's why most people don't play the Sombra in this composition. Just doesn't offer enough to help your team play the brawl. As you said, Jack, they need to get Dove's EMP up if they're going to win this team fight.
I mean, they can stall for a little bit here, but a nice little wall from Excelsior is going to force Knife onto the point first. In fact, force to pop the block, and Creative's in a high ground position, pops the window, and now Knife has to play a ring around the rosy almost. Nice little boop, though, from Rack Attack, forces Creative down, and back to the spawn. Beautiful stuff from Rack Attack, but will it be enough? Not sure. Shockwave with a double turret kill on the backline of the Vegas Eternal will end the round. 99% to 24. Excelsior take the first one.
Yeah, Excelsior just looking a lot more comfortable with their composition here. I like the idea from the Eternal, just the execution isn't really there right now. We know how strong OG is as a Lucio, really aiding in this brawl setup. As we head over to Gardens, this could be another round where Excelsior can just keep playing this Reinhardt.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you might as well. It's worked out well for you thus far, and especially with Shockwave on the sim. And this is the EMP at the very end of...
Oh! He pressed E before he pressed Q. No, the mini's hacked. Don't worry, the mini's hacked, guys.
The mini's hacked.
We can push.
For the mini. Don't worry. I have full HP now.
As someone who has done that as well, Dove, hey, it happens to everybody every now and then, okay? Everyone makes mistakes. But as we roll out, we're going to see the Ramatra versus the Ramatra. Kellen going over. Creative on the Moira while Irony's on the Baptiste.
Yeah, I mean, Dove's still on the Sombra. Pretty nice amount of value you can get from health packs. To you, just... Man, this guy is in a permanent state of hurt. And there he is. He ends up going down. And we're talking about the ping, Scott, but also... Adding through 3 new players to your team is great if you want to look for the rebuild, especially if you're Vegas Eternal, who have only got 1 map so far this season, but it's still going to take the team a little while to actually get in the groove with each other, let alone the Overwatch League itself.
And that's really the problem. They have such a short turnaround to gain that synergy. You add on top of that communication issues of, Korean players speaking with English players, it can be difficult. I like the idea of how they're playing the map right now, but the synergy just isn't really there. You can see Dove not really on the same page. It feels like he's playing on an island almost compared to the rest of his team, and the Excelsior are punishing them for it.
Coalescence available from Creative, but Irony is already... Rest in peace, Irony. I mean, the death will catch up to you in a second. You're on ping, of course. You probably only just viewed it now. OG with a 60% towards that beat too. Good defense so far from Excelsior, but Vegas Eternal now that it starts to ramp up, right? You got EMP, Blizzard too, but it feels like on control especially, it's so tough to come back after that first point cap.
The question is Creative going to use the Coalescence aggressively because he can get EMP'd out of it? You can see Dove looks like he wants OG.
Oh, Dove already had to teleport back. Knife throws out the Blizzard, but they're a man down right now. Sound barrier does hit most of the members of Vegas Eternal. EMP does miss Creative. That Coalescence did a whole bunch of healing and damage throughout that entire fight. Not the target Dove really wanted. To cancel that Cole, maybe you turn it around, but Excelsior come out on top again. 70% on the board, and Eternal use 2 of the big DPS ults, and there you go. There's the switch. Dove to Sip.
I think this is a... Oh,
back
never
to
mind.
Sombra.
Back to Sombra.
Just a TP out. All good.
Interesting choice there from Dove. I would have preferred to see him go to Sim. Maybe they can TP, get an even fight. But they're playing uphill. They don't have the sound barrier. Rack Attack used that one in the last fight, so you can see Excelsior just putting so much pressure on. Here comes the Death Boss.
Oh, good boot from OG. Kills Knife, sense of careening off the map. Oh, good sleep onto Shockwave. Does force Irony. All the way back to nearest spawn, though. Kiting is the name of the game for Excelsior. Is to use that Annihilation. And now overtime being in session means Eternal have to permanently touch. And with Kellen standing in their way with that Nemesis form, it's going to be pretty hard to do so. Creative down, though. There's a lot less healing now for Excelsior. But to you dead? Not great for Eternal. Irony needs to hit a big bio grenade here or something. Just kills need to happen for Eternal to keep themselves in this. And Knife comes up big. A clutch on the Tracer. Psycho Shockwave dead. Both DPS annihilated, but Kellen is still alive and he's punching. Yeah, he's going to get out of there, but the supports are coming back.
Creative's close to that Coalescence as well. That's such a big ultimate for getting them into the fight. But once again, we have Dove with the EMP. Last time these 2 ultimates were up for either team, what happened as soon as they forced Dove to recall, Creative popped the Coalescence because he can no longer be hacked out of it.
There's the Cole. Will it land again? Knife, pulse bomb, Coalescence. He's searching, he's hunting for a target. He did manage to cancel the Coalescence with that EMP. But will it be enough? I don't think it will. I mean, Excelsior right now, just a 10-ton boulder running over the Vegas Eternal.
It was a good EMP, just the follow-up wasn't there. Too many ultimates for the Excelsior, and now the overtime wicket is ticking down.
And there you go. There is round, and there is map. Excelsior taking a clean 2-0. Everybody just shocked, stunned in the player cams there. 2-0 to start off the series. I mean, like you said, Scott, a short turnaround for the Vegas Eternal. 3 new players. They're so new, no player cams or photos yet. Like, that's how new they are. Didn't want to use Irony's old photo, want an updated version of that. And with that short turnaround plus the ping, you got to kind of excuse some of the mistakes, especially in like coordination there at the very beginning. But it's all about ramping up to the latter half of this season. Hopefully they can take an extra map here. That would be great. But Excelsior, with the addition of OG and not having to put Fitz on support, you know what? They're looking pretty good.
And it is just the first map, Lijiang Tower. That's Brawl versus Brawl, these sort of clash of styles in a lot of ways. For me, the Vegas Eternal, what I'm looking at is how are they going to be able to play an effective dive? Because that was their major weakness in the last stage. It just felt like they weren't able to match anyone at the same pedigree. Knife to You and Irony are all incredibly mechanical, skilled players. So if they can lean more onto that in the future maps, that's really what I'm looking out for in this series, Jack.
Yeah, just individual plays rather than Brawl, which requires a lot of teamwork. Does make a lot of sense. I mean, depending on the map types and whatnot, Control, yeah, a little less dive-centric, you'd say. But honestly, Excelsior, you know what? I'm impressed. I'm looking forward to this small rebuild. It's only one additional player, but we know what kind of teams OG's been on before. He's already proved himself, I think, multiple times. I mean, we're looking at last year, even some this year, a little bit disappointing on Toronto to find, but still a player, highly mechanical, a very gifted player on the Lucio. We're going to Midtown next as our next match, hybrid. And this is a place you can play the dive, but you can also play the rush. So will it be a kind of clash of styles? We'll have to wait and find out. New York Excelsior and Vegas Eternal head-to-head in this next map after this.
me see you drop. Hustle, baby, hustle, but the oh my.
Clean branding, clean team so far. New York Excelsior with one map over the Vegas Eternal. A 2-0 on control. Crave taking a little stretch there, feeling pretty good. OG2 as well. We talked about it before, Scott, but with Fitz stepping in, he ain't stepping in on support anymore. Oh, no, no. No more support duty for you, Fitz. Only damage, only killing people. We go to Midtown as our next map, and just before the break, if you've only just joined us, me and Scott were kind of talking about the clash of styles that might happen here. Obviously, Excelsior pretty good at running the rush, like Cullen, good on the Ryan, good on the Winston, can play whatever he wants, but Vegas Eternal very much struggled to play that dive, that Winston, before this remake of this roster. So we'll see if that has changed, because Midtown, you can run both, but Winston dive, way more common.
And I'm curious to see how Tuyu does on the Winston. Historically, he was an off-tank player way back when he was in the league.
So Seoul Dynasty.
Every tank player has had to go through this teething process as you become the solo tank of their hero pools need to almost double in such a short amount of time. And maybe we already have the answer to that question that I was asking to you. Going over to the Diva, preferring something he's more comfortable on, with Irony on that Zenyatta as well.
I quite like that, actually. It's playing to their strengths and something that you may need to lean on, especially when you do have like a revitalized roster, like a remaking of a roster halfway through a season, is just comfort picks. And Irony's comfort is definitely the Zen. And to use comfort, definitely something like a Diva. So relying on that, being a little bit more individualistic in their style, like makes a lot of sense here. Dove, also a very, very good hit scan player. So we'll see how he ends up doing. Knife on the Tracer. Probably one of the better heroes too, by the way, to play on ping. So that's going to feel good for him.
I will say as well, Knife, the addition of Knife frees Dove up to play these other heroes, because it felt like last time when Malthor was on the roster, Dove was having to jump between Tracer and Hitscan and all these different heroes, spreading himself very thin. So now Dove can focus on playing his own style. And it seems like that's what the Eternal are going to do. Just play their own style, play to their comforts. And that seems to be a theme so far in this summer stage. You don't just have to play that Winston, Tracer, Sombra. People are playing to their own strengths.
Yep, and that's why you're seeing a lot of the Lancerin playing Sombra. So, there you go.
Some things never change.
Some things will never change until that hero gets nerfed. Nice little dynamite there from Dove. Good thing about the Ashe here, at least, the range you can and the damage you can put out of range is kind of crazy. Although he's playing rather aggro right now, playing right up against the fire truck. Feels pretty confident in the fact that Tuyu's right next to him. Oh, almost double tap Psycho there.
So the way these two styles are going to work is the Excelsior need to find a successful dive. They need to get into the backline. Right now, it feels like they're just charging up the nano boost for creative, and he almost has this one. That's going to be go time. Watch for it to go on Kellen and them to find Irony in the backline.
Oh, nade hit Rack Attack. Rack Attack in a little bit of trouble, taking a bit of poke damage, but Kellen too low to go in. There's the nano onto the backline. Irony still got the kick, but Tuyu's there, body blocking. Nano on the Zen. Irony, show me what you got. He does end up going pretty low, but it doesn't matter, because there's the kills. Fitz goes down, a 5v4 on the points. Not even a checkpoint, in fact, for New York Excelsior, as they did garner a fair bit of space. Oh, Tuyu a little bit too late with that Matrix. Psycho cleans up the DPS.
Transcendence soon. Are they going to commit this one to get back onto this point? It looks like through the walls you can see them backing up.
No shot.
Eternal are going to concede this point. That was well played. They just didn't live long enough for Eternal to get a recontest. 4:30 remaining on second point for the New York Excelsior.
This is rough, man. Look at this. Fitz with an EMP in the back pocket. Just chill out in this small shrub. Just kind of gazing at Rack Attack through the window there.
It's a hero that Fitz was known for.
Oh, yeah.
Way back in the day, back in 6v6 meta in Overwatch 1. Fitz was very comfortable playing it for the Seoul Dynasty.
EMP. Oh, it hits 3 and it's good. Backline dead, Dove down, and there you go. Vegas Eternals, newest players now trying to fend for themselves on the point. A little bit stalled is all they're going to get. Nice setup from New York.
That's what you need to do against these Diva, Ashe, Zenyatta setups. You can't have this neutral fight where you're just sort of poking and prodding. You need to wait for that big go button, drop the EMP, drop a nano boost, anything like that to eviscerate them. Eternal do have ultimates coming up. They still have that Transcendence. They've got the Bob, so they can continue to fight this one out.
Can do. Bob's going to go down pretty fast, though, you'd imagine. I mean, you can get booped away by the flail or even just slept, so be taken out of action. Man, Dove really struggling to find an angle here. Although a headshot, a double headshot, one from Artie, one from Dove, takes care of Fitz. They can regain control of this high ground. It will be perfect, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Beautiful spot from Irony there. I love that aggro place. Like, honestly, playing aggro Zen right there, really nice. Get a lot of damage in and earns himself a Transcendence.
He's playing very aggressive for a Zenyatta. That's a Primal Rage already out from Kellen. I think Knife dropped the Pulse Bomb and forces that one out. That's a big deal. All of a sudden, Kellen doesn't have that insurance card when he wants to dive deep. Nano Boost up for Creative, though. That should give him the tools to do so, but Irony's still holding on to this Transcendence.
Yeah, he can use that Trance, or he can maybe even receive a Nano again to survive this dive from Kellen. Psycho with a Pulse. Lots of options here for New York Excelsior. How they want to go in? 2U is going to make the first move, but a good sleep. No Matrix for 2U, so just flat on his back. And there's the Nano.
Onto Psycho.
On to Psycho, of all people. I mean, good for Psycho, because Kellen was asleep. Already has got 1 kill under his belt. Can he find more? Bit of damage onto 2U's mech will be about it. Knife trying to harass Kellen in the sidelines there, but Excelsior have afforded them so much space right now. Still a Pulse Bomb in the back pocket for Psycho, and there's the Transcendence. A kill onto Fitz. And it looks like Vegas Eternal are going to be able to hold at least for the time being. Pulse Bomb from Psycho does connect, gets a kill. And Vegas losing one of their main healing sources now. And now Excelsior can put pedal to the metal.
Yeah, with only the Zenyatta
another
healing.
good pulse.
But Knife responding with another great Pulse Bomb onto the opposition Ana as well. That will stop the Excelsior's push right there. As you can see, Kellen just trying to stay alive, but not enough.
It's just a Tracer's world, and we're living in it right now. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Vegas Eternal with a nice defense so far on this second point. No ultimates. I mean, that was almost a clean sweep across the board. We're just looking at Fitz now with the CMP.
Yeah, but Dove actually made the switch off of Ash onto the Sombra himself, and he's almost charged himself up at EMP.
That is quick.
That is very quick. Is he going to be able to get it to respond to Fitz? They don't have the Transcendence up for the Vegas Eternal anymore, so this will be a hammer of an EMP.
Sleep on 2U again. He's getting perma-slept. Oh, Fitz with the EMP. Hits Irony in the back. No healing. That bubble cutting off every single dart that Rack Attack was trying to throw at him. And with Kellen dead, I mean, you're not feeling the worst if you're Vegas Eternal right now, as you do have a closer spawn point. Oh, in the top middle of your screen right now is kind of a momentum bar. We'll explain that in a moment, but shows what team is kind of in the lead now in terms of damage. Psycho with a Pulse Bomb. There's a self-destruct on point, and we're looking at almost the final fight. Pulse Bomb onto the shield of OG, and there he goes down. Vegas Eternal with a beautiful defense. Knife is kind of hard carrying on this Tracer right now.
And that is something that the Eternal have severely lacked so far throughout this season. Just that punching power on the Tracer. It's the second Pulse Bomb in a row that Knife has saved the New York Excelsior.
Oh, wow, Fizz got caught out there. Late respawns now for Fizz. Oh, Knife's just going to go aggressive. I might know. One more kill's going to be nice. Yes, OG dead. 2 members down for the Excelsior with 15 seconds to go. They need to be able to touch. Psycho and Kellen do have ult, so you'd imagine they're going to get there. And Primal Rage might have to be used to get there, Scott. He might have to just double leap over the high ground to get it. 5 seconds to go. It looks like Fitz is going to be the member sent by Excelsior to get that overtime, and there it is. Doesn't get hacked out. Luckily hits the recall just in time.
Yeah. And ultimates are coming up here for the Eternal.
Touch
No,
the point.
anyone!
Touch the point! You have Primal! Oh my god!
They had so many options to be able to touch that. None of them were good options, but they need to go with one of them.
Knife typing his first C9 in the chat. Welcome to the Overwatch League, Knife. A rite of passage.
He's like, am I doing it right?
C9. Guys, have I done it right? Yes, you have. A C9 dropped in chat by Knife.
Honestly, Eternal are showing not just coordination, but a confidence that we haven't seen from this team. You can see that's 2U calling, that's Knife calling. I want to play aggressive. We want to make the Excelsior run through us to get to the point. And that's what ultimately leads to the C9 and them holding them on the second point. A very attainable map here for the Eternal.
Okay, baby. Okay. Scott?
Okay.
Listen up. Vegas Eternal. They've won a map this year. That's epic.
Yeah, we were there. It was great.
We were there.
Yep.
We continue to cast Vegas Eternal every single game. And that's fine, because they have a new roster. It's going to be epic.
It's exciting.
Do you know what? If they hit a map here, that's an 100% increase. And look, I am the hedge fund manager of Our Stocks Capital Management.
Okay, yep.
And
LLC.
I say that's a good time to buy.
Yeah.
They go up 100%, that's a good time to buy.
That's a good time to buy.
9% in chat
doubles to 18.
Damn, that's crazy. That's not how that works.
That's not how that works.
I don't think they can change their votes after they put them in.
Okay, well, we'll do a new poll, okay? If
We'll
Vegas
do a
Eternal
new
wins
poll.
this map, we do a new poll in chat. I expect you guys to back these guys because they are playing well. Now we move over to the attack side. 2U recognizes we can't play the D.Va, we can't play the Ashe. We need a more, I guess, reactive or something that can be proactive to get onto the backline. Fitz just taking off Rack Attack. Fitz is not just a great Sombra, but also a great hit scan in his history of his career.
Oh yeah, great hit, 90 sleep too. It's unfortunate Dub couldn't get cleaned up in time before he translocated. Stall. This map is kind of rough too when you are attacking in. There's no good high ground to leap into. You have to jump into the line of fire before you can make a play as the Winston, so it can be rough on this little choke point.
They need to find a way to get onto Fitz. He's just standing up there, just firing for free. They haven't been able to get any positioning. As soon as they step up, they're just losing one of their players, and they're not even charging a Nano very effectively right now. They're only at 60%. Creative is currently in the lead.
They're just dying too fast. Can't heal if you can't hit somebody that's not dead, so that was pretty rough. Small rotation. Vegas Turner. Creative as well, also making the rotation down from that high ground. Yeah, you don't really want to be up there as soon as they've taken this kind of laundry area. This washer machine building. Back onto Fitz. There's no follow-up though, really. Here's 2U, but it makes a short leap. Good pulse from Psycho.
Wow. That's the third pulse bomb, at least in my memory, that Psycho's hit in this series onto a backliner. He has been highly impactful. We talked about Knife, but Psycho is also making his presence known.
Yeah, 3 out of 3 attach rate right now. Scott, pulse of efficiency at a 100%. A single one.
And that's important. He's not throwing that many out, but every time he is, he's getting instant value. Nano out onto 2U.
Nano, oh, Fitz has already taken a kill, and there's the sleep. 2U's going to take a quick nab, naded, bashed, flailed, everything. He's got the primal though, and Krave's in trouble. Crave doesn't have a nade, but he's got a couple of packs to at least heal him up. It's going to be up to 2U hitting the juggle of the century, but it's not going to happen. Turns his attention this time to Fitz, but that Primal Rage running out pretty quickly. Both Traces making their marks on this first point. Knife taking care of OG. Can Eternal capitalize off this though, Scott? They're in a weird spot. No real ults to follow up. They're waiting for Dove to get back into the fray. Here's the nano boost for Kellen. Already a whip shot used, and now Rack Attack and already have to be a little bit careful. A good dodge. And even a body block there from 2U to help the kill onto Kellen. You missed all your cooldowns, but 2U's got you back. A rally expended, but you need to do that. You need to hit this first point, make it decisive too. Getting that high ground is going to be crucial. However, Excelsior maybe stepping up here to go for the touch. It looks like they're going to. Psycho's going to double blink in onto the point. Has going to hit the recall in just a moment, but he's got a pulsar in his hand. 360, missed, hit the floor. Killed the shield, I suppose, but that's about it. A rally in for OG. Scott might just do it, but Dove lining up for this EMP.
He wants to get this one out. Drops it on the brig. Is he going to get the follow-up? No, doesn't need follow-up.
Doesn't need it. Right in the doorway. Translocator has been broken, has to dash away to the stairs. Irony's pretty low, but Excelsior more than willing to fight. Fitz, the main damage source for Excelsior, has been taken care of, but no Rack Attack. Kind of the savior of Vegas Eternal there, survived for so long. That Inspire healing and the packs keeping them up. And that'll be the first point unlocked for the Eternal.
That was at least 4 kills there for Dove on the Sombra as well. Able to take down that brig, such an important pick early on in that fight. And the Eternal are now rolling. 3 minutes to close out this map.
Do not C9. Do not C9. There you go.
Wise words from Jack.
What? Look, that should be in the handbook. You know when you sign the contract, you join the Overwatch League?
Yeah.
There's a paragraph at the very bottom. Do not C9.
I will not C9.
I will not C9. All right, 2U jumps in with the nano boost again. With the help of Dove. Taking down Fitz. Another nice pulse.
Wow.
Knife and Psycho. These pulse bombs have just been pivotal to their success.
It's a bad day to be a support. That's all
really
I'm saying.
is.
They have no opportunity to really deal with this one right now, as Fitz is going to switch over to Sombra, but Dove has the advantage on this one. He's at 80%. They also have the rally. This could be a great opportunity. Psycho might need to be the one to come up clutch with this pulse bomb again, but it goes wide.
A rare miss, but Knife, there you go. Takes his like for like out in Psycho, and here's the rally. The momentum very much in favor of Eternal right now, as Knife tries to find yet another target. But look at where Excelsior are positioned right now, all the way back in the choke. There's 3 people on the payload for the Vegas Eternal as they round this final corner. That orange box of victory so close. The EMP lands, and it's a good one. OG dead, and that Nano did end up going out, but I think it was lost. Creative with no Nano left. It's a big trade either side, and the spawns will favor Excelsior.
They have 3 people up here for the Eternal. Rack Attack must stay alive and keep Tuyu up.
Tuyu's pretty low. Oh, Primal Rage. He does end up getting hacked, and it's a lot of free ult charge for Dove, but you've got to reset if you're Vegas Eternal right now. This is your last fight. You have 1 minute and 10 seconds to go.
Yeah. Eternal just not able to close that one out. They were able to get the pick onto the brig, but they lost their backline in kind. Now we have Knife with a pulse bomb, OG with a rally. As we said it last time, Knife, if he can find this onto OG with the rally, that would be enormous.
Oh, he's done it before. He can do it again, that is for sure. Psycho trying to keep him honest, though. Trying to check him as much as he can. He is going to spot the supports through that doorway, but Kellen is playing doorman. Nice anti-nade, in fact. But fits with the EMP, Scott, could be the difference maker that they need. Even if Knife goes in for a double blink into the stick, it could be a dangerous, dangerous adventure. EMP lands, and there it is! Rack Attack and already dead. Vegas Eternal with their last legs now with 20 seconds to go. They're going to have to reset, but are they going to be able to get back to the point in time? They don't have Primal. I mean, maybe Knife or Dove get there, but Knife has to survive. Hits the recall, gets out alive.
Oh my...
No, he's dead. Fitz chases him up, gets the melee kill. 9 seconds to go. Who touches?
That's such a big pick. Irony has the Nano, dropped it onto Tuyu.
He gets whip-shotted though. Is anybody able to get there? Tuyu is so low. Dove rushing to the payload. They do manage to trigger overtime just in time. A Dove with 3% before this EMP, but Tuyu's already dead. And there it is. They can't get there. And by a knife's edge, Excelsior close out the map.
No, Knife's on the Vegas Eternal, Jack.
Okay, bro. You have... Okay, dude.
Great play by the New York Excelsior. Honestly, holding on by their fingertips. You can see the Vegas Eternal looking very comfortable playing the Diva, playing the Ashe, but the coordination with the dive, with the Winston and the Sombra, just not enough to get over the Excelsior, but there are signs of life there, Jack.
Oh, man. There are signs of life, and his name, well, it's Knife, Scott. This guy is freakish on the Tracer so far. His debut game in the Overwatch League sticks like this. Consistency is key, especially when you're playing Tracer, but Psycho is also giving him a run for his money right now.
Absolutely.
It very much feels like a Tracer versus Tracer game at this current moment in time. Hybrid is going to go the way of New York Excelsior, but Vegas Eternal with a very, very close map. Map number 3 up in just a moment, and honestly, we kind of had this discussion in map number 1, but the dive from the Vegas Eternal before the change of roster wasn't looking so hard at all. This revamped lineup with the 3 new players, it's looking a lot cleaner. And even with the small amount of time they've had to kind of practice together, however, we are going on to Circuit, which is a very different map. We are probably going to be looking at Sigma player.
And that, I have no idea what to expect from either of these teams in this meta. You know, maybe Tuyu's going to be more comfortable playing that Sigma. Could be an Eternal comfort spot.
Well, Excelsior are 2 maps up. Vegas Eternal, hopes and dreams are there. Will they be able to clutch a map out? We'll have to wait and see. We are going to Circuit after the break. Do not go anywhere. welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, we do have a small substitution coming in for the New York Excelsior, Scott.
Yeah, Anion, this has been rumored to be coming through. Awesome to see double flex support. And this is how the setup was built to be. OG, he isn't known for his flex support heroes. That's what Anion's bread and butter is. So creative and Anion coming back in. And that means we should expect the Sigma double flex support like we were anticipating here on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, with a Zen and a BAP, I would imagine. We'll have to wait and see. Shockwave in, makes the most sense. Hit scan, looking pretty strong for Shockwave. No substitutions, of course, for the Vegas Eternal. Now, with Sigma and like this kind of comp on this map, it's I like Circuit Royale and the way it kind of breaks up the meta in a little way, but the only issue with Circuit I have, especially with like double sniper, if one team is just more dominant, like your Widowmaker, your Hanzo, whatever, they're just hitting shots, it's very hard for the rest of the team to really do anything.
Yeah.
Like, you have to rely on Dove and Knife hitting. Like, and Dove has been proving that, I think, almost the entire year. Like, he almost had that 1v3 on Junkertown on Tracer.
Yeah.
Wasn't a Widowmaker or anything, but like, still, there's a lot of talent there for Dove, and Knife, his debut game, like, he's hitting crazy pulse bombs on Tracer, and now it's a chance for him to show what else he's got. Can he play the Widow, or would he be playing the Hanzo here? I would imagine the Hanzo, yeah, just because Dove's going to be is way more proficient on the Widowmaker. So, if Knife still puts up the same level of performance as he was on Tracer on the last map, honestly, Psycho and Shockwave might have their work cut out for them, because Shockwave and Knife were at loggerheads on the Tracer.
Yeah, but Psycho's been impressing me so far on this series. He's a great player who's shown a lot of flexibility, and his Tracer has been coming off spades, especially there on Midtown. The question I have for the New York Excelsior is they have great players. They've shown some proficiency at some level. Do they have it all? Are they so well-rounded that maybe they can punch even higher up? Because, yes, they look strong here against the Vegas Eternal, but that's not where their aspirations are. They're trying to become, a real contender, make it into the play-ins, and then at that point, anything's possible.
Can all still happen, Scott. Can all still happen. One small feature I did want to mention that came up in the last map was that momentum bar at the top. So if you do see that bar at the top, looks like a loading bar almost. It works off the damage in the back end, so it's just in the game it kind of feeds the data to the bar, and then it will display how likely it is in terms of percentage and like taking the damage stats into account, like a team is going to win the fight. So more damage, the better, obviously, but you can kind of see it in a percentage form. Of course, we have stats on the back end here, but sometimes it's a little bit harder for the viewer to kind of visualize or even like tell how much damage a team is doing. So every now and then that will kind of pop up, and you can kind of see if a team is way out damaging, way outpacing the enemy team.
In a short form team fight, right, especially going into one, damage is king. That's usually giving the idea of who has the advantage at the beginning of the team fight. Obviously, healing is important, ultimates are important, and as the fight goes on, that damage number matters less, but it's a great way to get an indication at the very beginning of the fight of who's currently taking position, who currently has the advantage. So it's a cool little nifty toy we're going to be playing with around, and hopefully we can iterate on that as well.
Yeah. What's quite funny is that when we go into Circuit Royale, that might not mean as much, because it's just like one shot, one shot, one shot, one shot. Widowmaker. That's always the funniest thing, actually. I'm sure everybody's had it at home where like you're popping off his hands or Widowmaker. But you don't have a lot of damage because you're just hitting the one-shots, right? And you're like, well, my damage should be higher. But
that sounds like some cope right there from Jack when he plays.
It was the Widow nerf, okay? It was the Widow nerf. Like, that's why I'm bad at Widow now. We'll have to wait and see what Vegas Eternal want to play, but like we said before, it's going to be what we kind of imagined. It will be creative on the Zen and Anion on the Batiste. So good to see Excelsior still kind of experimenting with their roster, bringing people in and out. So I'm excited to see what Anion has got their first time debuting in the Overwatch League as well. So a lot of debuts here today, which is great.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see these teams experimenting, moving their rosters around. There is only one major break in this. Oh, that is.
No,
I saw irony, please. Thank you.
Bro's using. It's a ghost.
It's cursed.
It's a ghost. Wait a second.
Oh, it was rectangular.
Oh, right, okay.
So we're rolling out both teams here on the Sigma. Pretty much what we expected. Knife on the Sojin is an interesting choice. I'm not sure if I'm in love with it either. I feel like Hanzo has more one-shot potential, more consistent damage.
We had this the other day, and it was the Hanzo team that kind of just dominated the Sojin. There's a lot of things to kind of charge off here. You can just kind of shoot the Sigma Shield, which you need to do anyway.
Yeah.
Your Zen will be doing that too, so a bit of free charge there to shoot your railgun, but it is less consistent than the Hanzo, just kind of lobbing arrows, hitting the one shot. To wait and see how it does end up matching up.
Just like last time, New York Excelsior willing to give the first half of the point so that they could be in this defensible position. Because now Eternal are the ones who are going to have to walk through this archway and sort of expose themselves while the Excelsior are just going to be so free in the backline. Like, if you're the Widowmaker of Dove, how do you ever get a shot onto Anian or Creative?
Yeah, Anian and Creative in a very good spot right now. Just kind of hanging around that corner, make sure they don't get randomly one-shot. Knife taking so much damage. Slides in, sub 20 HP. Bravery. Bravery. Mistook that for foolishness, sadly. And with Knife dead, easy push now for the Excelsior. Got to hold on for the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that was
close.
Hit the body there.
And that's a great first fight there. Dove and Knife unable to find anything. 1.5 minutes off the clock. Psycho is just doing so much damage. Coming up to the Dragon Strike as well.
Go on, son. Yeah, no fear at all. Dragon Strike. Couple of hit markers. Oh, forces the lamp too from Rack Attack. Okay, okay. Feeling himself a little bit.
He's got to be careful. He's getting peppered here still from Kellen. But we'll manage to hold on.
All good. Anian earned themselves a window.
Rack Attack as well.
It's way easier to put it on a defensive corner though. That's the only thing I fear. Want to see how aggressive they want to end up going with it. Slowly but surely, there it is. There's the back off. Instantly, see Kellen there, instantly picking people up with the flux. I mean, Knife can't get any value now he's dead, unfortunately. And with that window too, it's worth keeping in mind you're going to charge that railgun a lot sooner, and those body shots will insta-kill. So, very nice response by Kellen. 2U dies. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, Scott. It is looking rough.
Kellen recognizes that if they drop that amplification matrix, everyone's going to try and get behind it, right? So then he pops that quickly. As long as he doesn't die in a short amount of time, which he didn't, then they have the advantage. You can see them instantly pick off Knife, and Anian smartly doesn't use their own as well. So now they have that advantage. They can step up, they have the damage, and the Eternal, they're looking to be in a rough spot right now. Haven't really had any opportunity to do anything.
Grapple shot.
Again.
Oh, Rack Attack. Well, I mean, 1 minute to go. Go on, Knife, Dove even. Knife also. Go on, Knife. He's got his ult. There it is. Oh, double body shot. Goodbye, Shockwave.
Caught him in the air.
One person down, yep. Now on the corner. However, defensive use of the window there. Transcendence. I mean, they had it, but Dove snipes Anian out of the skies. And that window, I mean, well, they're still flinging damage through it, but with it fading away, Eternal are now pushing on forward. Psycho does land a headshot onto Dove, so we'll even the tides. However, Kellen just kind of taking a cheeky angle. 2U super low, Transcendence, and the lamp forced.
There's reinforcements coming back for the New York Excelsior. They're 5-player strong now, while the Eternal's still missing a couple of people. The Transcendence keeps them in this fight, but they have no ultimates.
It's so rough for Knife. Oh, does land the body shot onto Shockwave, although still willing to peek. Even throwing the Venom Mine that... Oh, he got it though. He got the Venom Mine all the way over there. Someone does trigger it, I'll be pleasantly amused.
Kellen's coming up to this Gravitic Flux. This could be so important. Force 2U off the point.
Infinite damage though coming towards 2U, and there goes Dove. He tried to make an incision in the back line. A nice little dodge from Kellen, straight on top of that lamp. That window is going to be hard for them to deal with, but not if Kellen's on a devious flank on the sidelines. Rock does go a little bit wide, but there's so much healing here from Anian, and they're so close to a window too. It's all about who gets the ult first, or maybe who gets the kills. With Knife dead, Rack Attack struggling to keep everybody alive, is solo himself, and Psycho just dives to the back line, no fear. A lamp comes through for Vegas Eternal, or for the New York Excelsior, and that will be it. Dove tried to touch, but not to be, and Vegas Eternal, unfortunately, not making it to that first checkpoint.
Excelsior looking very comfortable in this setup. Psycho especially having himself a series. 7 final blows of the team's 14. He was finding those picks time and time again when the the Excelsior needed them. And just on the other hand, Knife on that Sojin just didn't really find any value except for that overclock where he only took down Shockwave. So maybe some comfort is just not paying off for them. But right now, the Eternal Backs against the wall once again.
I mean, you are just looking for Knife and Dove to pop off on the Widow, on the Sojourn in this case, no Hanzo. I wonder if he's going to go with the Hanzo now on the defense. Yes. Yep. Looks like he's going to stick with it. Okay. I'm really curious what the Sojourn play was there. Oh, is this the grapple shot onto Rack Attack?
Oh,
it was indeed.
Oh, nice. That's another bit of value that the Hanzo brings that we do not get from the Sojourn. Is the Hanzo provides that wallhack arrow, and that enables the rest of the team to understand where the team is, move around that, and provide some counterplay. Oh, this is much nicer. Look at Creative.
Yeah. Creative with a little headbang. When are we going to get
Cat
a Zen
jamming.
headbanger mode?
Yeah, we need to get a Zen jam. Oh, wow, that would have been a nice shot.
I love taking that grapple shot.
Aye. Can we see the Vegas Eternal do the same thing? This first point can be very difficult to cap because of you are really living and dying by those picks. But so far, Psycho and Shockwave have been coming out ahead.
Shockwave. Just B-hopping in that window there, or the doorway even. I mean, we've seen crazier things, to be fair. They even held after that C9 on Midtown. Slowly but surely.
Knife's got to be careful. We saw this yesterday with Happy, I believe it was, who got caught on that statue.
Oh, yeah.
You just get pinned there, and if he falls, it can all fall down from there.
Yeah, it's a big linchpin to hold. There. Oh!
There we go.
Nice stuff. There you go. There's the sniper gameplay we were promised.
You have an inherent advantage when you're holding and you're playing defense the second round because they know exactly where they need to hold. So as much as they still need to get to the same spot, they can always just like control the point. So this could be a lot more difficult for the Excelsior if we do get into an overtime scenario.
Well, 2.5 minutes has passed. Or 1.5, sorry. My maths. It does not work today.
Ultimate's coming up here for the Eternal. They have the Flux, they have the Dragon Strike, they have the Amplification Matrix. Which one are they going to opt to choose first? Are they going to use the Flux when Anion drops theirs?
Oh. Still got a dislodged Knife. They're trying right now. There's the Flux from 2U. Yeah, Psycho instantly going down. No hope for a lamp. Good focus fire from Vegas Eternal. And only using one ult.
Yeah.
More importantly.
Excelsior are going to stick around here.
Yeah, they can poke. You're still always worried about the one-shots, but if you don't give... Whoa. Oh, wow. They're windowing after the Dragon Strike. Knife being a little bit cheeky there.
That was dangerous into an amplification.
He could have got his head popped by Anion on the high ground there.
You can see Kellen stepping up now.
They both rock each other. Okay, we're just seeing a mirror in front of our screens right now. Rocking and then using their hands. Psycho and Knife dead. And sights up for Dove to stop them from moving forward. It's a big tool in this map specifically. I mean, it literally will. Sometimes teams will take space, but not right now. Oh, Creative takes down Dove. Nice right click. 1 minute 18 seconds to go. Excelsior now on the final few meters.
Eternal don't have any ultimates to answer this as well, to use rushing to get up to this Flux. Dove switches over to the Soldier.
So close. 2U's on his own right now. Scott is on his own little island, already used the hands. He's got no shield really.
Rock.
And there's the Transcendence. Creative just trying to pile on the pressure. Kellen ain't going to go down, and there it is. New York Excelsior are going to erase the Vegas Eternal and score themselves a nice 3-0 to start off this half of the season. Vegas Eternal, although they showed signs of life, they don't end up taking a map.
Yeah, you can see improvements there from the Eternal, but New York Excelsior doing the job that they expected. They wanted to come in here looking comfortable, looking confident, and they did in all three compositions that they played. They played the Rush, they played the Dive with the Winston Sombra, and they played the Circuit Royale Classic Sigma. And they have their comforts, they have their substitutions sorted out. Very well coached so far.
Very well. Saw a lot of firsts today as well. Anion stepping in for the New York Excelsior, of course, half of the new roster for Vegas Eternal making their debut as well for the team. So a lot of firsts here today. And honestly, Vegas Eternal, there are signs of life there. They've only been together for a short amount of time, Scott. So there's something.
I know it might feel like a low bar, but they definitely look improved to what they had in the spring stage.
Knife looks good.
as much as it sucks to lose your first map, especially in a 3-0, there's something to work on there. There's something to build on. Maybe on different maps where the D.Va can be more consistent, they can get Dove onto the hit scan. That's really where they looked at their best compared to playing some of these other things. So we'll see what the Vegas Eternal can pull out. But for right now, New York Excelsior, one's coming out on top.
Just keep Knife on Tracer.
Oh, yeah.
Keep Knife on Tracer.
And Psycho on Tracer.
A bit of a menace, yeah. Speaking of which, player of the match is going to be Psycho for this one. And yeah, who's surprised, really? The sticks were just pivotal. There was a 1 point in time, 100% attach rate did fall a little bit towards the very end. But look, hey, if your Tracers finding kills like this, you can't really ask for much more. New York Excelsior with a good start to this half of the season.
Yeah.
Boom, look at that.
Psycho, when he was first signed to the team, people were expecting Shockwave and Psycho to be the ones trading out time and Fitz to be a mainstay, but it actually hasn't played out like that at all. Psycho has really proved that he is so valuable to this team, and his stats are showing the value. 60% pulse bomb attach rate, and it's not just attaching it to anything. He found high value picks onto the backline every time he was doing that as well, which is important. With the low death count as well, Psycho really stepping up.
I mean, there's not much you can do. If a Tracer's like double blinking, triple blinking into the backline, hitting a stick, like, well, there's counterplay there, kind of. Like, it's at this level of play, like, it's very hard to like shut down a good Tracer like that. You're hoping your Tracer can kind of do the same thing, and Knife was putting up those numbers, but it was Psycho and the rest of the New York Excelsior that take the match win today. A 3-0 to round that one out.
Yeah, you know, I'm excited to see both of these teams. Obviously, this is a great starting point for both of them, but where do they go from here? Every team has different sights that they're looking for. Some are trying to win like the Atlanta Reign and Houston Outlaws. Some of them are looking to improve, make adjustments, and just do better than they did in the spring stage. So, you know, we'll see what we get from both of these guys.
Yep, just looking out for the Vegas Eternal, but even more so for New York Excelsior as they take their first win of this split. We're going to jump to a quick break. The desk is going to break that one down and lead us into this next match after this.
시그덱스콘. 시그. 내려줄게. 던져. 폴더.
What?
나이스. 굿.
Nice. Dylan. Nice, Annie. Good job.
Welcome back, everybody. New York Excelsior getting the clean 3-0 victory against Vegas Eternal. I think this was a very interesting series. I mean, of course, New York looking good. We saw OG and also Onion having her debut match. But also for me, on Vegas side, honestly, going in, I wasn't a believer of the new Vegas Eternal, right? But there's certain players like Knife. I think he had a fantastic match. Even though they went down 3-0 against New York Excelsior, I think he's a player to watch out for.
Yeah, Knife was putting up kills. I think Tuyo as well on the tank was looking pretty solid. Irony on Zen on the second map was looking interesting. So I think there's a lot to be hopeful for in terms of the future for Vegas. But New York was just a little bit too tough of an opponent for them this time around. Just great plays, especially from the DPS on New York Excelsior. This Psycho Shockwave duo is looking really strong, and they played a ton of different looks in the series, but they all look well practiced. They all look well oiled.
Yeah, and I'm kind of glad that they're unlocking Shockwave and Psycho, because Psycho was part of the Vancouver Titans last year, of course, and Shockwave, he's been on several teams in the Overwatch League, Philadelphia Fusion, Vancouver Titans himself, of course. And so now they're on this New York Excelsior team with a lot of interesting players, honestly, and they're trying to put it together, and they're looking good. Now, this was the Vegas Eternal, so it's not the toughest of opponents. But again, like New York Excelsior, they are one of these teams that are kind of like lurking and vying for the play-in spots so they can eventually try to qualify for the playoffs. So good start to the summer stage for the New York Excelsior.
Yeah, we have to talk about Psycho, who was, of course, the player of the match for this series. And also, there's a lot of good things to talk about Psycho, right, Jake?
Yeah, especially I think his Tracer was super high impact in a couple of these maps. Like his constant flow of picks. Like yes, Knife was having a good game, but Psycho had a way better game. I mean, he was winning more 1v1s and just finding huge impact sticks time and time again. This really matters a lot in the Overwatch League. This Tracer ultimate, the pulse bomb. If you're not consistently connecting in the back line, that's just it's like half your value on Tracer. I mean, it's such a consistent ultimate if you hit the shot and has so much potential to open up what would be an otherwise impossible scenario, that there's just a lot of pressure on Tracers to be super consistent with that ultimate, and Psycho, he delivered. 60% attach rate, very, very good, especially as other folks mentioned, I think Scott mentioned, going for those backline picks, the really high impact value kills that are more easy to miss, easy to slip up and get slept by Ana or something while you're trying it. So.
Yeah.
How about you, Johnny? Is there another player, someone that sort of stood out to you?
Well, Onion came into the game, rookie season, of course, and this was the very first map we saw. So coming in on Circuit Real, you want to sort of lean into double flex support perhaps. So this was a great opportunity for Onion to come in there, play some Baptiste, and did a great job, honestly. I mean, a first point hold, that's about as much as you can ask for on Circuit Real. So, again, more fantastic execution from the New York Excelsior, and they really show that they're not only having Kellan play the Winston or these kind of heroes, for example, they can also flex over and play more of the poke comps on Circuit Real. So that could be a strength for them.
Right. And talking about Onion, we actually have a post-match interview with Onion on the line. We're gonna have a quick chat with Onion. Hello.
What's up?
Hi.
Hi. Hey, I'm just gonna start this off. Hey, big congratulations on getting your win. Also, this was your debut match, so I just want to get your thoughts on, how did things go for you? How do you feel right now?
Well, I'm really nervous, but I think it went pretty well. We had a lot of scrims to prepare, so I wasn't really too worried about it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask for more than a full hold shutout.
Yeah,
so, you take those.
I've seen some Valiant players in 2018. Didn't have the same experience. So a first point hold, pretty good.
I welcomed them to the Overwatch League.
Yeah, that might have been the case. Yeah,
it was a long time ago. But what I want to ask you about, Enion, is the Baptiste. We've heard from you that you play the Ana and the Kiriko. Those are more your specialty. But I imagine knowing that you're going to play Circuit, you've probably been grinding the BAP. And so how has it been adding BAP into that realm of a comfort hero that you feel really good on?
Well, I've already been comfortable with BAP, so that wasn't really an issue. It was just maybe getting used to playing BAP on Circuit, since it's a little bit different from playing BAP in Brawl.
Do you want to elaborate on that? How it's different for you compared to Brawl?
Well,
I mean, obviously, but
just one shots and stuff. Just the way you play it, and then Brawl is more hard to explain, but.
Heel pocketing the Reinhardt, trying to make sure that the Reinhardt can go in, trying to keep your Reinhardt alive.
So the Reinhardt, which is the correct way to play
yeah.
for Johnny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can say Circuit is more like playing like a Valorant kind of game, and then like playing Brawl is like just more. I don't know how to freeform.
Yeah, you run around a lot more on BAP versus like hiding your head 24/7 from the snipers. That was my experience playing BAP and the sniper. It's like you're in World War II D-Day, just trying not to get your head taken off.
Oh my. Okay, zooming out, stepping away from that map, stepping away from that experience. I wanted to ask you about this year, you know, being on the New York Excelsior and taking this step up in your rookie year. What have you learned, or what have you focused on in your experience with the New York Excelsior? Is there something in game, like something you really try to improve upon, or is there something you've learned from your teammates, for example, that have improved your game overall?
So there's so many like things I've learned. I can't really name them all, but a lot of experience. I'm getting a lot of experience just watching and sometimes playing. It's just been great, and working with the coaches has been really great.
That's awesome, yeah.
There's definitely things you get from competing at the highest level that you just wouldn't reach that level or like experience that.
It's also very it's weird because like prior to this I had like maybe one contender season, and then I went to the league. So yeah, it's been crazy.
Yeah. All right.
Awesome.
Onion, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, and again, big congratulations on getting the win.
Oh, you didn't call me Onion?
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 Is that not how you?
Before.
Did I say Onion? I'm so sorry.
You said Onion.
I apologize. Onion is the correct pronunciation. Sorry, English is hard. I'm kind of bad with English, but Onion, thank you so much for taking the time again. Big congratulations on getting the win, and hope to talk to you soon again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys, and of course, Onion. Sorry if I said onion. I didn't know I said onion. That was my bad. Onion.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. I will never. I
mean, look, it's so hard sometimes. Like, I swear, like some players come into the league and they have, you know, who was that Atlanta Reign player who played on Atlanta Reign, was a flex support? You struggle with, you used to call him Marv1. Marv1, wasn't that your Marv1? Yeah. And then we had Iris and Iris, and like, is it Iris or is it Iris? It takes some time to figure out.
he went back and forth. Iris.
Exactly, yeah. Like, no, today it's this. I mean, I shouldn't complain because I literally changed my last name like 2 weeks ago. So, I mean, relatable, but still, yeah. I'd also like to take this time in between the games to just formally apologize to the production crew and everyone here at the Esports Engine, everyone in this account, for microwaving fish during the match. So I'm just saying, to anyone in the production room, step into the kitchen at your own peril. It's bad. It's bad. I tried to take out the Febreze. I tried to mend the situation.
Oh my God, this guy was
but
in the reader.
You might have like, you didn't have to bring it up. Like, you didn't have to say no.
This is good content.
Because you know the directors in the back, they've been focused on the game. You know, observers. You know, we're going to break in 2 minutes. Blah, 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 like everything. I'm just saying they haven't seen it yet. Like there's damages there. It reeks of COD. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It reeks of COD.
I mean, Jaws and Costa are probably like going like, oh, okay, now I know where this smell is coming from.
I tried the Febreze. I don't know.
Yeah, guys. I don't know how to move from the COD smell to jerseys, but hey,
I'm sorry,
guys. Get your jerseys, everybody. Yeah, well, you know what doesn't smell like fish? Jerseys. Up to 20% off right now at shop.overwatchleague.com, and you know, get these amazing jerseys and support your favorite teams.
So fresh, so clean. Unlike Johnny's recent lunch.
Unlike the smell that we're.
The jerseys are a real catch.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Okay.
Great job. All right. Let's move on. And you know what? Moving on to our next match, we're seeing the screen behind us is Los Angeles Gladiators versus the LA Valiant. Are we seeing a schedule? There you go. All right.
Battle of LA.
Battle of LA.
Really? Yeah. We haven't seen this.
We haven't seen it in the spring stage?
Did they play?
Don't put me on the spot, Dan.
Yeah.
Don't put me on the spot.
That's too long ago. I have a memory of a goldfish. It's gone. It's lost.
But if they did, Gladiators won. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, that's
probably.
That is true.
Probably.
No,
Valiant has not won a game, so.
Literally, Valiant didn't win a game, so they lost.
Not?
Yeah.
Not
They're 0-8.
They're with
Danny, come on.
Hey, but you never know. 0-8 now, but hey, they might. There's a chance.
Gaslighting everyone to believe in LA Valiant.
There's a chance that.
How did they get it done, Jake?
Yeah. You know what? That's a good question, Jake. How does Valiant beat the Gladiators?
All right.
What do they need to do?
They need to just like somehow force some hitscan comp where Seeker can like overperform and have some huge performance, which has been the key to a lot of their map wins in the past. But I don't know if this is the meta for that. I think that's hard to do. I think like it's possible. I just think I think Gladiators, the question is, are they going to be like reeling from that shock loss, or are they going to reassess, learn their lessons and come back stronger? I tend to feel that the Gladiators are likely to be the latter. I don't really count them out as a strong team just yet. So I think this is it's a tough match for the Valiant. But, both teams have had a lot of time in the lab to develop and work on. So we have to see what the Valiant have cooking for us over the season. Hopefully not fish in the microwave. We'll have to see.
That was such a garbage transition. Come on. They're not fish in the microwave? I've literally never heard someone say that.
Hopefully they're not cooking fish. They've been cooking, but I'm hoping that it's not.
Hopefully they don't smell of microwave fish?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, that would be indicative of a poor performing team.
We can hash this out in the back and figure out the actual saying. We can make up a saying live on the Overwatch League. We'll put it on the.
Thankfully, I mean, it doesn't. The smell doesn't come through where we're at right now. It doesn't.
No, I'm telling you, I use like half a gallon of spray. Get rid of it.
It
should be fixed.
Every surface in the room.
It should be fine now.
All right, I mean, I was gonna say something I just totally forgot. So yeah, let's just look at our predictions. And after you talked about your cod and your fish, I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Hey, predictions. I think I had the Gladiators. 3-0.
Of course you had the Gladiators.
I had the Gladiators.
You didn't pick Valiant.
I wasn't sure if I had the 3-1 or 3-0 for Gladiators. But hey, Gladiators, of course, they lost to San Francisco Shock. But hey, they look good. Marvel looks good. And, I think it's going to be an easy win right now for Gladiators.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's just a big difference in strength between these teams. The Gladiators, regardless of stumbling in their last match, I still think that they've got a ton of strong players. I think they should be really strong on this meta. Just a couple details would have put them over the edge in the last match. So I'm gonna give it to the Gladiators. I think this will be a dominant win.
Gladiators, 3-0. It's not even a contest. Like, just get it done.
I don't even know what the map was. I'm just pricing in like one weird rush map where Secret can play Cassidy or Sojourn and make some sort of huge impact.
But not happening. Yeah. Kevster, let's go.
Kevster, all right.
Swedish fish.
That's another big one.
That's
95-5. What was the first one? It was
8, I think.
I think that's the most we've seen in the summer.
91 to 9%.
Yeah, so 9%.
So this one's more. All right. Well, I mean, it's chat, and all three of us are for Gladiators. Maybe Costa and Jaws have, other things to say. Guys, what do you guys think?
Before we get into that, Danny,
before we get into that,
me and Scott, we finished, right? We're like, okay, it's time to get a snack and a drink, and let's go back. And we're like holding hands, we walk through the door, and this just, whoa!
It's heinous in there.
Disgusting fish, like actual chemical, biological warfare was committed out back. Like, it was crazy.
Think about what you've done.
We're like, oh my god, did someone order some really bad fish or something?
Something died in here.
Yeah, something had like crawled up and died in a corner or something. Like, that was bad.
Our producer and makeup artist were like, yeah, we thought
our makeup artist was like, did something die in here?
Yes. Something died.
And that was Johnny's heart and soul and his spirit. We love you, Johnny. But talking about this match, I think that 5% comes from all of Tayzonday's bots that he's got there for the LA Valiant. I agree with the desk. The Gladiators have to be favorites, even after their loss against the San Francisco Shock yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the Shock, again, have retooled their roster. They look pretty good, and Proper look pretty good too, but, I mean, you just... Look. I'm Gladiator fan this year.
Okay.
2 British boys on the roster. Not the reason. I just like lads. But they are still a team not to be messed with. But with Valiant, on the flip side of things, they've shown a lot of life, even though they are 0-8. And I think Jake is right and he kind of hit the nail on the head. If Seeker does get one of these freakish maps where he can play Cassidy or like a Sojourn or something and just kind of starts clicking, there could be a point where they do topple the Glads, maybe 1 map, maybe 2. I don't think it'll be the whole series. I think Glads are still very, very favored, and like the chat predicted, 95-5%. But still, I still think Glads do have an opportunity to sneak a win off of a team. Whether it's the Glads, whether it's someone else, we'll have to see if Glads can really cement themselves in this half of the season. Because yeah, starting off, going 0-3 against the Shock, not great.
Yeah, there was a draw in there, so silver lining, a little bit of a draw, but you don't get points for that, unfortunately.
Unfortunately not.
Marvel is a great tank player. Dante historically was the rematch player for the Gladiators, and a lot of people praise him as one of the better ones, so we'll have to see how they're going to stand up against the Valiant, because this is the composition that the Valiant have really been at their strongest, where they've gotten the most map wins. Where they've really struggled is playing those dive setups, playing that Sombra. If they don't have Seeker on that hit scan, it doesn't feel like they have that firepower. Let's see if anything has changed in this mid-season break.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's enough, you know? All right, there's a lot of rush happening here for the Glads. Astro in, which means on Lucio. Babel, no HP as soon as he pops his little head out. I think Nos hit him with a headshot and a bit of extra damage from Seeker potentially there. Oh, that's not a great spot for Yaki to be in. CJ does end up getting hacked, but that's really about it. Has to TP away. It's to Kevin. Has to just walk for the time being, but this rush, I mean, Gladiators want to go fast. They want to get Kevin with a nice little hack and then just run at them. Wall comes up for Nos as Yaki forced to use that Wraith and backs up, but Valiant in a decent spot right now. They almost had the point flip, and there you go. There's the first kill.
In general, the Valiant with the Sojourn, with the Mei, they're going to have more sustainability and more damage consistently coming out.
Okay, that's the attitude I want to see. Okay, a little bag.
Everyone loves a little bit of crouching after a nice kill.
Look, they come in 0-8 into today. You got to have that energy, man. You got to have that disrespect. You're going to go in there. You're going to say, "Look, I'm just going to beat you down a little bit. I'm just going to."
It's one team fight. What do you mean beat them down? They won one team fight.
Confidence has to be high, Scott. Confidence has to be high. Okay.
Maywall goes down. They do have the window. As CJ looking to drop this one, widens out and drops it in the back line. Oh, you can Marvel split.
No way he survives that. There you go. Proactive play from the Valiant. And we heard a lot of kind of stories about the Valiant last split, Scott.
Yeah.
They're saying that, you know, when they do jump into scrims, even against teams that they will probably lose against, they are trying 110%. There's not a moment where this team isn't just punching for that victory. And you can really see it in their play, playing that fast. And with the Valiant now having the Blizzard, I mean, Kevster, EMP can now cancel the Blizzard, maybe, but it's up to the Gladiators now to try and force this issue.
Yeah, they have the coalescence of their own to get into the fight, and it's already popped.
There it is. Does force Krawi spot that Nemesis form. He's going so low. Oh, can't get the reset on the armor. That's an annihilation. Wasn't available. EMP for Kevster. Seeker not dead just yet.
Beat down.
Oh, beautiful kill into Yaki too. Has that death bottom. And Kevinster ends up going down, and Seeker's just laying waste to the Gladiators. This is the guy that you want to see pop off for Los Angeles Valiant. 10% to go, and Gladiators used almost every single ultimate.
Yeah, Funny Astro does have the sound barrier. He might have to use this one to touch. Oh, great.
Can he touch?
He can go over the wall.
He's going to get boot. Oh, the boot! See you later, Astro. Straight over the top. Hit him with a C9. And there you go, 100-0 for the Valiant to start. So look at Krawi juggling in the mic too. Giant grin on his face.
You can see they're having a good time with it, and I can understand why they are firmly in control of this. Kevster's EMP, not able to find value. Yaki playing the Reaper, didn't really accomplish anything, and here's the C9 boot.
I mean, you know it's coming, right?
Yeah.
You know Astro has the beat, you know he's coming over the top. Boop, 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 boop. Goodbye. It honestly never gets old. I'm gonna be honest.
And it feels like we're beating a dead horse every time we talk about Seeker for the Valiant and that he's the X Factor.
Right.
But you watch that round and every other round of the Valiant in the past, he is the X Factor. The Valiant builds sustainability around Seeker, enabling him to pop off. But we're actually going to see a switch. He's going over to match Kevster on the Sombra.
Right. CJ is hit with a manual hack. It's all right though, because Liar's there to boop him away. However, no support for Nos by the looks of things. Yeah, as much as it will be good for Seeker to match Kevster here, feels like you do need him on the Sojourn. A lot of nice like straightaways here that you can hit nice railgun shots off, so I'm curious why they switched over to the Sombra, but it is a very classic pick and a lot of nice value health packs as well you can steal away.
I think that's probably the reason. There's a lot of valuable health packs at the Sombra, so it's not about Seeker being worse, it's more about Sombra being better on this point. The Valiant, they're trying to get in here. They don't have to deal with the wall, but their wall's down themselves, and Kroy's going very deep to get Funny Astro.
Yeah, Astro's already dead. I mean, a good pick up, but then you just instantly put your hands up. A lot of damage mitigation there. With Gladiators losing Marvel and Yaki, that'll be about it. There comes the flip for the Valiant.
Yeah. And I think an issue that Gladiators are running into in this sort of brawl mirror is they're not playing the Mei. And because they're not playing the Mei, it doesn't feel like they have the ability to control the tempo. And Yaki's just not getting enough value, putting out enough damage as the Reaper to outweigh the value of the wall.
Yeah, EMP is available for Seeker in a moment. Same with Kevster. That'll be the go button. I want to see if Glads want to try and force it again. Astro does end up getting hacked. He fell so low. Wow. All right, Babel, how quickly are you going to use this Coalescence? Oh, pretty quick. There you go. Answered pretty quickly there. EMP hits all 5 members of the Gladiators. A massive EMP for Seeker. Now with the team fight done and dusted.
Wow. Gladiators didn't even really feel like they were prepared to deal with that one. They were all stacked up. They had the Coalescence going. A little bit of hubris, feeling comfortable in this setup, and all of a sudden, Valiant up to 50% again, one in the driver's seat. That was the only ultimate that they had to use, Jack.
Liar's doing a little bit of checking. Spy checking for Kevster. They know he's got the EMP for sure. You don't want to let the point go away for 3. The Seeker's dead. Okay, Yaki just takes his head clean off. I wonder if Kevster managed to find his Translocator. Seems the most likely scenario. Sound barrier to match that Annihilation. Just you want to burn ultimates out here if you're the Valiant, but Liar dropping the B, they drop the window, Annihilation. They've only got that Blizzard for the next fight. The flip goes over to the Gladiators once again.
Liar drops that sound barrier, but it comes down just a second too late, and Croy is going to fall. Another stagger onto CJ. Some minor mistakes here from the Valiant going to cost them some percentage. Marvel still has this Annihilation, Yaki with this Death Blossom as well. There's nothing that the Valiant have to really deal with this. It has to be on Nos to find high value with this Blizzard.
Seeker playing a little split cell right now, just hanging around. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, there's the Death Blossom. Just pushes him all the way back. He does end up getting taken out, and that Blizzard is going to force the Gladiators all the way back to the point. However, they do end up going for the reapproach with that Coalescence. That Annihilation for Marvel is so much AoE damage. Are they going to be able to survive it? Even a damage all through that shield. Marvel does take out Nos, and overtime is going to come in a moment's notice. The Valiant have to go for this reset. They've lost too many people, and Marvel's going to be able to get kept alive by Babel. Can they get the reset? In fact, any lost members here for the Valiant could cost them dearly.
Seeker is coming up to the EMP though, so the Gladiators have to be careful of that.
He's so low.
Gladiators need to be careful themselves though, Jack. Oh, Seeker, that's a bad late death. They have ultimates, the Valiant, they have the window, sound barrier coming up, Annihilation, and Seeker has the EMP, but can they touch the point?
Okay, they should have touch here, at least one person, yeah, even Lamp Force, Krabi is so low, healing through the window might not be enough to sustain him. The focus fire for the Gladiators is too good. There's the sound barrier for Liar, forcing the issue as Kevin waits around the side with the EMP. He does manage to hit Krabi and Seeker, but a way better EMP from Seeker. Marvel, Babel gone, Gladiators forced off the point. They had to throw everything in to that capture, but 80% and building up. They get one more chance to take this round.
Now the shoe is on the other foot. The Gladiators are the ones with the ultimates coming up, but they're the ones who have to touch the point in overtime.
They got beat though, 5% from Astro. And to be fair, that beat could also mean Marvel gets an Annihilation, maybe even a Death Blossom from Yaki. They just extend this team fight out long enough. Vortex has stopped someone touching. No, there's still a touch there. Overtime for the Gladiators now. There's the beat. 5 people hit as Valiant tried to play on the defensive, but Astro straight into the backline, inting onto CJ, gets the kill, gets the cleanup. Valiants are going to go down in this round. The Gladiators find the flip at 99% to 99, and there we go, all tied up on the Antarctic Peninsula.
Yeah, the Valiant were able to hold on, but it just cost them too much to win that overtime fight. And now we go to round 3. Both these teams heavily leaning on this brawl style with some slight differences in the damage. If you're the Valiant, do you think about going over to the hit scan? Actually, they're thinking about something completely different. As Croy's switching over to the Winston, the backliners are changing, and the Gladiators are doing the same.
Okay, bit more dive. Centric now. Makes sense. I mean, this map is pretty easy to play the dive with. A lot of high ground, a lot of low ground you can utilize. A little bit more, at least on the, little bit more than the other maps, at least. So TP out for Kevster.
This will be an interesting test for the Valiant.
Tracer, I assume. Yep, there we go.
Gladiators feel like they've improved now that they have Marvel on this Winston. Are the Valiant going to be able to hang playing this composition?
This is tough. I mean, that was kind of Gladiator's weakness, right? Is Dante, while he was good on the Ram and the JQ, very good on those picks. Just the Winston wasn't really keeping up with a lot of other players and in the meta that was kind of founded at the very start of the year.
Both vying for position. You can see the backline set up in a way where they can heal each other, but it's just so difficult to dive. That
Good
nade.
nade. Good nade from Babel. Wow, hit knocked Crowy on the way out, who was already really low. I mean, this is Gladiators' bread and butter, right? I mean, even without Marvel, just kind of excluding the tank role, Yaki on Sombra, Kevster on Tracer, Astro, you know, primarily plays the Lucio, but his Brig play has been improving year after year. Every time he picks up the hero, and Babel on the Ana, very strong comp for them. So up the Valiant, like you said, to really step up here.
You could have said Kevster on the Tracer and just stopped speaking, honestly.
Yeah,
that's how
fair.
much of an X factor he is. That's how good he is at this hero.
Ooh, little manual hack. CJ? Nah, he's good. Slips back into the shadows.
Corey needs to be careful. Last time he just got so low once again.
Oh my god. So close to going down. I mean, look at the pressure on CJ now as well. Kevster has the pulse bomb.
nice.
What a sleep by CJ. Can they clear? Yes, they can. Okay, good cleanup, good sleep. And that's the start that Valiant wanted.
You can still see Marvel trying to go aggressive. They do trade back for CJ, but Croy's taken down Funny Astro.
And they cap? I don't think they can. Nano, they're going to live this one out. Going to force Light to even use that rally. EMP hits 3. Light can't put up that shield. A whole wall of damage being thrown at him. 60% and building in that Primal Rage. An expensive fight for both sides, but worth it if you're the Gladiators.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for that.
Yeah, I thought so too. I'm like, there's no way.
Valiant, they haven't been able to get a single flip. That was expensive for the Gladiators to hold on to, using a lot of their big teamfight ultimates. And now Seek is the one with the EMP. How does he find value of hacking the front line while Babel's so far away? If you hack the front line, then Marvel's just going to get healed up by Babel. Oh, he's actually going for Kevster.
A solo EMP on Kevster. I know he's scary, and he still kills Seeker. What? All right, okay. Do not disrespect Kevster when he's on the Tracer. Pulse Bomb, Nano's good though. CJ saves his backliner, but Lai is still in trouble. There's so much pressure on the backline just permanently for the Valiant. So hard to keep themselves alive. Kevs to find his second kill in that engagement, and it is 99% for the Glads. Yaki may be gone, but the Gladiators, they still got numbers on the point, and Babel is all on his lonesome on that high ground, just firing away. No heals needed, and with Seeker teleporting, maybe there's a final touch here for the Valiant, but it's looking unlikely. And there it is, a 2-1 for the Gladiators on the first map.
And I think we have our answer of if we are playing these Winston, Tracer, Sombra dives, Gladiators are just going to be a lot more at home. They have the mechanics and they have the coordination, and it plays better into the players that they have in the lineup. That is the strength that Marvel is bringing to this team. That's the sole reason he was signed to this roster. We expect this dive composition to remain an important one, and he's obviously making it felt. Maybe on these brawl compositions, they're a little bit weaker, and that needs to be what the Valiant can exploit.
Just keep Seeker on the Sojourn. Yeah, there it is.
Didn't age well.
Didn't age well. All good though, because he got the clip. I mean, look at this. EMP comes out, just a little easy kill onto Yaki, who's already half HP when he did go for that teleport.
I will say, I wasn't in love with the Reaper. I don't think the Reaper really offered much to this composition. It obviously works when you're able to just run down and shoot tanks, but just felt like he was never able to get into the fight, and almost no value from any of the Death Blossoms. So I wonder if that's an adjustment they'll make if they have to go to it further in the series. But
that was good.
His Sombra has been looking much improved, and that's an important piece for the Gladiators. You know, we've seen how important Sombra is in this meta. If Yaki can take that next step, the Gladiators could continue to move up the ladder.
Well, love it or hate it, Nambani is the next map for our hybrid. It's probably just going to be a lot more Winston here. Don't think we're going to see anything different, although Yaki?
Yaki Echo.
Yes, Yaki on the Echo. A lot of flexibility on the roster for the Gladiators. I'll have to jump to a quick break, though, just before we jump into that map. We'll be right back.
Fighting Astro. That is the delay tactics widely dealt in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What? That is dirty.
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied.
Yeah,
that was a good shot.
Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive.
That was a sick clip. That was a good clip.
That was a good clip?
That was a good clip.
Big
Yeah. He's just rocking people out the window.
They couldn't find anything from Marvel, from you know, Overwatch 2. Marvel's been around the block for a long time. But yeah, Kevster, Yaki, back retaining into the lineup. Lastro's going to be coming in. Interesting why Lastro would be coming in instead of Funny Astro. Maybe they're going to play some double flex support. Historically, teams would play like the Brig.
Yeah, I mean, on Numbani you can play a fair few things. Yeah, you'd think if Astro's standing, maybe he's playing in the Brig on the defense there, but maybe they're going double flex and just like straight up double flex, like on a Zen or something crazy.
Maybe some Kiriko.
Yeah, maybe. Kiriko's pretty decent on the first point. You can climb to the high ground pretty easily.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
Good dive with TP.
We talked about it yesterday. Numbani is a mixed bag.
Yeah.
There is always new ideas, ingenious strategies that come through to capture this first point. And you can do the dive, you can play it slow, but with the Gladiators not bringing Kai in, that makes me think they're wanting to play fast, not wanting to play that hit scan.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Numbani is the map, then watch Point Gibraltar, Esperanza. We need to go to map number 5.
The question is, what do the Valiant play?
Yep.
Because we haven't really seen them thrive in a lot of these dive compositions, but there's a lot of opportunity to be creative. Maybe we could see Croy go over to the Diva, something like that. Seeker could play that hit scan, you know, be that X factor that they need him to be.
Yeah, I want to see what they're doing on defense. Oh, so okay, so it's Lasher on Brig. So I assume they want a little bit of versatility there in how they want to run the defense.
They've done this in the past.
Yeah, they have. It feels like when it comes to Brig, it's a little bit like, well, we can just play Astro or Astro, we don't really mind too much. But if we want at any one point to switch over to another flex, we can have Lastro do that. I'm the king. No, I'm the king. You're the king? No, I'm the king.
Money.
Money. Money.
Everyone's going the Violet approach.
Violet approach. No, I got money. That has to be one of the funniest tweets of this year, I think.
So brilliant, so brilliant. But getting a look at it, Valiant are going to decide to play Corey on the Diva, Seeker on the Hanzo, Nos on the Tracer. The Baptiste Kiriko is an interesting look.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned before, like, it's very easy for the Kiriko to obviously get high ground with the wall climb. And even when someone goes in for a dive, they can just TP into the back, hit the Suzu. So it's quite versatile in terms of how the comp is going to play.
Yeah, absolutely. The Valiant, they've already taken positioning, and the Gladiators have been able to... They've sort of bent back a little bit, but unable to find anything just yet. Kev's
There's the dive. Seeker dead. Yeah, what's crazy, we're like, yeah, well, you know, Yaki plays Echo. It's like, yeah, Kevster plays Echo too. That's the crazy thing about Yaki Kevster as a DPS duo. Either one of them can play Tracer. Either one of them can play Echo.
Yeah.
More likely more likely on control maps, you're going to see Kevster on the Tracer. Obviously here, they clearly prefer Kevster on the Echo instead. It's just their hero pools do overlap a fair bit.
A lot, yeah.
But when you do need specific picks, like the Genji or the Hanzo or whatever, like they've got a lot of bases covered, man. There's not too many DPS picks that they could throw their way that they couldn't both cover together.
And Yaki's just a great Tracer as well, right? So it's not like, as much as we hyped up Kev's Tracer, Marvel getting way too aggressive there. Croy, great job punishing him for that, and CJ taking out Barbel of all things as well.
All right, didn't expect that to go down that quickly. Nice double heady there, maybe by CJ, or at least one to finish off the job. I think he'd be able to get a retouch. Yaki can touch, and it looks like Lastro's trying to move up to the staircase here. They are going to be revealed by a Sonic Arrow, though, so Valiant know they're coming. There's the touch from Yaki. Here's the recall, so that's Pulse. Spots two on the high ground. Lastro being one of them, Seeker being the other. Uh-oh, yeah, getting juggled straight out of that high ground position. No more Liar, no more healing really on that height. It's up to CJ now to keep the rest of his team alive. Poppy self-destruct, there's the stick, trying to get some more staggers. Recontest. It's golden there for the Gladiators.
I don't really know where CJ was for that fight. Liar's just getting punched around by Marvel, and CJ was just nowhere really to be seen to give him that protection, to provide a Suzu, any of those things. So with just the Primal Rage, it feels like they were able to sort of dismantle the backline of the Valiant. From there, it fell apart. It obviously did cost them the Kevster copy as well, maybe allowing them to stay here on this point. But now the ultimates are up for the Valiant. They have the Kitsune Rush, they're going to have the Diva Bomb and the Dragon, but none of these are high-impact ultimates that are really going to give them the tools to get in. Nano goes on to Marvel, and he's diving through.
Nos being rather brave there. Oh,
wow.
What a stick! 180 straight onto Kevster. Didn't have that fly away. 1 minute to go, and there's Marvel. He's dead again. That Kitsune Rush on the point, and this should be the cap. No chance. Lastra gets the touch. Might not even escape with his life, to be fair. And there's the chase.
Yeah, the Gladiators, I almost feel like they're going too early. I felt like a very early Nano, and it was very easy for the Valiant to disengage and then punish the people who went aggressive. So a little itchy on the trigger finger here for the Gladiators, but not a bad first point hold as 3 minutes remain for the Valiant as they're going back to make some switches. Seeker over to the Echo, CJ onto the Ana, mirroring this setup that the Gladiators are doing. Only difference is the Diva and the Winston.
Yeah, really, especially on the offense here too. You can get a couple of nice angles if you're the Ana. As well with Kevster, you can kind of poke him out and force him all the way back. As you can see in the top middle of the screen now, the momentum bar popping up.
Yeah, and this is going to tell you who's taking more damage, who's doing more damage. You can see the Gladiators getting a little bit further ahead, but not by much. It's just a battle of the poke, who's getting up ultimates. But nothing has really been accomplished so far because no one really has the ultimates.
Yeah, Gladiator's about 8% ahead in terms of overall damage right now over the Valiant. You can see that just in the health bars, to be fair. Krawi permanently under half HP.
It's just hard for him to get back up, but they're almost got a Nano. Like, they've been charging the Nano this whole time. I think the Valiant are happy with how this fight is going. They're taking more damage, but that means they're healing up more.
Yaki with a movement there. Still got Pulse Bomb. There's the dupe from Kevster. And now Krawi's in real trouble. Kevster jumping into the backline. He's got himself a self-destruct too if he really wants to use it. Maybe even a remake kill if he's cheeky enough. No, it's on the corner, but Krawi actually kills the dupe and Yaki with a single self-destruct. And now the momentum's completely shifting in Valiant's favor. You can see only 1% extra damage. Duplication for Seeker not available though, as Kevster just erases him from the server. That rally might be good enough for Liar, but can't join the rest of his team. Kevster just taking over the game, comes back with vengeance. Liar, and I mean, you saw Valiant's game plan there, Scott, was Liar with the rally, sending them forward, trying to get a stun on someone, trying to focus them down, but Kevster lands some stickies and hits the beam, and there's nothing really Liar can do. Can hold up the shield, but he isn't swinging, he isn't producing any healing with his Inspire when he's doing that.
Yeah, the Gladiators realized the Valiant were going to over-aggress. They're able to get the punish onto Seeker before he's able to use that duplicate. As Croy realizes he can't be proactive enough on the Diva, switches over to the Winston.
There's the dupe. There's an Ana, pretty decent copy target, but the real Ana got taken down, and there's the duplicate. No more Anas on the field, unfortunately, for the LA Valiant, as Yaki cleans them both up. 40 seconds to go. Oh, nice. Oh, even Yaki. Oh, got sniped out.
Yaki has the best reactions in the entire Overwatch League. Every time he falls, it's like me. I'm just like throwing things across the room, you know? I respect
He's not going that far, Scott, I don't think.
Not that you can see. You can't see
That's true. Keyboard. Scott goes through 3 keyboards a week.
Oh, Kevster getting punished.
Even sniped too. Wow, Krawi. Pretty good aim on the right clicks. 16 seconds to go. Primal Rage spot from Marvel. Trying to make this one even, but already forced all the way back. CJ was under a little bit of pressure there. Here comes Marvel. He's straight back in. Now he's straight back out. Just waiting to regroup as 5.
Yeah, the Valiant needs to put the foot on the gas though, because they're giving space for Gladiators.
Both Nanos, one onto Seeker, one onto Marvel. He's struggling to find an entrance into this fight as Krawi is just paid attention to for the majority of the Gladiators. And there's the Ana copy, straight onto Liar. Oh, the nade hitting the shield. It's good. Can he earn himself a Nano? That's the question. 25, 30, 40% now almost getting there. 5-6 seconds to go before that dupe runs out. There's another Ana. 4 Anas on the field once again. Everybody pretty low. Nanos all over the place. And here comes the rally from Liar. Has to make this one stick. Kevin's in trouble. Kevster still manages to take Seeker out. Somehow Barble's keeping him alive. But Liar with a giant IMAX shield is keeping everybody up. I mean, that overhealth, that extra armor, it's really just too much to deal with. You need to take down that Brig as soon as she gets that rally up. If you don't, it's just a losing tug of war.
Yeah, there was just so much healing, so much back and forth, but the Valiant are able to close that one out. And it's funny you're seeing so many people duplicating Anas these days, because when the Nano goes out, you still do that instant 300 health. So even if the Nano doesn't persist throughout the cycle of it, you're still getting instant value, plus the utility of Ana on top of that. Both teams playing the same compositions. Nos with the Pulse Bomb looking for a target.
Oh, he's on high. They know he recalled onto heights. Oh, wow. Marvel somehow managed to jump away from that damage. Pop down the shield too, so can't make a leap in any... Oh, all good. Sticky Bombs do a surprising amount of damage, especially if you connect all of them.
Gladiators have a lot of ultimates. They just don't want to be the ones to have to go first.
Oh, there's the dive. Both Winstons going in. Oh, a devastating flail there coming out from Liar, but Marble instantly pops the Primal Rage. He knows if he gets the backline here, it will be all over.
So close.
CJ and Liar, they're so low. Lastro spot the rally too to sustain the front line. There's trades, and it's actually Valiant that's coming out on top. The backline for the Valiant managed to stay alive throughout that entire time. It's only just at the very end that CJ ends up going down. It's Liar hiding in the shield of Crowie for the time being. Marvel comes back on the Doomfist, but 0.04 meters away. Any slight movement from the Gladiators will result in a C9, but the pulse from Yaki is going to kill Crowie, and there it is. It's only Nos left on the field, and the 2 tanks for the Gladiators from Kevster and Marvel end up winning it out. There's just too much sustain there.
Liar did such a good job of keeping CJ alive, it just wasn't enough. Marvel takes down CJ, and then Liar lives long enough and falls at 99% of the rally. If he able to get that one up, they might have had the sustainability to close it out, but not a terrible push on Numbani. There's a lot of pitfalls that you can fall at here for the Gladiators, and now it's on them to make the attack.
Valiant's backline looking pretty good. I mean, Marvel is committing so much. They commit the Nano there in that last fight. They also instantly commit the Primal. It was only like, he was holding on to life, like sub 50 HP most of the time was CJ in that engagement, but it's only the very end Marvel eventually took him down, but they bought enough time for the rest of the Valiant to really grasp hold of that fight. Gladiators, they did have spawn advantage, so they were able to hold the payload, but it is a tough point to finish. 71.77 meters, I mean, that's basically the last checkpoint.
Yeah.
We'll look at the box if we end up getting over there. And now is Valiant's chance to defend now. Just swapping Seeker to the Echo makes the most sense. It's just a lot of damage, and the ability to as well to float between the high grounds is really nice too.
Yeah, exactly. Echo just has so much control, taking these high grounds, applying pressure, and also the ability to just execute a target with, you know, tanks with the beam and then supports with the sticky bombs. Just gives you such a great opportunity, plus the copy. I'm surprised we haven't seen as much Echo in the past, but you can see her really becoming more prominent in maps where Sombra doesn't find the value. There's not great packs to hit, hack as a Sombra here. You can't get valuable EMPs, so people opting towards this Echo.
Yeah, there's so many corners and so many buildings and doorways. Tough to get a huge, EMP. Right, we'll see how the dive wants to go for the Gladiators.
Yeah, I think going for the Sombra instead of the Tracer, maybe realizing that he can't do anything on the Tracer as well. Rather just get the hacks, allow the team to follow up.
Yeah, I mean, setting up with the Sombra is a bit easier than the Tracer because you hit the stealth, you go all the way in the backline, right? So look at those manual hacks. There it is. Onto CJ, going pretty low. Does end up nading himself, and in the skies, Kevster takes the one-on-one versus Seeker. It was just 2 beams. It was just all about tracking and a nade to follow it up too. Bubbles nades. It's so clean throughout this entire series.
Kevster's just been getting the better end of this Echo duel. Feels like Seeker always gets caught in the air and he's just getting beamed down by Kevster. Really showing his flexibility. We've seen so much Tracer from Kevster over the years, but it's easy to forget how flexible he is and how he's world-class at so many different heroes.
Yeah, I do love the Echo duels in the skies because it's just, okay, we hit a few shots, you're about 50% HP, okay, activate the beam.
Yeah.
Like the Death Star beam, trying to kill each other, and Kevster is just coming out on top, and with that damage, You've got a lot of extra ult charge too. That dupe is available with 10%. This could be a snowball if they're not careful, although Seeker comes up big with a kill.
Yeah, hey, you know, I called him out and he responds instantly.
Oh, good stick. Nano though, in response. Is that worth though?
Yeah, I don't know if that's worth it. You're already one player down. It's unlikely you're going to retain this fight, and the spawn doors are right there, so maybe a minor mistake from Babel.
Yeah. Spawn doors, and then you've already lost like a couple of people too.
Yeah.
Oh, not great. Down a Nano now.
They lose that engagement tool. It's great to either put on the Winston or the Echo.
And they lost that lead too. I mean, Seeker was behind in dupe.
Yep.
McKev's going down that early. Just playing on his lonesome on that bus. Not exactly going for a sightseeing tour though. More a tour of the spawn. Oh, there's the dupe. And on the high ground, pretty deadly. However, the EMP from Yaki only hits Crowy. Oh, what a sleep from Seeker. Puts Kevster to bed. Kevster did end up waking up pretty quickly though. And there comes the Primal Rage. Seeker's in a little bit of trouble, but does get a free nano off that duplicate. Oh my god. Just let them have their own 1v1, please.
Oh, great sleep as well onto Marvel.
Nano boost available. Oh, I think he was supposed to hit Crowy there, but it doesn't matter. All good. Lyle was in the mix anyway.
Yeah, they're able to hold on to that one. Just honestly, great ana mechanics from Seeker on the Echo. Got high value out of everything, gets the nano, hits an important sleep. Just a big play there from Seeker.
I love the movement there, both from Kevster and Seeker. They went up into the skies and then duped on the Ana, so you're not on the ground.
Yeah.
You're on a high ground position where you can just go whoop, yeet a nade into the back line, and then protect yourself with a sleep, right? So really nice kind of positioning there from both Echoes. Crowy popping the Primal. Is he really going to chase Kevster in the air? I don't think so. It's going to be a Gladiators just backing up.
Gladiators recognize Corey's getting a little bit too aggressive, forces the Primal out. No real value from that one, and now both teams are tapped. No ultimates. It's going to be a neutral fight.
You say that, I mean...
Alright, a pulse bomb, I guess.
Generously earned himself a pulse bomb at the very end. Babel closing in onto an ultimate. Can LA Valiant beat him to the punch? I don't think they're going to be able to with the Glads, you know, kind of forcing their hand right now. You know, Crowy doesn't have Primal either, so he's a little bit more vulnerable. Seeker comes out on top again against Kevster in the Streets phase on the Echo. Been doing a fair amount of damage. You can see how much healing he's being awarded too. I mean, pack after pack and just a few darts here and there. Keeping him well above that 50% HP threshold. Good stick though on the exit. Crowy once again getting a bit too aggressive, Scott.
Yeah. It feels like he's not respecting the beam and the pulse bombs enough. They do have the ultimates and they are going to commit them.
Oh no, Seeker didn't get that nano that he maybe desired there as Kevster gets one of his own. Just easily hand him a quick death. There you go, that's the push. That's the opening Gladiators needed. Is there going to be a touch? Potentially, but it's going to be a struggle. I don't think they're going to... Yeah, they're opting for positioning, I think.
Wasn't a bad second point hold. They took a couple of minutes off of the clock.
Not bad, yeah.
So now it's up to the Gladiators, 3.5 minutes. Remember, as much as it might look like it, the Valiant did not close out this map. It's at the very, very end. So the Gladiators trying to fight for this map win. It's a hard point to control because the backline can play very safe here for the Valiant. Look at how far away CJ is standing.
Yeah, very much chilling. Very aggressive sticky bombs. Sticky bombs on a flying target. It's nice to hit when you do, and Seeker, as soon as you get 150%, Kevster is in there, and oh, man, it didn't even see CJ, he just fired the tri-shot through the brush, and that's a triple kill for Kevster. He already had the ult, so, you know, not free ult charge for him. This is going to be a final push. I mean, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, you have dupe, you have Primal, Rally, Pulse Bomb, with the backline of the Valiant quivering in their boots right now.
No answers. Marvel standing on top of the sign, trying to stay hidden as a big monkey. Doesn't pay off for them, but they're zoning out the backline.
Dupe for Seeker, instantly taken out by Yaki. Is this going to be enough? Another dupe, this time for Kevster. Sticky bombs do land on Marvel, but he escorts himself to the payload. And a Bionade from Babel. There's nothing the Valiant can do. They really are just getting torn apart here, just separated from the rest of their team. Every person has to try and touch, but they're unable to do so. As soon as someone steps out the doors, they just get getting taken down. That's a really, really tough point to actually cap there. But Gladiators made it look easy.
Yeah, well, Marvel does a great job in that fight in particular because he gets into the doorway where both supports are, and he understands he's not going to be able to kill or punish either of them because they can walk back into the spawn room, but he remains a threat, which then means Crory is on an island without any healing, and they just took out all the other players bit by bit. Gladiators proving once again that when it comes to the Winston dive, they are superior. And honestly, Kev's Echo was the one major thing that stood out to me here. He was just, other than on that second point for a bit there, he just had the better end of the stick. Every time Seeker was caught in the air, he was taking him down with the beam.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, we mentioned it during that play, but Lai was really trying to step up, and Kevster just stuck almost every single sticky bomb to him and then hit him with the laser. One dead Brig. I mean, they're tough to take down when they're ulting, but if you hit that many shots, yeah, pretty squishy target. Look at that, see?
The tri-shot does so much damage.
Yeah, when you connect it with a squishy's head, like if you connect all three of those little laser beams, yeah, you're done.
We're heading over to Watchpoint Gibraltar. I don't know if we saw this yesterday, but this might be the first time in the Overwatch League we're going to see the remodeled Watchpoint Gibraltar, because they've drastically changed the second point and the third point so that the routes and the positioning is completely different. In the past, the second point was literally like a gauntlet. It was impossible to get through, but they've made it a lot more accessible for the attacking team. So let's see how the Overwatch League teams are going to adapt to that.
Yeah, those doors going into second, they're a lot bigger now, and there's easy routes to the high ground that don't result in you having to walk all the way back to spawn to then go on top right. You can go top left pretty easy. Yeah, I'm excited. Third point as well changed completely, isn't it? There's not two small little doors now. There's one giant door at the back, blocked off as well, so you don't get instantly sniped. It's going to be a good time, actually. Watchpoint Gibraltar, pretty good map for Winston, though. Good map for Winston dive. So we'll see what Gladiators want to do on that. We'll see if Valiant can come back. They are down 2-0 right now. There's always a chance. We'll be right back just after this break. Welcome back. The Gladiators up 2 maps as we head to watch Point Gibraltar. The first time we're seeing it, at least in the West. We saw it a little bit in the East last night, I believe. It was the Dragons versus Seoul, which was what we kind of expect this match to be as well, which is just a Winston dive.
Yeah, and over the last few years, people have been moving away from the sniper setup. People used to play like the Widowmaker Hanzo and just try and sort of like play the lottery and try and get the picks and win that duel. But these days, people, especially with the new routes, are sticking towards that dive. The Tracer Sombra can move their way around the map, and that's what I expect to see. Another map where you would assume Gladiators would be favored. I wonder if teams are going to go back to the Echo instead of the Sombra.
Now, I wonder, because we are seeing a substitution for the Glads. It will be Kai. So we're thinking, you know, when you think about Kai coming in, you're like long-range hit scan. So maybe an Ashe here, maybe a little, is classic Widowmaker. Like, you can still play that. So, but then he's also played a little bit of Sombra. So there's a lot of options here. But if they did want to run like Sombra Tracer, it would make sense to keep Yaki in. So
yeah,
with Kevster in and Kai in, I'm thinking just some long-range hit scan with Kevster on the Tracer.
Yeah, maybe the West or at least the Gladiators have a different idea in mind. Maybe they want to keep playing that Widowmaker because Gibraltar has such long sightlines that it's quite easy to play far away, but the Widowmaker nerfs have made it difficult to play in that style, so it's a lot more difficult to pick off backliners who are standing out in the open. If you're too far away, you still can't one-shot them.
I'm pretty sure I have to check the range numbers, but from blue box down to like bottom right here, you can't one-shot them
I wouldn't
anymore.
expect so, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a pretty rough nerf, and it will be Kai on the Widow. Okay, makes sense for the Gladiators.
Looks like Seeker might be coming out on Widowmaker as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see that as well.
Yeah.
Both players very comfortable playing the hit scan. That's really their bread and butter.
Really is. And then, yeah, classic Kevster. Pure cash. Feeling like $100. Okay, and Obs Winston. 1.
Just $100.
1. Just 1, or just $1.
Because that was like only $100 there.
1. Only a single one, maybe?
$1 do.
Well, I mean, Seeker trying to commit a bit of mental warfare there, but whether it's affecting the Gladiators, I don't know. Is the Widows. Yeah, no, I mean, you see the flail, but there's no way he's going to peek his little head out.
Yeah. But sometimes people get greedy. They think that, oh, maybe I can get a little bit of ult charge, peek my head out. A cute little thing that the LA Valiant did do is they started on the Sombra and then teleported his backline onto the high ground so they can cross without having the threat of the Widowmaker. Nos unfortunately switches over to the Tracer and does have to deal with the threat of the Widowmaker.
How I can see through the hairline right now.
That's actually crazy.
It's
this man,
crazy.
He's like got like a blindfold on.
Next birthday, Kai, I'm gonna get you a comb. Somehow he's still hitting shots, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
The pick onto Nos, he's still got it. He can still see one way or the other. Slowly starting to charge up these ultimates. And
I mean, Nos is trying to, oh my god, goes down again. To a different sniper this time. Babel.
It is a difficult, oh, wow.
Yep, can't one-shot that anymore. Unfortunately, there's the blue box.
The answer is made. Marvel trying to jump, does get poked a little low, but right now, Nos is just really struggling to move around the map on the Tracer. It can be difficult. You have a Widowmaker covering the sightline to go down to the bottom. There's, you know, an Ana and a Tracer covering if you try and go the long way around.
This is the duel that the Widows are taking now. It's just underground instead. Oh, go on. Challenge him, I dare you. One body shot.
Yeah, maybe hide. Maybe we hide a little.
Yeah, okay. Normally a Tracer would be more than eager to challenge a Widowmaker like that. Just double blink into them, but... Oh my.
That was an important shot though, because even though we didn't find the pick, it forced the backline back. They've now moved into this server room, and that should get the Valiant the space to take the high ground themselves.
Slowly but surely, the Valiant are making their way.
Ultimate's coming up, nano boost for both. They could nano their Winstons into the backlines.
Yeah.
Marvel popping Primal.
Wow, that is a very early Primal. I mean, they're all trapped in this room. Cross map though. Seeker pops the sights after killing Kai. Marvel trying it. You got to even it here, or at least try and take control of that payload. Let Kai come back, but no, Nos. Pulse bomb and a kill onto Marvel.
Marvel just... I think this has been a theme throughout the series. As much as they're winning, and it's great that Marvel is playing this aggressive style, he has been getting caught out multiple times. And we saw that in the series yesterday against the San Francisco Shock. Oh, look at these. You can see the changes here.
Beautiful doors.
Now on Gibraltar. The bottom right one has a little bit of cover. The door is extended. If you go over to this left side, you can actually access this doorway on the top left. So you can see the Valiant taking these multiple routes to take position.
Yeah, it's way nicer to play, that is for sure. Rally, though, for Laya as he enters the spaceship. However, a 3-man anti from CJ. There's 0 follow-up, though. 0 follow-up. The Gladiators all glow in bright purple, and it's Laya who ends up going down. And nice shot by Kai. Oh, almost gone, just challenge. They go for the triple peek.
Marvel cheats and then goes and zaps Seeker down.
Yeah, that's unfair.
Respect the Widow 1v1. But I like the attempt by the Valiant going aggressive there, popping the rally, because Gibraltar, the second point, is such a snowbally point that if they could hold control of that spaceship, there's a chance that they could cap through without the Gladiators getting a fair contest. But as you said, just not able to get through. Laya did go down.
These are big doors. They're a godsend, honestly. Oh, he knows the Ana's on the high ground now. That little dart just hitting his foot. Or grazing it. Don't think it actually hit. Pulse bomb landing. Looks like it landed on Crowy. Let's spot the Primal to make sure he survives. And he forced the
gets last
supports off the high ground. Yeah, he can. Gets one. Should be good enough, though. I mean, look how far this payload has actually moved now, Scott. It's going to award Seeker at least a lot of space. And with Kai getting a lot of attention paid towards him, too.
They need to wait for Lashro to get back with this rally.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. Post-bomb in the hands of Nos. He chucks it out narrowly scraping Marvel there. Didn't end up taking him down, but Marvel comes back with the Primal Rage. Hits Nos and Seeker out of the equation with 2 minutes to go. Still a tough point, yes. A bit easier on the approach. The LA Valiant are halted.
Yeah, great play by the Gladiators. Able to hold on just long enough and then get a great dive onto CJ. Hit the walls here for Seeker. He'll be able to pop these ones, give his team information, be able to enter into the point. Backline just has to be so careful for the Gladiators.
I mean, that was...
Babble pause.
Okay,
you're making me nervous.
Yeah, I'm so nervous right now.
Dive in from Marvel. He doesn't have his Primal Rage.
Nano boost on Crowy? That's a lot of damage. But yeah, instant return of the Nano, this time on Lashro. Crowy can do absolutely nothing here. Plus he's getting a whole lot less ult charge too if he's zapping a Nano target, because you have damage resist. Nos ends up going down. Marble again, consistently hitting these antis. I mean this, what a pulse. They're adding insult to injury at this point. Couple of nice staggers, 60 seconds to go.
The Valiant just aren't able to find any footing. They're using ultimates and they're committing things to get in, but as soon as they get in, it feels like any pick happens. Either Nos goes down or CJ goes down, and the Gladiators just playing this map perfectly. 30 seconds remaining. This is likely to be the last fight here for the attack on second point for the Valiant. Look at how aggressively Marvel is playing.
Yeah, I really like it. It stops Seeker getting a good angle, plus you kind of know where the Widow is,
but he goes down, and that's what I was talking about at the first point. It's great to play aggressive, but you need to know your limitations.
Do they know? They don't. Oh, now they know. Kai swiftly paying attention to Seeker. Now Crowy's in the back, chases away Kai. Okay, now Seeker pretty free to do what he pleases, and with this payload pushing, it's going to be up to Marvel to touch, but they're just slowly bleeding out right now.
5 seconds remaining. This is definitely last fight. The Valiant should be able to close this one out. Marvel's coming up to...
Marvel's almost got Primal. No. Yeah, 3% away. Potentially, if he managed to get that one, it would have been a stall and a hope for a recontest. Kai even jumping over to Sombra to try and make it happen, but not to be. Seeker switching over to Hanzo now. With 1 minute, 20 seconds, we do get to see the changed last point on Gibraltar.
Yeah, the spawn doors. You can see the spawn doors right there. They've moved, so you now spawn at the back of the spaceship, and you're not spawning in the basement.
Do you still try and run to the old doors, though?
Every time.
Yeah, every time. I'm like, oh no, please, let me in. You can hide. Eric Andre gift, let me in.
Yeah.
Please help me.
Seeker does switch back over to the Widowmaker to match Kai as well. I think that was a Hanzo switch against the Sombra.
Yes.
But thinks better of it. They have the Nano Boost, they have the Primal, and the cart is pushing forward.
Like Marvel playing aggressive again, but he cannot get caught out.
He has the Primal Rage, so he has the ability to do so. Oh, nice shot.
How does he keep hitting these things? Nano Boost in for Crowy. Seeker's found himself in the skybox there. Wow. Kevster. Disgusting. close.
Marvel's smart as well. Doesn't need to pop the Primal Rage, holds onto that one. So he can continue to play this aggressive way.
All right, there it is, last fight again. Kari's got Primal Rage, they can touch. No need to worry about that, but they got to worry. Double support ultimate, sights available for Kai in just a moment.
Yeah, this is literally an uphill battle that they're going to have to fight.
Seeker has to get a kill here. He has to click ahead. He has to kill Babel or Lastro.
Someone's going to touch the
That is the game plan right now. Oh, Seeker running away, has to reload in disguise. Backline's in trouble though. Marvel has been slept, he was nanoed, he is primaling, and Valiant are pushing the point still. But Seeker, he's got no space to really move now. Marvel does end up waking up from his slumber, but Kai hitting.
Oh my shot!
Jesus! Gladiators, they do hold that point. A replay?
Yeah.
Any replays?
I want to see that again at 0.25 speed.
My God, look at Kevsu, he's cracking his smile at the Kaiser. Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Yeah, Kev's like, that's not bad.
I feel better.
Yeah.
I feel better. God damn.
Every year, I'm like, does Kai still have it?
Yeah, he's got it.
And then every year, he reminds me at some point of like, he's still a person to fear, especially on that Widowmaker. If you give him the space, he will punish you. And Nos, I think, was on the receiving end of it the most, just getting constant pressure. And that's a hard shot to hit Widowmaker onto a Tracer. You even saw it at the beginning of that point when Nos was on the low ground and Kai was on the high ground, shooting down. Nos just can't even get close because he has to give that much respect to Kai.
Oh, yeah. Kai's flicks are so good. All right, Valiant, what you got for us? Looks like Seeker jumping over to Hanzo instead. All right. All right. Oh, we're getting a replay. Yes, sir. It's what I live for. I mean, that shot is nice, but this is... Oh, come on. Mid-grapple, Seeker going at Mach 1 speed. Don't matter, Kai's faster.
I'm going to grow out my bangs. Maybe I'll learn to shoot like Kai.
Yeah. Dude, he was saying the other day, but he's got iron sights on those bangs.
So I feel like that's cheating, isn't it?
He aims better.
I will say, talking about the greatness of Kai, Seeker struggled on Widowmaker in that round, only able to find one final blow. He's actually going to just start on the Hanzo on defense. That should give a lot of freedom for Kai. He's not going to have to worry about the opposition Widowmaker.
Yeah, I mean, classically, Hanzo, bit of a counter to the Widowmaker. You don't have to peek for very long to throw a couple of arrows out, but at this range, you're going to see the arrows coming. You're going to be able to at least react in time, or at least potentially react in time. Sometimes Hanzo hits the wackiest of shots, but Kai's fine sitting at this distance.
All right, taking so much damage before he even jumps in.
Nice nade by CJ.
Yeah, great nade. Hits both of the backliners and takes down Lastro.
Good stuff. Kevs is pushing the payload, all on his lonesome, and there you go. Counter snipe.
Make that make sense.
What do you mean? He hit an arrow to his head.
Yeah, but you know, Widowmaker has like, Hanzo is just shooting logs across the map. And a Widowmaker has a sniper, has a scope. It should be easier, but as you said, the ability to just peek, you have the walls, just like jump across the way, hit the shot. And at this level, the Hanzos are so accurate. As much as we like to say it's rolling the dice, you know, they've got like a loaded dice.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, you kind of know the angles at which they're kind of holding. You can kind of spam in certain directions. I mean, you know Kai's going to be down there, so you're aiming just after the corner. So, yeah, Seeker's pretty nasty at the best of times. Oh, he knows where Kai is. There's the body shot. Oh, can he get it? Storm arrow. Kai fakey in the grapple shot there. I think he missed, but we'll call it a fake.
Big fake.
Still a lot of time burned off the time bank though, Scott.
Yeah, the Valiant are doing a great job. The Gladiators are having the same issue that the Valiant did on attack, where they're just not able to get control of the high ground, and Kai's just not able to find an angle to shoot at anybody.
Oh no, oh, couldn't quite get over the box. Didn't have his grapple. Pretty tough jump to land. You have to hit the little barrels there and then onto the box. All right, Nos with the stick.
Marvel.
That was a very early Primal Rage. And Nos gets another 180 stick on Lastro. Nos's pulse bombs have also been quite spectacular for the Valiant, at least in these last couple of maps.
Yeah,
seeing a lot of good Tracer Blade today, in fact.
Players' stick attach rate has just skyrocketed, I feel like, in the last year or two. Just the consistency in which they're able to hit it on important targets.
2 for 2 right now.
2 for 2, 100%. It's impressive.
All right, Dragon Strike. Oh, they end up waking up. That kind of sucks, knowing that he didn't have Primal Rage. Could have maybe got the execution kill. Dragon Strike's good for damage. Oh, that was close. And Nano Boost onto Lastro, keeping him alive. And there's Marvel with his lead, squishing Seeker. And now Kai doesn't have to worry about anything. Lastro kind of does, though. He's just getting bopped around. Just straight back into Liar's Flail there. And with a minute to go, the Gladiators really struggling.
Yeah, they just didn't have the rally to be able to sustain on Lastro. So he's just getting punched around, as you said. And Kai on this attack hasn't been able to find anything. And that's why teams have been opting away from this Widowmaker, because it can be hard to find the angles. The Infrasight is popped, so he should be able to end the team to be able to take some space.
But there's so many corners. You could hold in server. You could hold where Seeker is on the high ground. CJ as
Nice
Dobot
play.
dodges the pulse, hits the nade on the ground. Nano still available as he ends up backing up. Still with Krawi in the front line, playing like this. I mean, you hit a good bio nade here, it could be all over. And Kevster's already dead. Nano boost in Krawi. And look at the backline. The Guardian is completely isolated from the rest of the team. 19 seconds to go, and the Gladiators have no heals. Marvel pops the Primal, ends up running away, and Krawi, if he gets this kill, it's a good stagger. 10 seconds, and Marvel has no Primal Rage, no sustain for this last push.
This is going to be difficult for the Gladiators. Kevster's probably going to be the one who has to touch.
They touch, right? Kevster gets on and doesn't use the recall either. Pretty nice, actually. Marvel, however, in a whole heap of hurt. Hacked, antied, dead. OT, pretty much gone now. Kevster gone down, and the LA Valiant, the battle for LA, is now 2-1.
Valiant looking very strong on that defense. It felt like every time the Gladiators tried to do anything, there was an answer. I really like the switch from Seeker onto that Hanzo, recognizing he's not getting value out of this Widowmaker. He'd rather play the Hanzo, apply more pressure to Marvel, give everything more threats, and just ignore Kai on the Widow. Just don't give Kai that space, and they end up getting the full hold. Anything's possible at this point. As we move over to Push, Push historically is more Ramatra favored whenever you play these types of maps, so maybe Valiant could go back to their bread and butter, and then anything can happen on Control. So the Valiant feeling comfortable, an important hold for them.
Very important hold. I mean, Nos putting up big numbers with the sticks. Seeker to the Hanzo. I mean, he didn't put Kai to bed at all. Set him down for a nice nap, maybe. I mean, but still, the Hanzo was enough. Enough pressure, at least, for Kai to at least be checked. I mean, that's dirty stuff from Kai there. Not enough to save the team. And at the very end of that, Scott, the Gladiators had more kills.
Yeah.
They had 2 more kills. 26 to 24 total kills overall to the Glads. Yet they still ended up not being able to capture that first point. Valiant take that one 2-0. Esperanza, like you said, rush, push even. Probably a lot of rush here for the Valiant. However, on the other side of things, especially Esperanza, this Winston,
it could work.
This Sombra, this Tracer, it's very good on Esperanza. Out of all the maps, it's probably favored on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Winston could be viable here for the Gladiators, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's the direction they go.
I think so. Well, we're going to jump into our potential final map, or are we going all the way? Battle for LA, Gladiators versus the Valiant. We'll see you after this. Welcome back. Battle for LA. Valiant have won a map. The power of friendship prevails again. So true.
It always does.
Always does. Friendship wins over everything else.
Well,
if you are
no.
friends with your teammates in ranked, then you will win games.
Well, okay, that's not true.
That's not true at all. I played with friends before. It does not go that way.
I've played with Matt Mr. X, a friend, and it never goes well. It never goes well.
Rough stuff, honestly.
But honestly, impressive win there for the Los Angeles Valiant. Oh, look at these Winston stats. And honestly, it's crazy the damage differential, and you can see how much value Marvel is getting because he is playing aggressively. He's relying on his supports, but I want to bring it back to something I said in that map as well. As much as he is doing more, he's had some important deaths that have worked against the Los Angeles Gladiators. If he can shore that up, then he will be a great Winston in this league. He is a great Winston in this league, but it is currently costing them maps. It did yesterday, and it did once again today.
Well, with the signal that we're going to push, looks like the beacons have been lit for Yaki and Astro to come back in. So a lot of Lucio here, or a lot of Brig, and then Yaki, well, probably Tracer / Sombra, same with Kevster. It's going to be the opposite or whatever the other one's not playing.
Yeah, definitely leads towards more Lucio / Brig coming in on this map.
I wonder if they are going to run the rush, though. Actually, this kind of opens up Glads to run either or. If they feel like they're getting run over with the dive, they'll probably go rush, but it really does feel like just Winston here, but wait and see.
It's hard to really know what's happened over a break because so many things can change so quickly. All it takes is for one composition to start becoming more valuable, because in the past they would have said they're going to play Sombra because Sombra has been played so much in Esperanza in the spring stage. But if you're the Valiant, you don't want to put Seeker on that Sombra. You want to play that hit scan. You want to play that rush.
Soj or something,
and teams have caught other teams off guard by playing something different on this map. And push is one of the modes that can snowball away from you very quickly.
Yeah, you lose the first couple of team fights, lose checkpoint, and then that forward spawn's pretty valuable, especially on this map as well, where the forward spawn for both teams is so close to that cut that the double little staircase has a little mega health pack, easily leads to the high grounds where the bot originally spawned, kind of thing. It's a very, very quick line shot straight to the other team's forward spawn. This map specifically, the snowball is a little crazy. Esperanza is the map. Substitutions for the Gladiators with Yaki and Astro coming in. We'll have to wait and see what Valiant want to play. Same with Glads, but with how Valiant played that last map, honestly, feeling pretty good. Like the tweet said, friendship does prevail.
Friendship does prevail, and I think that's one of the reasons we've seen success from the Los Angeles Valiant. On paper with their roster, they're by no means one of the stronger teams in this league, but as you said earlier, there's rumors that in scrims, they are really trying, they're working to improve as a team and as a collective. And that shows improvement overall. Okay, we've upgraded from $100.
Pure cheddar. Cash. Dollar signs. He's speaking facts, though. Realistic.
This music's kind of a vibe.
I was about to say, it goes kind of crazy. Damn.
Maybe we're going to play Roadhog.
I don't think that's going to happen.
You sure? I feel like the Roadhog Mercy could make a resurgence. You never know. You never know.
I vote no.
Real talk, what are we going to see? Is Corey actually... The Queen has been something we've seen in the past. Whoa, what is this composition? Without a Lucio, Queen, Brig, Kiriko, Cassidy, Tracer. So this seems to have an understanding that they want to play as a death ball, recognizing the Gladiators are probably going to play the dive with a Sombra.
Kevster, Marvel, I mean even Astro, they have to watch out. New Magne does hinder, which means you can't use movement abilities. You get caught out with that. It feels like, it's not quite like the old Flash where you flash and it stuns people, but against a Tracer, that's very powerful if you can land it. And hey, guess what? It's magnetic, so it's sometimes pretty easy to land.
Yeah, we saw it homing missile against the Mercy. Oh, falls a little bit short.
Yeah, I mean, that's fight win right there.
The Queen is quite good against the Winston as well. If you can hit these jagged blades on the Winston, it invalidates their ability to jump away because you can pull them back at any moment. So there needs to be a little bit of respect here from the Gladiators onto the Jungle Queen.
I mean, even that, right? Winston just walks up, straight axe to the face, and then pump his head full of lead. I mean, even hitting the jagged blade on Yaki.
Forces the recall.
Forces the recall. Hit on Kevster. Forces the recall. It looks like Gladiators want to make a switch here.
Yeah.
They know Crow's on the JQ. Astro straight over to Lucio, Yaki May, and Marvel onto the ramp.
I love this switch. The Gladiators, they're not going to win playing the composition they were, but the Ramatra can run over the Queen. The Queen doesn't have the same level of survivability when Ramatra's just punching you in the face. So let's see.
What wins? Giant axe or 2 giant fists?
Oh, the answer might surprise you.
The answer might surprise you. Scientists will hate you. Yaki already ends up going down though. Oh, yeah, Crowy does get stuck, but look at Seeker on the high ground, just decimating.
Babble's on
Gladiators
on an island alone as well.
Way. Little 4K, little 5K for Seeker, maybe. Well, Kevster takes down Nos. He's taken down 2 this fight already, but it doesn't matter. Like we said, snowballs can get out of hand on this map, and you can see this is a back-to-back fight win. Forces Kev actually onto the Sojourn instead. They might be able to get checkpoint. It's rather likely because the LA Valiant, they died, the Gladiators died so late. Astro can't speed the team up to that checkpoint, so that's free.
Yeah, as you said, Jack, snowballing is the name of the game on push, and the Valiant firmly in the driver's seat playing this Queen composition. I don't know if it will work in the long term, but they have the ultimates to be able to snowball this as well. And how do you approach this if you're the Gladiators? They're standing on the high ground, shooting down. They could route around the left stairs, but that's just walking themselves into a choke.
And honestly, at this stage of the game too, if you're Valiant, you don't need to make a play.
No,
you don't really want Glads to get ult, sure, but like you're just burning down the clock right now. Big rotation from Yaki, quickly gets checked, has Ice Block, a little bit too scared, in fact, ends up popping it. Astro was there, a little safety net.
Yeah, and as you said, the Valiant, they have no cause to do anything. They're happy to sit up here. They're the ones shooting down. Yep. They'll be the team to find a pick first. And any moment, Croy could jump down and use this rampage.
There it is. There's the high noon getting sped. Oh, can he get it?
Babble.
Bubble. Nice for death there. And there is the carnage. The rampage hitting 3. And like you just said, Scott, called it perfectly. All Crowy could do is, well, I'm just going to jump down and hit you. And then everybody falls over. And now they get the bot pushing for free again. And Scott, that entire fight, how long did that take? Look at the time bank.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time already off. We're looking at almost 4 minutes because Gladiators couldn't do anything. It was so hard to assault that high ground.
Yeah, and when you have Kevster, he's trying to charge up rails to find some value, but that's so hard with how far away the Valiant are standing. And Valiant, once again, they're doing the exact same thing, trying to take this high ground, but this high ground isn't as tall, and the Gladiators take it from them instantly.
It's not as tall. It was Marvel's health bar there. That Blizzard used defensively. Crowy does end up getting frozen, but just walks away from it scot-free. Bash onto the annihilating ram. Can they get out of the way? Nice vortex, but already Marvel ends up falling low. A lamp and a beat. This is their time to act. Seeker dead to the annihilation. Crowy still fighting on point, but Marvel and a whole lot of other ults, in fact, used by the Gladiators. 4, in fact, thrown into that fight. They eventually get the team kill, but it cost them dearly.
Cost them absolutely everything. The question is, how do the Valiant switch now? Croy goes over to the Ramatra, Laya to the Lucio, and now all of a sudden, the Gladiators are playing the game that the Valiant wanted to do, manipulating the Gladiators into the composition that they didn't want to be in. And now, how do the Valiant respond? They are at an ult deficit because they have to do so many swaps, but the Gladiators don't have much either.
Oh, don't let him do it. Don't let it do it to him. Oh, Marvel goes down on the high ground. I mean, Seeker's just punishing them from the side. No one's looking at him either. Doesn't matter if he's doing a lot of damage. His presence is more than enough, clearly. Good fight win for the Valiant.
Huge fight win.
20 meters gained there for the Glads. That's rough. That was all because they got that forward spawn. They were able to quickly regroup, take that high ground, Scott.
And that's why push does have that snowball effect, because now, as you can see, the Valiant are going to push the bot up. They get it to the checkpoint again, they will have forward spawns again, which then means if they lose a fight, they will have close spawns. And that's how it starts to become so advantageous of winning the first few fights.
There's forward spawn. Window available for Bubble. CJ nearing his on top of that. Jeez, he's taking a lot of damage. Only using exo boots as well.
He's forced to use that the sort of AoE heal. That's not what you want to do so early in the fight.
Look at this, window on the high ground. Pretty easy peasy if you ask me. Although, Disruptor Shot doing a fair bit of work at trying to force Seeker away from it. But they can't peek this. Like, there's just no way. Although Seeker's still a little bit scared. There's a window down on the low ground too. Nice little wall, charges a couple of shots off on it. Nos with the block. He's already used both cooldowns, but still has the Blizzard. There it is. Yeet it to the back line. No defensive cooldowns, but Marvel is pretty low. Can they secure the kill? He's 1 HP. Seeker eventually finishes him off. And all that was thanks to Crowy. He just runs forward with his own annihilation. Now Seeker's just lining him up, knocking him down. There's 3 kills for the Sojourn. Put this guy on a hit scan and he will carry.
Oh my, Seeker is just so good at finding value on this Sojourn, getting multi-kills time and time again, and he's just played it so well. He was getting zoned out by walls, disruptor shots, all that type of stuff. It does not matter. Marvel being split by the Blizzard gets isolated and everything falls away.
Seeker ripping the bit over eager there. Confidence at an all-time high, but cut down pretty swiftly. 100 meters, 109 meters. You are pretty damn happy with that if you are the Valiant right now. 3 minutes in the time bank left, Scott. Gladiators just at such a large deficit. Yaki switching over to Tracer, same with Nos mid-fight. Getting rid of those Blizzards, you're like, okay, want something a little bit more aggressive. Switching over to the Tracers.
It's very difficult to use a Mei on this map because there aren't that many chokes that you're able to find that value.
Quite big.
Yeah, but Nos is actually going to switch back over to the Mei, interestingly enough. I think when you have that advantage, providing the Blizzard is probably a better long-term strategy. You can see Yaki flanking around the left side. He needs to put pressure onto this backline, onto Seeker, so he can't keep finding this value.
Valiant they know how to play this map too, right? They're always on that high ground. And there's a pick. Seeker with the railgun again. Snipes Astro. And he's just ripping him right now. I mean, there's nothing standing in his way. The LA Valiants just rolling over the Gladiators. Gladiators right now, their shield just tarnished. 109 meters, they're probably not going to get any more push here considering how far that barricade is up. But even just getting that checkpoint, Scott, is more than enough. They're going to regain control of height, and that's all they need to do. They're sitting pretty.
Yeah, Nos pushes it all that way, gets the checkpoint, and then all of a sudden they're regrouping. Seeker takes the high ground. We have Laya going to pick up CJ, and then we enter into this fight that the Gladiators have been stuck in multiple times. All of a sudden, though, we see a different strategy. Gladiators don't want to have to deal with this. They're running on the high ground with Marvel.
Well, you're stepping into Seeker's domain now. He's got that window straight in front of him. He's got the lamp too. Doesn't care how far he goes down, how low he gets. He's still going to be shooting. Marvel pretty scared to step up. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Gladiators right now have to be perfect. Aggressive window from Bubble. Seeker jumps to the high ground. 100% railgun accuracy. Oh my god! Kevster taken out of the game. Annihilation for the Glads, but Marvel's already pretty low. Has to hold his arms up, and that ultimate wasted pretty much. The Valiant, they have the overclock. They got the annihilation. They can just run it down. There's the kills they need. There's the kills they want. Map 5 on the horizon for the Valiant as Seeker claims yet another life.
Oh, they are just firmly in control right now. Seeker has 14 final blows and only 2 deaths right now. He is taking over this server. He has the equivalent final blows to the entirety of the Gladiators.
Yaki with a pulse. This is going to have to be something big here. He spotted Seeker, waiting, lining it up. Oh, swing and a miss, Yaki. And he gets chased away too. There's Seeker, overclock in hand. Astro's got the beat in 5%, and now he's hunting, searching for Yaki. He knows he's just... Oh, okay. Okay, you want to be too aggressive there, Yaki. Blizzard in the back line for Nos. Luckily, though, Astro earned himself a beat. This is the Gladiators' final stand. Blizzard didn't find too much, but it bought enough time. The window's good, though. Lie with the Cheerios, kills Marvel, and now there's no point presence for Gladiators. Kevster with the Dragons, trying to split LA Valiant off. Seeker's pretty low, but he still ends up killing Kevster. Sound barrier hits 3, overtime ticking down. Only one person to touch for the Glads, and Marvel's coming back on the Doom. Already sub 50 HP, a window on high ground for the LA Gladiators, but it's not enough. Babel kills 2, but it is still OT. Seeker eventually is slain, but they need to push 104 meters to collect the win.
Gladiators so clutch. Babel with that window on the high ground, able to keep them in this one, but as you said, Jack, an insurmountable task here for the Gladiators. Crazier things have happened, but they don't have many ultimates. Marvel's stuck on Doomfist. They're all over the place. They need some individual brilliance.
OT. And that bot is going to move oh so slow. Marvel makes his engagement, almost instantly getting taken out. Lie with a nice little boop, sends Marvel to the floor. Lamp used to try and keep him up, and now he has to deal with Crowy. He does take out the lamp, and Yaki with the pulse again has to try and be this saving grace. Liar, CJ, they take him out, and Valiant now with a man advantage. Seeker just trying to line these shots up, and it's so easy. It's so easy for Seeker. The LA Valiants are going to take us to a map number 5 in the battle for LA.
LA Valiant playing the Gladiators like a fiddle, knowing how to get them to play their game. And when you walk into Seeker's domain, you're going to lose. How many times this season have we seen Seeker do this? He is unstoppable. 17 final blows in the map. And we go to that map 5 control, where it feels like the Valiant, they're right at home.
Very much feels that way. Very, very close rounds of control we had at the start of this series. A battle for LA with the Valiants so close to a reverse sweep. Just one map in it. And they will take their first dub as well of the season against the Gladiators, who looked a little bit miserable against the Shock the other day, Scott. I mean, we're wondering how this kind of transition to Marvel is going to work out for them. Because right now, I think Marvel's doing a lot of work. On the Winston, he was overextending a lot. He was feeding, you know, a lot of those first bloods were Marvel.
Yeah.
However, in this map, in this round, it was all Seeker. And if he can keep up that performance on control, this might just be Valiant's game.
Exactly. If it needs to come down to the Gladiators to regroup. They need to find a way to be able to play to their own strengths. Because right now, it just doesn't feel like they know what they're doing as a unit. And that's the issue with, especially a piece like the tank, taking someone out and putting someone new in. It's a very different style and strategies that they will have. And those cracks will break when it comes down to crunch time. And of all things, Jack, we're going to Lijiang Tower.
Lijiang Tower, our 5th and final map of the battle for LA. Feels like a long time since this has been a thing. Gladiators versus the Valiant, and it being this close. But oh boy, am I here for it, and so should you be. We're going to jump to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Lijiang Tower up next. battle for LA is going to a map number 5. The Gladiators and the Valiant are going to have a little stare down on Lijiang Tower, our final map. Valiant looking to reverse sweep here. If they take this one home, the Gladiators did win control to start out the series, a 2-on-1 affair. Doesn't like we're not seeing any swaps either for the Glads, so Yaki staying in, Astro staying in. There's probably going to be a lot more Lucio here, a lot more Brig, but it was all Seeker that last map. He had, and a stat you brought up near the end of that series was, or near the end of that map, sorry, was Seeker had more kills, more final blows than the entirety of the Gladiators. So if he can put up those same numbers again, it's an easy affair.
Look at his face. That is a man who is just oozing confidence right now. He is ready to go. He wants to get into this map 5. We are going to Lijiang Tower, which is known for these like brawl rush styles of playing the game. They're going to play that Ramattra. They're going to run people down. You can't play as much Winston on this map, which could be a problem for the Gladiators. Doesn't mean they're down and out. They have shown the ability to go toe-to-toe on control.
And look at that scoreline too. Yes, Esperanza, you can only gain 1 point, but think about it like this. The Gladiators didn't even get the checkpoint on that map, right? And then they didn't get a checkpoint on Gibraltar either. They haven't got a checkpoint in 2 maps, Scott. Like, this is big. This is a big momentum shift for the LA Valiant.
And that's a confidence thing. When you are getting reverse swept right now, it starts to play into your mind. All of a sudden, those money symbols that Seeker's been spewing out the whole match, they start to get under your skin a little bit more. It starts to affect you a little bit more. You don't want to lose in this reverse sweep. You don't want to start this summer stage with an 0-2 match against the San Francisco Shock and the Los Angeles Valiant. They have a lot to play for in this one, and just this map.
Yeah, I mean, they are 5-4 right now. Overall standings could be 5-5 after this. However, I mean, Yaki on the make, Kevster TPing with Sombra out, or Symmetra out. Switching to Hanzo, okay.
Seeker's going to be on the Sombra while Kevster plays the Hanzo. So we talked about this in the first series of the day, actually. There is going to be more damage for the Gladiators, but Valiant can hack and isolate a target better, and they will have the EMP eventually. The Gladiators are playing very slowly, which, oh my
God. Okay.
Well, yeah, sure,
That's
that
a good
works.
way to start the round.
Analysis ends. It doesn't matter. Kevster or Overwatch.
Kevster, Overwatch. Jesus. Good Sonic Arrow. Good presence of mind, too.
Yeah. I thought they were playing too slow, that they were allowing Seeker to get set up, but they decide, no, we're just waiting for Seeker to poke his head out. Seeker switches over to the Sojourn now to match this damage. It's going to be a brawl on the point.
There's the wall. Marvel in trouble, trying to look which way he needs to go around it. He's still pretty low. Look at this aggression from Nos, too. Isn't scared to take these big flanks. The point may be the Glads, but it's Valiant. They're going to find that flip. They get some nice stagger kills here. That'll be even better.
Huge nade.
Hits 2. Nos and Krawi, bright purple. Krawi gets his revenge. Beating the lights out of Babel there. Kevster's in trouble. Like, can they get Kevster? Surely, right?
You can see Laya wants it, but he's...
Astro's there too, actually.
Yeah,
all good.
The gatekeeper funny Astro's baiting someone to come outside.
Oh,
never mind.
Astro goes off the map. No, just manages to skate his way back in.
Marvel gets isolated though, and the backline can't help him because of the window. So another first death to Marvel, and the percentage ticks up for the Valiant.
This is tempo. This is power, son. This is a really nice pace that the Valiant is setting right now. Not afraid to use those ults first.
Yeah, you can see the way the Gladiators want to play this. They have Kevster and Funny Astro taking this off angles, so they're not moving and getting walled as a complete unit. Ultimate's coming up now. Gladiators are going to have 5.
Dragon strike on the high ground. Server control not for too long. Uh-oh, Kevin's in trouble. Kevster run away, but Lyra actually ends up going down. They do trade. That's a big kill though onto Yaki. They can't quite isolate people, but Astro lays down that sound barrier, and now Crowie's in trouble. Lyra 8% away for his own, but 60+%. You're going to come back in with an overclock, with a beat of your own. You're only worried about that Nano and Blizzard. If you can speed it away, or you hit the beat, use the speed, you might be good enough to live that one. But then it's up to Seeker to get that job.
And that's it. We know how good Seeker is with this overclock. It has to be on Corey and the rest of the team. They cannot get punished and frozen in this Blizzard, because a sound barrier doesn't matter if you're completely immobile for 5 seconds.
How fast they want to go. I mean, Seeker's already in. Oh, a little bit too aggressive. Couple of Storm Arrows. Even that Blizzard thrown on top of him. Turn him into a little ice cube. Sound barrier for Lyra. I mean, it's good for a little bit, but not for long. Krawi takes out Yaki again, but it is Kevster putting up numbers. It's 3 kills from in that fight.
That
60% now. A very aggressive slide in. I mean, there's feeding yourself, and then there's that.
That's feeding. There's oozing confidence, and there's being confident, but you need to temper it at some point. There was no respect to the Gladiators there. They do manage to get the Blizzard out, as you said, Jack, but they don't have many things to work with anymore. Only the amplification matrix. How will the Gladiators play against this?
Well, they're going to use it on the high ground. A wall for Yaki, though. He's going to dissuade them from using it for the time being. Cheeky Dragon Strike from Kevster on the sidelines. That's a lot of damage. Anti-nade is free onto Krawi. And there you go. Team fight's done. And maybe round 2. 10% to go. The Gladiators in full control.
Yeah, and 92%. Who's going to be able to touch it for the Valiant?
Liar. No, Liar's caught on the outside. Can he even get there? No, he can't. He just gets punched straight off the map. Krawi, speaking of punching, manages to get onto the point. That Vortex. And he does slap. Gets 2? Krawi gets 2? Kevster Bubble die to that? Well, that Annihilation is gone now, and here comes the lamp from downtown. CJ playing ultimate Frisbee, keeping Nos alive on the point. How did Krawi kill 2 there?
That's such big plays. Marvel and Funny Astro die late as well, so that is them stabilizing in the most unlikely manner. Let's see it again.
Was this even a power-up punch too? It has to have been.
Oh, there it is.
Oh my god!
That's so clutch there by Kroy, going on to the Doomfist. Final fight territory, Valiant against the odds with the ultimates once again.
Final fight, Seeker with the Pulse, Yaki with the Blizzard, Nano beat for Glads. A whole host of ultimates coming up. It's whether they actually get them online, to be fair. Astro's finally got his beat, and there it is. There's the rush. They're going to force their way forward, using that Blizzard to isolate Krawi and Liar. They both get frozen. Krawi alive for now, as Seeker tries to pepper from the sides, but it doesn't matter. Kevster's already killed 2. The Gladiators are just going to wipe him off. Just the ultimate advantage. Too much for the Valiant to bear. And there's the flip. 99%. Now to 100. The Gladiators are going to claim the first round.
I like the idea from the Valiant going aggressive, trying to catch the Gladiators off guard, but as soon as Funny Astro's sound barrier goes down, it's impossible to win. They come back from the jaws of defeat just to fall a little short, but you can see the Valiant, they believe that they can close this one out. Now we head over to Gardens. A map where Winston could be stronger, but this is Kevster putting the nail in the coffin.
And that Blizzard was so nice. I mean, Liar kind of stepped up there, got instantly frozen. Krawi too. It's such a painful ultimate to run into on this like map geometry. There's not many places to hide and run, let's be real. And it's tough when you're trying to play that aggressive move too, because this just gets thrown out behind you and there's only one way to go, and that's into them.
The Gladiators are going back to their Moira Reaper setup, while the Valiant's sticking with the Mei and the Baptiste.
I prefer, I think, the Mei. Yeah.
I agree. And you can see the Valiant recognize this as well. They're trying to trend towards the point. Wall goes down onto Marvel.
Nos spun the block super early there, and there comes the rush, but Marvel's super low already. Astro doing a fair amount of damage. Already got a lot of ult charge for Lucio, same with Liar.
Wow.
But no, Nos with a double, triple body shot onto Astro. Yeah, bit of a sigh in sadness there. You saw him in the little player cam, but they do end up trading. One for Nos. Krawi hacked, a lot of additional damage being flung his way, but that point should be theirs, yes. But will it be theirs for long? That is the question. There's the coalescence super early, but Lias got that beat rather soon too. That window, yeah, not enough really extra damage there, especially as the Gladiators weren't really peaking it. They were biding their time, waiting for them to get full HP, so the coal was at its most effective. And, well, they do end up capping first to get 10, 11%. The Gladiators, now they're in a good spot. EMP, Annihilation.
Yeah, this gets hard for the Valiant. Nos just a little bit greedy with his ice block, held it a little bit too long, goes down, and it starts to crumble there for the Valiant. They will have ultimates coming up. No coalescence for Babel as a silver lining after that team fight, but walking into an EMP, you can see, like, how do you approach this without getting your entire team caught?
Liar has hit the biggest beat ever here. He cannot Ajax this. He's doing a little bit of spy checking right now, make sure Kevster isn't lurking around. Everybody's kind of, they're nervous right now. There's the EMP, Liar hits the beat, but Krawi's already dead. They do trade it for one healer, so it's only Astro now, but Astro with the beat is gonna get frozen, and they manage to isolate Marvel with a beautiful Blizzard from Nos. Is Astro going to lay down the beat? He is at 1 HP, but it's only a solo. It hit no one else. Lion now booping away Yaki straight into the sightlines of Seeker, who clicks his head. The Valiant with a masterclass push there. They force Astro to only get a one-man beat, and they initially picked Babel. the supports of the Gladiators just thwarted in that fight.
Yeah, I like the idea by Astro. If the sound barrier goes down onto both of his teammates, it could have turned the fight, but just a major mistake. Now Seeker with the overclock, we can't state it any more than we already have. CJ also has a window. This is hard to approach for the Gladiators.
Yeah, window, overclock, that's one shots, baby. There it is. Comes out, that's straight over the point. You gotta be careful. Oh, Marvel, it's just too much damage. Okay, go again. Astro just feeding there, all good. You just want to reset real fast.
Croy used the Annihilation there. I don't know if that was necessary. You had the window, you had the overclock. Now they don't have anything, and we saw what happened last time in Control Center where they didn't have any ultimates. Marvel with the Annihilation, Babel with the Coalescence. They don't have the tools to stand up to this.
They're going to have to look for a heck of a speed boost disengage from Liar.
You can see Kevster lurking into the backline.
So much AoE. There it is, there's the Cole, but Kevster's already dead. Excuse me? Okay, the Coalescence still doing a fair amount of work, and there's the Annihilation. A lot of AoE damage now as the Gladiators looking to take that point. Can Valiant touch? Yes, they can. They're still contesting. A little bit 3 extra percent.
Sound barrier.
He's feeling pretty good right now. There's the beat. There's the re-engage. They've only just lost the point, so they've got to make this quick. Sound barrier's going to wear off in just a moment. It's lost. It's earned himself a blizzard. He ends up throwing it out, and there is the isolation. Astro trying to get out of there ASAP, and Marvel has been isolated. He's down, and a whole lot of damage the Gladiators need right now to even this one up. A good wall stops Yaki from escaping as the flip's going to come through in just a moment. Luckily, though, the Gladiators did manage to cap that point halfway through that fight. So there's a little bit of 3%. Kevster's got EMP, they've got Death Blossom, Beat's coming up too, but the Valiants have got a whole host of ultimates as well.
They've got ultimates themselves. I would love to see them go first. I don't want to let them get Kevster. They have to know Kevster has this EMP. Don't let him get set up and drop a huge EMP.
Early
there
window.
it is.
Oh, one-shot Babel through the window. Kevster is on the point, stealth right now, causes OT, but Seeker, he's got the overclock, the vortex, it doesn't matter, he sliced straight out. Astro almost Ajaxes, but it hits a 3-man beat. The EMP is good for 3, but Crowie's Annihilation and Seeker's damage is enough. 99% to 77, it's going all the way. Round number 3, map number 5.
Such great play from the Valiant. They knew that Kevster was setting up for that EMP. Just drop it, apply the pressure early, and the Gladiators crumbled before they even got the fight they wanted to take. Now we go over to Night Market, and this map is a coin flip. Are either team gonna go for the Symmetra TP onto the point? Right now the Gladiators look like it, but if you're the Valiant, do you put Seeker on Symmetra, or do you keep him on the Sojin?
Maybe just a quick TP out, switch back to the Soj. He's feeling hot, he's feeling ready, right? You want to keep him on that pig that he's been carrying with. It makes the most sense, I feel, for them right now, just to keep him on that pig, but we know how hard it is to dislodge the Mei sim comp on this map, and that's exactly what they're going to do, Scott. They're going to keep Seeker on the Soj.
So that means the Gladiators are going to get positioning on this point. They get the TP onto the point. Funny, Astro falls out the wrong side of the window. What? Somehow Yaki falls to CJ.
You cannot let that happen. This could just be a roll now. You got to kill those little turrets, though. That's going to be the obstacle course here for Seeker. Try and chew through. Oh, the charge straight up to the other side of the wall, but now the rest of the team is isolated. You've got to be careful with your Kevster right now as the lamp's already gone down, so very little protection. A really nice wall as Marvel ends up falling over, and here it is, the aggressive push. It may be a quick rollout for the Gladiators, but an even quicker team fight win here for the Valiants as they do claim the first cap.
This gets more difficult for the Gladiators because the advantage of the Symmetra is you can anchor onto the point. You can just set your turrets down, and that's why they're going to switch. Marvel moves away from the Reinhardt back to the Ramatra, and Kevster over to the Hanzo. They're playing at a disadvantage now.
You still at least carry over some of that ult charge, but not enough to really be happy with it.
Rotating around the outside where Kevster goes the other direction.
He knows. Well, Seeker already knows. You cannot get a headshot here. He's looking for Seeker. He's looking for somebody. Nos maybe has to pop the block. A window and an instant kill onto Marvel yet again. Seeker has almost got that overclock, and this fight is pretty much done. Astro does get a boom onto CJ, but they've also lost their own Batiste. And now Astro just trying to duel out versus Seeker.
He's so good.
Astro is just so good. A 2-man boom. Astro feeling himself. And this is the maps you live for if you're Lucio.
Oh my, funny Astro just coming in clutch when they needed him most, taking down the Baptiste and then taking down the Sojin. That was so clutch. The Gladiators had no right winning that team fight. And now the ultimates are starting to come up for them. Now they're back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and now you have Blizzard too on the defense. Really hard for Valiant to push in. If you can somehow bait that out, it'll be perfect. But doing that is harder than it seems.
Overclock from Seeker. Every single time, it seems to find impact. Marvel is the target for the Valiant usually.
Oh, Astro's almost almost instantly fell over. They're actually just going to run into the window. There's the Blizzard. Seeker's already out over the top, but no, he gets frozen. And there it is, that sound barrier. And the Blizzard just splitting up the Valiant. They got to make this fight quick, Scott.
Yeah, they need to get out of this fight. They're not going to win.
Go again.
Yeah.
Die, go again.
Yaki with great recognition. As soon as the window goes down, the Valiant decide they're going to push through it. Yaki recognizes it, drops the Blizzard, and then all of a sudden the Valiant have to split in all directions. Now the Gladiators up to 60%. The Valiant need to keep going quicker, otherwise this will be their last fight.
Seeker used overclock in that fight too. He tried to slide to the back, tried to pop the overclock, tried to pop a few heads, but none were found. Nos with a Blizzard advantage. But again, the AoE, the ability to stop the Valiant from really pushing onto this point with the Dragon Strike and the Annihilation might be too much. There's the window. Okay, slowly but surely they're pushing in. A Dragon Strike to try and split. Does a little bit of damage to Crowley, but that's about it. There's the Blizzard. That's what we want to see. But no, Astro's able to kite away from it. He ends up getting booped though. Killed by Liar. 45% to 86. Valiant somehow managed to find the cap. Nos ends up going down to the Annihilation, but Crowley's holding the door. Still a lot of damage and a lot of healing coming out from the Gladiators. Are they standing tall on this point? 86%. Some free charge here for the supports of the Gladiators. A window available for this next fight, and it very well could be the last.
Kevster finding such an important pick there onto CJ. He might have been able to keep Corey alive. Fortunately, Valiant did get a flip in the middle of that fight, but now they have nothing left. 95%. Nos switch over to the Tracer to touch.
They should be able to get the touch. There you go. Double blink in. Manages to get touch. Yaki's already burnt that block and they know it. Marvel pretty low. A lot of extra healing now through that window from Babel, and Seeker's already down. Only Nos now, the damage dealer for Valiant. Can they come up big? They do trade as Liar picks off Kevster, and now Babel in trouble. A Vortex and a good kill. Liar finds two. 62% to 99 as the Valiant try and force the Gladiators off the point. Astro still coming up big with numbers, and the Blizzard actually isolates Crowley. How is this happening?
He drops the Blizzard, does take down Croy. That might give the Gladiators opportunity to come back in.
Two-man beat. Marvel comes back on the Doom as they try and find the flip, but the Valiant, 75. Can they manage to get any more percentage? Light's going to come back in with a three-man beat.
He comes back in. Now the Gladiators, they're the ones running away.
Funny Astro booped off the map. Deep support diff even. Crowley also comes over the kill onto Yaki, 85%, and building. The LA Valiant trying to cement this as a win. Liar comes out with 5 kills in the last fight, 95. Maybe Astro gets back in time.
It has to be Astro. Yaki's going to come later.
The punch comes him off, 99%. Kevster comes in, but the window comes out. The LA Valiant are going to push on forward. Yaki manages to get back just in time, but is it going to be enough?
They don't have any ultimates.
Seeker ends up going down, but once again, Astro taken out by Liar. These kills just keep on coming. Valiant trying to cement their first win this year against the LA Gladiators, and the battle for LA is won by the Valiant.
Oh my god, the Valiant. Time and time again, the Gladiators beat them down. They feel like they have nothing left to work with, but they come in clutch. You can see how much this means to all of these players. They have worked so hard throughout this season, and this isn't just their first win. This is a win against a very strong team of the Los Angeles Gladiators who were playing well. They absolutely deserve this win, and they deserve the praise.
Oh my word. I mean, you can see the elation on their face right now. I mean, that was potentially one of the closest games we've had all year. Seeker, my boy. I mean, Liar at the very end too. That dude had like 5 or 6 kills on the Lucio. He was killing Astro. He was doing it all. I'm not gonna lie, I'm lost my breath, I'm lost for words, and I think so should a lot of LA Valiant fans at home be as well. The LA Gladiators, 5-5 now in the regular season, but this is Valiant's first win. Their first win. And it wasn't dominant, but god damn, it was close.
It was close, and it was adaptation, the way that they played around on Esperanza. That's the mark of a team that really has a great grasp of what their advantages are, what their strengths are. And then also not losing composure in that final map on Lijiang Tower. Unlike the Gladiators, you look at them. Should Yaki have dropped that Blizzard? Should Funny Astro have used that sound barrier? Maybe some mistakes coming out from them when it matters most, and the Gladiators starting this stage 0-2.
0-2, but Valiant finding their first win. I mean, Taezonde and the rest of the LA Valiant gang, they are cheering today, and they should be cheering for one member in particular, our player of the match. Can you guess who it's going to be? I think I've got a very good idea. It's Seeker. Of course it was. I mean, he was single-handedly the carry on Esperanza. More kills than the whole of the Gladiators combined, just leading them to victory at the very end. A few mistakes here and there, but he made up for it in spades.
And as much as he makes these mistakes and it looks bad, the times it doesn't look bad, that's when he's popping off. He's doing the same thing. That confidence is what allows him to be such a great player. That's why when he first joined the league, everyone was like, this guy doesn't fear anything. He's a rookie that is going up against some of the best players in the world, and he's taking it to them.
His first match in the Overwatch League last year, he came out and just started bagging people.
Yeah.
Like, he was spam crouching on people. He was ready to rumble, and this is the confidence that you need to take down a formidable opponent like the LA Gladiators. Look at that charge shot accuracy, just over 50%. Damage looking great, final blows, everything looking fantastic for Seeker. A lot of clutch moments from every single member, but Seeker just, once again, just stands head and shoulders above, it feels like every Sojourn player right now. He's definitely one of the best in the league at that hero.
And yeah, we talk about Seeker and how great he is. He is the guy in the kill feed, but you need to give credit to the rest of the squad as well, because I think you have Lyre and CJ being so dominant in the backline. They're staying alive against that constant pressure. And then you have Croy, who I honestly think Tank Diff Marvel in this series. He was able to stay alive, able to withhold that pressure and take the LA Valiant to their first win.
Yeah, and showed a lot of variance too in their compositions. It's only up here for the Gladiators. I think we're going to jump to a quick break while everybody else catches their breath. We'll give you some highlights of that match as well, because yeah, that's going to go down the history books, that is for sure. We'll be right back just after this.
Let's go!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How are your pick'ems looking? The 95% of you guys and us.
We're so hyped.
Dude,
what a crazy series.
After that pop-off, that's like one of the biggest pop-offs I've ever heard. But they deserve it, man.
They
These guys have been hustling, grinding, and so far not finding any success. And then finally here in a match that I think was not like their match to win, not an easy opponent. This is the one that they pop off and find it. It's exciting.
Incredible performance from, I think, Los Angeles Valiant. Like, we talked about Seeker. I think everyone on the team deserves a credit. Like, they did such a great job. And I think overall, it was just it was just such a fun match to watch, right?
Back and forth series. Like, it looked like Gladiators just had it
in control,
up, right? Yeah. It looked locked up. It looked like there was not much hope there. But it was the team play, man. I mean, we talked about a lot of individuals on the Valiant, and for sure they popped off. But there were just so many great moments for them as a unit. And I don't think you can chalk this up to Gladiators slipping up, making it easy. I think the Valiant looked really solid.
Yeah.
They made the better plays in the clutch scenarios.
Well practiced. I mean, this is a group of players that's come together and, like, obviously has practiced very hard in the mid-season break. And, like, legitimately came out. Like, the Junker Queen comp, it looked really good on the push map. And, like, they brought this kind of identity. They're not copying, mirroring their opponents all the time. Like, there were several standout players. Seeker, of course, player of the match. Lion in the end, clutching things up. CJ at times in the flex support role as well. Crowy has been in the league now for like a year because he was on Vegas last year, and he just got his first win. He's been on 2 Overwatch League teams.
Oh my.
He was winless last year, and he was winless now up until this very match. I mean, Crowy has been grinding. He is one of those like 2018 Shanghai Dragons players that are just like craving a win, and he got it. You saw on his face, he was so elated. Yeah. It is an awesome win for the Valiant.
It was awesome to hear those games. I feel like those comms and the winning moment for Valiant, that just like says it all. Like you feel their emotion. I mean, this is why we love esports, man.
I mean, not only Los Angeles Valiant, but talking just quickly about Los Angeles Gladiators as well. Do you think should they be starting to worry now? Because yesterday they lost against the San Francisco Shock, and now they went down the Los Angeles Valiant as well. So is it time for Gladiators to start panicking a little bit?
I mean, panicking is maybe too strong a word. I think if anything, you're starting to worry as the Gladiators. Like, yes, Marvel is like more experienced on Winston, and I do think his Winston play has been strong. That has been an upgrade. But they have to face the fact that they lost an incredibly talented mechanical player in Dante, who was very, very strong when he plays Ramatha, when he plays the Queen, when he brings out those other styles. Like, so yes, maybe Marvel, like, you feel better on the Winston comps, but there is a lot of variety, and in some map pools, you're like, man, I kind of wish we had Dante back. I think they are feeling that. I think Marvel can get there. I don't think he's like the reason they lost. I think there's more factors at play there. But I think it's a factor that you have to think about in terms of, like, yes, they gained in one domain, but I think they paid a price in another.
Yeah, I'm panicked. I'm panicked at this point. Not because I think they're like perpetually worse than the Valiant and they're like bottom in the league, but like I'm worried because this is a team that is gunning for the playoffs. Right. Like, they want to be one of 5 Western teams that make it to the playoffs. And this did not look like a top 5 performance. Obviously, they lost to the Valiant.
I mean, from an emotional perspective, it's like you bring in a new player and then you lose your first 2 games. It's like, that's tough. It's not like they were like losing.
If you're Marvel, you're like,
Marvel is white knuckling.
Like, oh no, like this is bad. This is bad. And it's not necessarily his fault again, but like playing with Ping, being new to this team, it's a tough spot.
It's not always a rational thing.
Maybe panicking is not the right word, but I mean, they should.
No, for me it is. I said I'm panicking.
But I mean, the Gladiators are like, they have so many great players, just like Kevster and like Kai and so many other players, right? It's just,
yeah, but like Kevster can't do it alone. He was losing to Turkey and Norway in the World Cup. I witnessed it firsthand. It was painful. I'm a Swedish person.
Jake, you're gonna defend Kevster.
Kevster was lights out today. Like, I don't think we can say this is like Kevster's been lights out.
That's not what I said though. That's not what I said.
Yeah, you said he can't.
He's amazing. Yeah, I'm saying he can't do it alone.
Or Team Sweden. I think there is a difference here.
He can't do it alone. He can pop off like he does here. But
this was a disgusting round from Kevster, front to back. I thought when I saw this round, like, okay, Kevster's here. He's putting this one to bed. He was so clean on Hanzo this round. But I think it was really like the overall efforts from Valiant that just look. I mean, even in fights that a lot of teams, like, it's basically over, you're so unlikely to win, the Valiant are, like, coming in and just fighting tooth and nail. They don't give you anything. They scrap to the last second, even when they lose. And that's the energy, like, if you don't have that mindset as a team, and you don't do that every single time, you just don't win the last team fight of Lijiang. Like, the reason you win that is because you did that 10 times before, and it never worked before, but you kept doing it. You kept having, like, the faith to call hard and, like, focus up in the final fight. And it's amazing to see that pay off for a team. Like, that feels really good.
I mean, Kevster is an insane player, but honestly, today, Johnny, we got to talk about Seeker a little bit more. Like, he was on one today. He was.
I've been hyping up Seeker even since he played on Boston Uprising last year. I mean, you remember, right? Because on the desk, I was always just like, oh, Seeker's in for the Boston Uprising. You know, he popped off in his very first rookie match. And, like, this is what he can do. He's so aggressive, and he has the mechanics to back it up. So, like, he goes on these flanks, especially when he is on Sojourn. We saw a ton of Sojourn play last year. And, like, when he's on this hero, he just has this innate ability to go on these flanks. Hit just like that.
That's that. Like, how do you even see that?
It's
unreal. On low graphics, there's no flag there, but, you know, it's still a nice shot.
But it looks amazing. It looks amazing. It does. Like,
I mean, Esperanza was Seeker's town, man. He just took over that map.
That's what I'm talking about. Look at him popping off.
Look at that. You know what, guys? We can't stop talking about Seeker. So we're gonna have a post-match interview with Seeker. We have to hear more from him.
I want to know more.
Let's talk to the man directly.
Yes. Let's talk to him directly.
I'm seeking information.
Hear his thoughts. Seeker, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo, big congrats. You guys finally did it. Your first win in the Overwatch League. Guys, can you just walk us through this whole moment or this whole match? Like, of course, you guys lost the first 2 maps, but then you guys came back after the 3rd map. How'd you guys just get the win today against the Los Angeles Gladiators?
I picked Sojourn.
Nice. All right, moving on.
We need the Sojourn buff to drop to Overwatch League, bring out the truth. But what I want to ask you about Seeker is I've heard through the grapevine that y'all are like one of the more hardcore teams in scrims, in the sense of like playing scrims, giving it your all, like trying your hardest, even when you're playing like super strong opponents that are maybe like still a step above you. And I just feel like that's been paying dividends. Is that your impression of you guys as a team? Like, they felt like in those final fights, those clutch scenarios, you guys are giving 100%, like no matter what the odds are against you.
Yeah, I mean, we have nothing to lose, and we have everything to gain from every match we play. So we know that we're always going to have some sort of underdog buff, and we know that if we want to win, it's completely up to us because we don't really have a lot for us, you know. So I think that we really just want to win more than most of these teams, and the teams that are playing against us are playing not to lose instead of playing to win.
Yeah, you know, with this win as well, like everyone's popping off. We saw you in the camps. You're popping off after the match. Everybody's celebrating massively. I'm so happy for you guys. That was a big win for you guys. But also, like, there are so many fans online as well cheering you on, cheering on the Valiant in this win itself. Do you have any words for the fans out there? You know, why should you support the Valiant? And do you have any words for the fans who are cheering you on?
Support us because other people don't support us. Thank you.
The true underdog mentality.
True underdog. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I mean, Seeker, thank you so much for your those funny answers, and of course, thank you for the insight. And again, big congratulations on getting the win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, what a match, guys. What a series. That's one that I'll remember. That's like honestly an incredible moment. And for me, it's like, no matter, I think even if you're a fan of the Gladiators, you've got to like respect the Valiant for being that team who refuses to give up, because it's so hard in that scenario. You're losing every match, like to not get mentally broken by that and to just not give them, okay, we're losing again, like to not accept that and to make a reverse sweep in that position. That takes heart. Like, I mean, it takes skill, it takes incredible practice and execution, which they did deliver as well. But it takes heart, man.
But also, I love the memes coming out of this, not only because Valiant now rules LA, but also
a long time.
Because Funny Astro had like the stereotypical like Funny Astro moment where he's like double booping and like sound barrier 2 people, and everyone's like, oh my god, Daniel Hathaway, and then Liar comes up with a 5K just like, oh, sorry Funny Astro, Liar is in the server, I'm Lucio diffing right now. I loved it. I love it.
I mean, from the interview as well, I think he's such a funny guy as well. I like Seeker. And again, big congratulations to, of course, Los Angeles Valiant for getting their first win. And like Seeker said, hey, they need more support and they need more fans. And if you guys could support our teams, I'll be very thankful.
I want to see.
Oh, what a transition. Wow.
We've got a great take bundle available for you to pick up right now. Grab Diva, Junker Queen, Zarya, and a Team Weapon Charm, all for the low price for 350 League tokens. It's available until August 10th, so get it while you can, everybody, all right? You guys didn't like the tank of
I want to see the fans get behind the Valiant, man. This is that team that everyone wants to cheer for. Who knows what can go on the rest of the summer stage? Yeah, they had a slow start to the season, a really slow start. But you never know. All you got to do is get out of that bottom 3 and anything's possible.
Rock the Valiant skins in game. Yeah. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Use your alt tokens.
Especially on Sojourn. If you're not rocking Valiant Sojourn, you're missing.
Yeah, we'll all be very thankful. You guys didn't like
Danny loves that. We're just quiet.
Custa, no?
Custa's sitting there.
Custa's in the corner just like cringing.
He's like off cam, like.
Yeah, he's
all right, let's move on to our final match of the day. A certified gigabanger between San Francisco Shock versus Washington Justice. I mean, we heard from GetAmazed in the pre-show, so I think this is definitely an interesting match as well. San Francisco Shock yesterday, proving that they did very much improve. Junbin on that Wrecking Ball looked fantastic as well.
So good.
Is that going to work against the Washington Justice?
I think the Shock look scary. I think they look very serious. I think Junbin can bring out the ball on certain maps. He played a ton of different comps though. Like it wasn't just ball. He played the Winston. He played some Queen in moments. Ramatra. Like I'm not worried about Junbin's hero pool. Donghwan, I think, could be an asset to the Justice. I think FD God was really more of like a Lucio specialist player, and I think it kind of hurt them sometimes when they're playing a heavy Brig meta, which it kind of is these days. And so I think that Donghwan's got his work cut out for him dealing with Junbin's ball. You got to be very on point on Brig, blocking those pile driver slams from your team, booping the ball when he wants to make his play and knock you down. So it takes a lot of awareness. It's a tough test, I think, for your first rookie debut in the Overwatch League to go up against Junbin and Proper. Good luck, bro. It's going to be hard. If he can pull it off, then you got to put some respect on Donghwan's name.
I also want to find out some answers from the Washington Justice going into this meta specifically, because I feel like if we're moving into some Echo Tracer kind of territory, how are you going to split that playtime between Flora and Alpha Yi? Because Alpha Yi has an insane Echo as well as the Tracer. Playing the Tracer like he did in the spring split. So are you going to put Flora on the Echo?
Or are you just going to
Echo? Yeah. And then Flora on the Tracer. That makes the most sense. But I'm curious how that trade-off kind of how this will affect the performance from the Washington Justice. And they might not even play Echo Tracer at all. Honestly, they might just play Sombra Tracer, especially if Junbin is on the Wrecking Ball, right? So a few options here for the Washington Justice to play around with. I think we'll know more about the Washington Justice after this match.
True. And with that being said, let's take a look at our predictions for today. I'm pretty sure I went with the San Francisco Shock. Yesterday, they just looked too good. And I just fell in love with Junbin's Wrecking Ball and how the whole team just synergized with that. So I just went with the San Francisco Shock 3-1 victory.
Same. I think Renko and Luke Mino, obviously Junbin was huge, but I think Renko and Luke Mino played solid. I saw Renko making a lot of heads-up moves, very aware of the game and having a good read, not getting caught, especially in the ball comp. It's really crucial on Ana that you have that clear read of the game.
Did you?
Luke Mino, having a great debut, I think, on this new team, looking like a much better player than he has in the past, because maybe he's got the right tools around him. So I've got the Shock here.
Are you?
No, I went with the Shock too. But Danny, I feel a bit worse about overreacting to the Shock after they beat the Glads yesterday, and the Glads just lost to the Valiant. I'm like, this is a perfect spot for us to just be made complete and utter fools, just baited by the Shock beating the Glads yesterday. But they look good. Right? Yeah. It was the Glads, but they look good, right?
This was actually really fast. Okay, 53 to 47%. That's pretty even.
Yeah.
I do think the Justice they're no slouches. They can be a very scary team. I think a lot of this will come down to map pool. How much is the ball a factor? Because I think that was kind of a key strength for Shock. And on maps where they can't play ball, they're going to be more of a standard mirror. I think that's where Justice is going to be very experienced. They kind of know the matchup a little bit better. So I think for Shock, you're almost hoping to get an edge off those odd picks. And the question is, can you really bring that to bear?
All right. Chat is pretty much 50-50 close. We're all for San Francisco Shock. I'm wondering what our casters think. And for this matchup, we got the Australian boys, Mitch
The duo
And
from
Costa.
down under.
We're back.
Duo from under?
From down under.
Oh, down under?
Down under, Danny.
Come on, Danny.
Yeah.
Come on, you guys don't even, am I the only one from down under? Like,
Yeah.
From under?
You guys
We're just under.
Down under, up and above?
To be fair, Costa didn't know in 2021 what hemisphere UK was in, so, you know.
I still don't, honestly, if I'm being honest. I can't remember what the answer was.
This guy's pretty well travelled, Scotty. I mean, I think he was just baiting you guys. You know, he's been around. He spent some time in Canada. He kind of knows up from down. You know, don't let him fool you. He's a little bit more clever than he likes to give off. Casting with Jack, you know, he's got to bring it down a little bit. But I'm telling you, there's something going on up there.
Yeah, I got to be smart now.
Good up to you, Scotty. Oh, yeah. Step up, bro. Step up. Long day for you. How are you feeling, mate? Are we overreacting on the San Francisco shock here? Are we getting a bit ahead of ourselves, getting very excited about this team now, based on what we've seen yesterday?
Yeah, well, that's really the question, because the San Francisco Shock, they did look good, but now we're talking to ourselves, like Johnny just said, the Gladiators losing to the Valiant, looking weak doing it. Does that also transcend to the San Francisco Shock? Is this team going to be able to stand up? But also, it's not just about the Shock. I think sometimes we forget this Washington Justice roster is 5-3. They're having a good season so far.
Yeah, I think it was like a bit of a capitulation to, you know, as we got towards the mid-season madness, right, where this team kind of fell apart a little bit. Some tough opposition against teams like Gladiators and the Mayhem, and they eventually sort of fell out of the mix. But we can't be too quick to forget just how strong this team is. This team that obviously is led from the front by Alpha Yi. You know, Mirror's looked really good across multiple roles where he's had to step in. I get the question marks, you know, about Donghun coming in. Yeah, it's a change to the team. You know, we were pretty surprised, I think, to see the French connection broken up, you know, between GetAmazed and FD God. But, you know, this team, Scott, are looking ahead. They want far more than just, you know, being just on the outside looking in 4th, 5th place. No, they want to be right up in that top echelon here. And, hey, not a bad opponent to show it against. Maybe stop this San Francisco momentum before they get ahead of themselves.
Yeah, GetAmazed and the Washington Justice. What they're saying is we're not okay with mediocre. We want to be a team that's going to be challenging these top-end teams. And even though it might just feel like a main support switch with Donghun coming in, I think it can be that catalyst that enables them to play different styles. Another question I had for this Washington Justice, and a concern I have for them in the spring stage, was they were bouncing between Mirror and BenBest, even though they were playing pretty much the same heroes. I'm hoping we see them sort of stick with one and just run with it. And for so far, we have Mirror in the lineup.
Yeah, obviously, like, you know, for the sake of variety, a lot of people are very excited to see Ben playing more, but you know, we've seen so many teams find success when they lock into that formula that really seems to work for them. On the other side of the field right now, you've got a team that has done just that with Junbin, right? We spent quite a while saying, hey, the time is probably not right for Max here. We want to see Junbin, we want to see more of the hero pool developed. I think we're even more confident in that now, that he's been able to play Wrecking Ball, something that he specializes in, and make it work up against these more conventional compositions that we were seeing, obviously, before the mid-season madness. I thought Probe had a decent start, right? It's nice to see that, you know, Proper has someone that can just strap on the Sombra boots and get in there, really free him up and allow him to play these high-impact heroes regardless of map or composition.
Exactly, like Probe, we saw him come in, he was having that flexibility, he can play the hit scan and the Sombra. They also have Striker who can come in and play the Sombra or anything else. And what all of this does is it enables Proper to just play his game. They can put him on the hero he's the most comfortable on and take over the server. And we saw that yesterday against the Los Angeles Gladiators. He was just everywhere, putting out so much work. And what that does is it enables everyone else to feel comfortable. Junbin playing this Wrecking Ball, an unconventional pick in a Sombra meta. I think just going back to your roots, playing what you're good at, can give you such dividends. So that's why I think a lot of us are really hyped for this San Francisco Shock roster. Now it's been slightly retooled.
It's fun to see the signature style to start to develop from some of these teams. Now, you know, the London Spitfire also attempted something, I would say, that's similar, perhaps with not the same level of result. But I'm curious, like, you know, we saw Marvel in a few occasions, you know, having to play Winston against Junbin. Against that Wrecking Ball, he seemed like he was a little bit unsure about how to, you know, limit Junbin's impact while also being able to initiate and be proactive himself. You know, even GetAmazed said in the interview at the start of the show, he's like, look, I hope we don't have too many problems at the tank role. How does Miro sort of deal with Junbin, someone who is so singularly talented at the Wrecking Ball, which is already a bit of a, you know, out of left field pick for this meta?
I think if you're Mirror, you need to try and put Junbin out of your mind, because Junbin is going to be impactful. He's going to be all over the place, and as the tank, it can be difficult to manipulate that. You have to deal with a Wrecking Ball as a unit. You need to find the times when you should ignore him and let him move around, and times where you need to focus him, because if you never focus him, like what happened in their match against Gladiators, Junbin will just exist forever and apply so much pressure to your backline. But some unconventional comps coming out here, Mitch, in this first round.
All right, so Junker Queen we have seen at times on Oasis, probably more so on City Center at times.
Yeah.
But this is that sort of Lukemino proper connection that we saw yesterday, right? One of the few teams that we've seen so far that are using the Mercy Pocket to really just soup up this Echo impact. And Proper was just disgusting on Ilios yesterday.
It's putting all your eggs in the Proper basket right now. They're just enabling him with this damage boost to pump out pressure. Flora switches over to the Sombra. He needs to find the pick and hack the players, but he gets instantly deleted by Proper.
That's huge. I mean, that's what Proper's looking for, that insta-pick here, and he's made it too. Both DPS of the Justice have fallen to his hand. So San Francisco get the trade up because of what Proper's able to do. Probe, well, maybe, you know, less equipped for success there, but he's still going to have impact as this, you know, this game goes on, and he's neck and neck with Flora in EMP charge. There's nothing to worry about dying early there.
This is such a weird composition from the Shock. You can see the Justice are kind of stumped on how they deal with this. Usually they'd want to go for the backline, but if you enable Proper to just sort of stand around and pump out damage, you're not going to win. The target is Lukemino.
They hack him, but the commanding shout here actually allows Lukemino to get away from this kind of pressure. Junbin very aware of what's going on to his Mercy. Carnage swing is pretty good. There's nothing Mira can do. What a scary prospect it is for Mira, dealing with a wild card like Junbin in the first place, now trying to go head-to-head with the Junker Queen in the front line.
At what point do you realize this Ramatra isn't going to work against the composition? What are you doing as Ramatra here? You're trying to take down the Junker Queen? That's never going to work. They need more pressure going on to Proper. Mira might need to make a switch over to the Diva or Winston, but right now he's opting to stay on and get the Annihilation.
Yeah, Mira. I mean, maybe to poke down a little bit, make use of this Annihilation, but how much capture percent would you already have given over if that were the case? Flora's able to get in and find Renko. You see Alpha Yi assisting in that regard. Does know the high ground. Probe is up there. We're going to have two Sombra ultimates coming up in this next fight, and hey, Mercy brings Rez to the table. Renko's back in the fight. Flora now looking for a big EMP and lays it down. Mira got the nano boost there. Proper put to sleep. Teru connecting the dart there, and that'll be enough to put the Justice back in this game, but Scott, the Shock still have dupe, and they still have EMP.
Yeah, as much as it is great to finally get the turn, it cost them a lot. The nano boost, the EMP, the pulse bomb also went wide, but now the Shock have the answers. If they come out with a rampage, they come out with an EMP, that's going to be so much damage. If you're the Justice, it's not about trying to endure it, you need to find a way to mitigate it. You can't take this fight heads up. Probe's found the Translocator.
Probe. How do we play around this? Generally, teams able to put together this elimination on Sombra pretty quickly. Flora harassing. Okay, Translocator down, but Alpha is able to help him find a pick, so you trade, but Proper already
Rez
found
again.
both DPS again. And the Mercy means you can't just trade one for one, Scott.
Yeah, that's the second time they've been caught out. Great dives, but it just hasn't been followed up.
Here's the dupe. Ana, as is customary at the moment. You see Lukemino trying to keep Proper in that Ana form. He's going to be knocked out of it in no time. Proper parted with a bio grenade there before that happened. The focusing beam at max range yields the kill on Teru. Mira, though, finally gets that Annihilation. You can see that's such a powerful ultimate in its own right. But Mira has to step away. The numbers favor the Shock here.
Yeah, but fortunately for the Justice, they still have control at this point, and they're jumping back and forth on it. The Shock can't play aggressively because they don't have their supports right now. Are the Justice going to retain this one?
Yeah, it looks like they used Alpha Yi, Scott, just to keep his toes dipped into the water, keep the point under control of the Justice. And he's got a pulse bomb to boot here. That's a pretty rough result for San Francisco, who used both their DPS ults in this previous fight or so. And now Washington's starting to crest towards peak in their own ultimate economy here. Not just the pulse bomb, but Flora's EMP. Here comes that hack there on Junbin. He's under a lot of pressure. Alpha Yi goes for the pulse here. Here comes the Kitsune rush though from Renko. He wants to send the Shock careening forwards. You notice that Junbin switched over to the Ramatra here. Here's that EMP and they catch Proper mid-air, but Junbin swinging for the fence. Haymakers connect with Mira. It's a 1-for-1. Dongun taking his time here as Teru did nano in that fight, but the Justice is still in control and they're looking good. San Francisco here go for an EMP, but Probe gets taken down just after the fact and there's no follow-up to work with. And Junbin has no choice but to stand his ground here, but Scott, I don't like the look of it.
Yeah, Proper is just slowly whittling these people down with that pick onto Teru. The healing is going to be low for the Washington Justice. Can the Shock finally turn this one with the sound barrier?
The Proper pick is huge. Make that too. The sound barrier means he can get even more aggressive here. And San Francisco are able to turn it around even after that EMP from Probe falls flat.
Yeah, Junbin has the Annihilation, and the Justice are going to have to once again stagger on to the point. You can see Alpha Yi lurking under, but he's been spotted.
Probe gets rid of Alpha Yi. That is huge, and what a time to come alive here at the end of the round for San Francisco. A dupe this time on Ramatra. There are going to be a lot of flailing fists momentarily. Proper beelines for the enemy front line. Spots Dungwon here, and of course he uses the rally, but it's not enough to keep him standing. Proper is disgusting. That's 2 annihilations in
That's
play.
too much.
The
No, that's illegal.
Massacre. That's not fair. Oh my goodness. Especially with the fact you get that extra durability in Nemesis form, so you circumvent the 300 HP cap for duping a tank. That's filthy.
And there's nothing you can do against it because it goes through shields, it goes through everything, and you could just see both of them running down the Washington Justice. They could not sustain through the Fists of Fury. And the San Francisco Shock come out with an unconventional comp, but end up mirroring the Ramatra and coming out on top.
Yeah, it looks like Junbin eventually felt more comfortable switching over, which is interesting considering early on in the round he finds a fair bit of success. Could be like the Sombra really bothering him there as Junker Queen, as it kind of just leaves you out in the open. I did like the utility that Junbin was offering, especially Luke Mino, who was suffering a lot of focus and under a lot of pressure. And it makes sense, right? Because that res really turned some of those fights around.
Yeah, absolutely. They were getting good hacks onto Renko, but Luke Mino was just there to res them every single time. And it sort of forced the Washington Justice to play a different way, but now we're going much more conventional style from the San Francisco Shock. The Justice doing the same thing, but with a weird twist of the Junker Queen.
Seen a couple teams play this Junker Queen style. They try and take the high ground here. They literally want to stand on the middle of this sort of platform. Dongwon has to be careful though. He's hacked. It's going to be a recall forced there by Alpha Yi. So Junbin is able to assert himself on that position pretty effectively. Flora doesn't get really what he was looking for there. He has to pull the plug.
Mira can be sort of that anchor on the middle of this point, but at some point he has to go and apply pressure to Junbin. Otherwise, they're going to bleed out just like this.
Nice moment from Luke Mino there. Scott Flora gets taken down as he again tries to charge that EMP. This puts Pro more than a nose ahead in terms of ult charge, and the Justice down a player. They've got to give up the point.
Yeah, Probe is doing a very good job on this Sombra of just shutting down Flora. It feels like he's all over the place, and Flora just isn't getting the same opportunity to just free shoot. First cap goes over to the San Francisco Shock as they start to charge some of these ultimates up. Important difference is there is a Kiriko for the Justice instead of the Ana, so they won't have that nano boost.
Mira hacked here, under pressure, eats a biotic grenade, Proper. 9 of 17 final blows right now, just another day at the office really. A nice pulse bomb here surely puts the Shock up another 20% if he can land it, but he's taking his time. Heal pack handed over by Luke Mino. Teru a little bit low, has to Suzu away the Bionade, so the EMP comes in and it's devastating. Mira is low, he's trying to hang on, but look at the Shock start to push off the point once more. They don't find any kills as a result of that, but they absolutely force the Justice to step back. Opportunity for a re-engage, but Junbin cuts it short, dives on in, and now the Primal Rage to ruin Teru and Ko's day. Nothing Mira can do about this. Stunned up by Luke Mino in the rally shield bash, and Junbin, he's going for a bit of spawn camp.
just saying hi to the people who are spawning back again, giving them a chance to come back. Teru switches back over to the Ana. Mira is coming up to that Rampage. But it doesn't feel like the Justice have ever had the opportunity to take a fair fight. They're always on the back end. They did manage to live through the EMP, but then the Shock broke down the wall with the rally. And now 73% and counting, and they're going aggressive with the Nano.
Okay, they're looking for a cheap fight win here. I like it. They're forcing Dongwon's rally out at the very least. Flora also goes for the EMP. Okay.
You take that.
You get quite a lot just for that exchange.
Yeah, you take that. If you're only going to commit a nano boost and then you trade for 2 ultimates, that's great. Unfortunately, Proper does pay the price a little bit later. Now the San Francisco Shock may be having to fall back just a little bit.
Still a bit to work with for the Justice. They've got the Rampage, Pulse Bomb. Definitely an option. San Francisco, though, able to eke out value in some of these ultimate trades. The recall relatively early there from Alpha Yi. He's going to have to bide his time for the moment. And the shot gets to push in. Here comes the Rampage. Renko and Junbin both caught out by that one. Mirror, though, affected by the Sombra hack. Luke Mina's going to finish the job. Over the top comes Junbin. A good pulse from AlphaGi. He held on to that for quite some time. But look at this. Late EMP. Post for 2. He found both backliners. Scott, this is dangerous for the Justice. San Francisco, a cut above.
Yeah, the Washington Justice felt like they were in control, but Probe says no, drops the EMP, flips the favor of this fight into the San Francisco Shock, and now they're in desperation overtime.
Desperation indeed. In the high ground there, Flora dropping down. Alpha, I think, trying to keep himself at a safe distance. Mirror also stepping up here too on the Winston now. So plans for Junker Queen domination scrapped. Let's see what we're working with here. No huge ultimate, so it comes down to how effectively Junbin can isolate some of these players. And there it is. It's Proper striking again. Teru is down. Proper with 10 and 3 right now. If Flora has to get away, no choice, and he lets Proper lay waste to the rest of his teammates, winning out in the Tracer duel. 11 and 3 out of 26. That's San Francisco for you, and what a way to make a statement start in this series. Don't even need Wrecking Ball to strike fear into the Justice.
Yeah, I think the Washington Justice expected the San Francisco Shock maybe to come out with this Wrecking Ball look that was so strong for them yesterday. They came out with some different looks, even the Junker Queen there on City Center, but the San Francisco Shock not even needing to throw any tricks at them, just do what they usually do. Let Proper play the game and take over.
And again, he goes quiet sort of midway through City Center. He doesn't have to do too much. Probe is a player that really starts to contribute, and Junbin's initiations with these Winston dives have been perfect. I mean, this is just that's not really okay, to be fair. I think normally Proper's probably just doing banana and doing his job, but I think he knows he's he can be a bit cheeky here.
Yeah, Mirror just on the receiving end of that double fisting, and it's just hard to deal with. Right now, we talked about Mirror, needing... Mitch, I need you to move on from this one. I regret everything that was said. As we move on to Midtown, let's just move on to the next map. San Francisco Shock firmly in the lead right now on this map, trying to sort of redo their season with some new changes, and it's paying off for them right now, Mitch.
They're flying fists or none. We'll see what the comps look like as we head into Midtown, ladies and gentlemen. But San Francisco have made a great start in this series. Let's see if they can continue. Well, ladies and gentlemen, get ready because the Overwatch Twitter sphere is about to get 20% more annoying as San Francisco are looking like a pretty nasty force into this side of the season. We have a substitution attack, though. This is really interesting. Max, someone who I use as an example of like why maybe teams gravitate towards sort of just using the one tank, Scott, is getting subbed in here for map 2.
It was one complaint that a lot of people had for the San Francisco Shock in the spring stage was they were just bouncing between Max and Junbin so much that it didn't feel like any of them had the opportunity to find their legs. So it felt like both were struggling and neither was able to prosper. We were hoping so far from the San Francisco Shock's performance that maybe they would, just choose Junbin, play that style. But moving over to Midtown, there might be a niche strategy where Max can come in clutch.
Midtown, of course, a map we get to see a multitude of different styles here. Sometimes, we see teams attempt to brawl through that choke, sometimes to circumvent it. Curious to see what Max means in that regard. Mira has been someone called upon here to really play both ends of that spectrum and everything in between. That's something worth bearing in mind here is, the Justice have a chance to maybe get an idea of as this map goes on, what they should expect from the Shock here. But this team, the San Francisco team, is really hard to read.
Especially with their recent upgrades, I don't think many people saw, there were obviously some rumors, but Renko and Luke Mino to come in for this team. Luke Mino coming from a struggling Vegas Eternal into the San Francisco Shock and switching roles. He was a flex support player and now he's out here playing the main support heroes like the Brig. And then Renko, who had an impressive debut performance yesterday. These guys are really hitting a level that not many people expected and they're making a lot of fans while doing so.
Junker Queen. All right. Yeah, we're really happy, I think, to see Luke Mino slot into this roster and find success, because I think even on a struggling Vegas roster, Scott, everyone was like, hey, this guy is the real deal. Look at what he's doing. Look at the outsized impact he's able to have at support in so many of these situations. I mean, not to mention the Hanzo switches we saw from some of those matches here, but a quality player now in a system I think that really will allow him to shine. Let's see, though, how it plays out, because Mira, again, is going to have to walk into Junker Queen and go, oh, this again?
This
how do I get
chestnut.
around this?
Yeah, and the Junker Queen is an interesting look. As you said, we've seen bits and pieces of it, but it's been very few and far between as the Washington Justice against May are opting to walk through the train, which is a questionable decision at best. They haven't been able to make it through as Prop is trying to push this Sombra away. Probe goes down.
Yeah, okay.
How did that
not
happen?
Quite going right there. Like, maybe just getting caught out there, maybe just taking a face full of burst damage from multiple individuals, but good call from Donghun there. And again, can be sometimes hard for Sombra to get in here. Just have to move through some of the chokes, so spy checking's an option. Max, though. Oh my goodness, revenge comes with interest, Scott. Max comes in to find 2 quick kills, and all of a sudden, his Justice push falling apart.
I know in the back room somewhere, Jake is punching air in his vendetta against this train. It's such a bait to try and walk your team through there because your backline can't open up at all. You can't provide any assistance. You're literally walking down a massive narrow corridor. I don't know what the Justice were thinking trying to get down there, especially without a Lucio. And they're going to try it once again, Mitch. I don't see how this is going to play out for them unless, Max is just going to get a rampage and run through them all.
Okay, he's back on Renko. Has to back away from the Vortex here. Mira hit with that bionic grenade. Here come the Justice. Max, though. Okay, no real connection on that rampage. Yeah, just straight into it, unfortunately. Gonna be Mira here. Looking to make Max's life pretty hard. He can't do too much about the Annihilation here, and the rest of the Shocker core on the back foot trying to get out of the situation as quickly as they can. See, Probe trying to dissuade Alfie from pressuring Proper down, and the Nano Boost is also going to help in that regard. Proper stays alive. In Nano takes Mira down. Alfie now needs to try to beat a quick retreat, but Proper's going to be there to receive him in the Shock. Bounce back.
The trend of putting all your resources into Proper and hoping it pays off goes again, even on the May. He's able to come up clutch, get those couple of kills. It was expensive for the Shock, though, to hold on to that one. 4 ultimates just to be able to stem the bleeding. So Washington Justice, they're walking in with an EMP and a rally of their own.
And we saved that, Scott, but we're down to 90 seconds left for the Justice. This EMP is going to have to be the business. Flora lining it up here, really needs to take his time. Proper split from the rest of the Shock, so hard to catch both components of this team. Pressure on Proper, goes for the hack. Flora's forced to get out. It's going to be a little moment before he's set up and healed. So waiting for that now, and the Justice are able to make incremental progress here.
Look at how spread out the Shock are. They know this is coming.
EMP comes in, Luke Mino caught by it, so was Maxi able to stay alive until the Bioneg comes in. It clings to life and unfortunately can't stay in the fight. Renko gets brought down to the Justice. Talk about spending big for progress here. That EMP eventually comes up. They catch two pretty important players, shutting the rally down, Scott, importantly. And this means that Justice are on the road.
Great recognition. Luke Mino caught in that EMP. Take him down. Don't give him the opportunity to pop that rally and give the Shock an opportunity. It took a while, but the Justice are through onto the second point. For the San Francisco Shock, though, on the positive side, they have so many ultimates coming up. They have another EMP from Probe. He's charging these quickly, and Luke Mino did manage to retain the rally.
Flora really wants to maybe pressure proper here. Try and have some supremacy at range. Still,
looks
never
big.
a guaranteed thing with those right clicks. This is lovely positioning. But will the follow-up be able to come through quickly enough? Probably yes. That is an EMP. My goodness, 5 players hit by that one. And Probe will finish the job on Mirror. Now with no front line, you get absolutely caved in. As the Justice are lucky to get out with only offering up 1 player.
Yeah, that's dream situation there for the San Francisco Shock. 1 ultimate. Teru does try and throw the nano onto Mirror to keep him alive, but it's just not enough. And now Probe's charging up another one. You want to get this cycle going.
Yeah, again, this is what we saw the Shock do so well prior. Some of their ultimates in between backline, front line, not sure. Look, I think sometimes it's pretty surprising just the turn of speed that Ramacha can put on when he's in that Nemesis form, but Flora maybe was looking for a sideline and had to play around the cart, maybe not expecting Max to pull up on him.
Yeah, and now that's more time for Probe to charge, more EMP, and it just keeps going up. The San Francisco Shock are playing in a reactive manner. They recognize they don't need to be the ones to go first while they don't have EMP. They have the ultimates to counter anything the Justice throw.
Max is going for it. My goodness, he takes a bunch of damage and still pushes up. He knows the team are behind him. And Renko, of course, delivers. The nano boost given over to Max. Yep, both those ultimates used, but this is fine, right? As a component in your ult cycling, Scott, none of the Ramacha with the Ramacha ult, then EMP Blizzard next fight, you're in really good shape.
You just keep cycling these ultimates. This is how this composition is supposed to be played. Always be on the front foot, always be charging an ultimate, because on the other hand, the Justice, they haven't been using many ultimates. They haven't been cycling. They're just holding onto them, waiting for a good opportunity to use them. Can they find a way to get into this fight and get value from the ultimates?
Probe, gotta be careful here. Alfie able to spot him out. Blizzard in hand.
It was important that they got Probe out of the way, and that's the important pick there. Flora takes down Renko, the primary healer for the San Francisco Shock.
They're finding that Hanzo's starting to generate some value here. Flora able to stay clear of Max and find a key pick. Translating into a fight win is important. And credit to San Francisco here, Scott. They don't really try to panic ultimate. They don't try and use an EMP to sort of turn a potentially lost fight already. This means that they come into this next engagement with plenty to work with. The Justice don't have an EMP to work with, so if Probe can lay this one down quickly, the Shock can capitalize even in an ult disadvantage.
Yeah, they might not. Oh, well, there's a player advantage right there. Alfie taking out Proper, and that's the go button.
Probe thinking about it here, deliberating, maybe getting calls from his team just to hold off a little bit longer. Probably going to be pretty slow, ambling out from Spawn, but it's going to have to go for it here. Big EMP coming out. Alfie, though, able to stay alive. It's going to be Mirror getting the nano boost, and San Francisco gets stuffed back where they came from. Not a whole lot you can do about this little combo, as was evidenced by the Shock previously. Losing Proper at the start of that fight, that's got to hurt.
It really hurts because all of a sudden the Shock don't have any answers, and Justice recognized it. Even though it wasn't the most effective use of ultimate economy from the Justice, just pressing all 4 ultimates, guaranteeing you capture that second point is absolutely worth it. Probe is going to switch off of the Widowmaker, off of the Sombra onto the Widowmaker. Interesting choice. This is a gamble for sure.
Again, he's not the longest sidelines. I guess he's trying to punish the Hanzo here. That's not guaranteed, though. You can see the Justice are responding to this, though, in terms of their positioning. They don't have speed boost, so how do they take a fight here? Dragon Strike to split up the Shock, maybe?
Yeah, Alfie goes into the backline, tries to put pressure onto Probe, but he has to fall back, and now there's a Blizzard there from Proper that just finds absolutely no purchase. So if you're the Justice, you absolutely take a Dragon Strike for a Blizzard. But we're going 25 seconds remaining, no ultimates for the Washington Justice, and they're in last fight territory.
May Widow from the shot.
A classic.
We don't have to see proper in this role as well. I guess prior was more he sang, but I'm here for it. Again, defensive Blizzard that gets disengaged from is the most charitable interpretation I think we can make of that previous fight. But hey, Renko has a nano boost here. Max has an annihilation. Got it all to work with here for San Francisco. And here we go. Max plunges headlong into the Justice. And guess what? It's enough to force them away from the cart. We'll take that all the way to the bank, Scott.
All the rookies, they've been longing so long to get into the Overwatch League just so they can spam C9 in chat when someone loses a point. But the Washington Justice, as much as that is a C9, Alpha Yi had to deal with the Widow. There's an enormous Ramatra with a nano boost in the face. There's nothing the Justice could do. It's not a terrible push, though. We've seen a lot of teams not be able to make it to that third point. So if you're the Washington Justice, you're not too unhappy. Now it's the San Francisco Shock's turn to attack. And now we need to start asking questions. Why is Max in this lineup? Are we going to see anything different? Because I believe in the past, Junbin was primarily the Ramatra player. Is there a reason we're seeing Max?
Or at least he's played, plenty of it and has looked more than serviceable in that role. Any of the rush sort of style, obviously ball Winston. In fairness, Junbin, pretty wide hero pool. We saw from him over this series and obviously yesterday. It could also be just a matter of, the Shock's like, at some point, we've really got to get Max involved in some of these games. And this seems like a decent one to do it against a Justice who probably, will have even more trouble reading you because you're just mixing up your tank play midway through. Got to ask questions, Scott, about the Hanzo pick from Flora, right?
Yeah.
He's able to find a little bit of action in that second phase of the map, but it seemed like it was a little bit hard for him to really utilize, I guess, or leverage Hanzo's long-range advantages to get them through the map quick.
Yeah, Hanzo, you're really rolling the dice. As much as you can sort of mitigate the odds as much as you want with just great play, it can be difficult to just find headshots and find the value that you need from a Hanzo. As the San Francisco Shock, they see what the Justice are playing, and here's the switch. Max onto the Diva, Probe on the Sombra, Proper on the Tracer. A pretty conventional dive style.
All right, already you see Max there towards the bottom right of your screen. Proper also in that position here. Max has well and truly made his way in. Probe also going to go ahead now. So there's a chance for Max to link up with Probe and Proper. So far we've seen San Francisco's dives with Junbin been really well executed. But this is what we wanted to see when we see Max get rotated in, Scott. So it's time for the judges to make their deliberation on how well this switch up works already. Point being attempted here by Probe, who's very low.
Yeah, the Justice, they're so slow with the composition, they can't rush anything down. So the Shock are trying to spread them thin, which is great. That's why they ended up getting a tick on the board, but eventually the picks will come through for the Justice. And that's a minute off the board, Mitch, where nothing was really gained from the Shock, only 50% to the EMP as well.
Right, you send Max in, he's sort of playing carefully from the fire station, and then you have your Probe Sombra on point, and he takes 2 arrows from Flora and goes down. All of a sudden, I guess you're trying to buy time for Proper to really make something happen there, but that also doesn't come to pass here. So the Shock are going to run the same play back, not necessarily with the EMP or any huge ultimates here. So let's see the same game plan presumably play out once more.
Probe 80% to this EMP now. He's trying to farm it up. You can see the backline of the Shock. They've taken this mega health room. The Justice are just trying to not allow Renko or the backline to really get in there. They're just putting so much pressure on. There he goes, and down
Alpha
he goes.
In a pretty decent spot here, getting topped up where he needs to be. Probe eventually finds Donko, and there is an EMP online right now, and Max tries to dive on in, but Alpha Yi's going to be there with the focusing beam. Nothing Diva can do about that, but the EMP comes in. A quick duplicate from Alpha Yi for some more durability, and now it's going to be a mech in play for the Justice. Extra durability and great mobility as well with Alpha Yi switching there. And another great turnaround here. You can see this momentum bar shows the Justice definitely winning out in these last couple of engagements. It's been hard for the Shock to execute on this Diva play.
And that's why people don't play Diva on attack for the most part. You want the Winston because he has a more upfront value. The Diva, as you saw, can just get absolutely beamed by this Echo as Probe goes down early again. That's another 30 seconds off of the clock. But back to my previous point, Max, you raised the question, why is Junbin not in this lineup at this point? If they really wanted to play the Junker Queen, it feels like they should be committing to it, because now it feels like they're hamstrung playing this Diva instead of a Winston.
Time is ticking. 1 minute and 7 seconds left. It took the Justice plenty of time to hit point A. We're already 91.8% of the way there. It could happen. Proper's able to find Alpha Yi. Finally, the menace of the Echo taken out of the skies. There's really not much Terror can do from this position. Max is happy enough just disrupting any of the healing coming from the Nana. Eventually will return to finish the job. Job done indeed. San Francisco now with this D.Va strat, looking to probably switch off a bit here. They've made it work.
Yeah, deciding he doesn't want to keep that D.Va bomb. It's not an impactful ultimate going over to the Ramatra. Going to mirror in this one. Probe coming up to another EMP. But that was a great hold from the Washington Justice. They have to feel comfortable.
Okay.
Where is the backline of this high ground setup? Because you can see
they're taking a while to get up here, right? Okay. Max obviously having switched the Ramatra here, so I feel like Hanzo can give you some value. Bear in mind there's another EMP on the table for San Francisco. It's a matter of getting up here though, and so far Flora's able to read this pretty effectively with the Sonic, so it's tough for Probe to sneak past.
They're going to go aggressive with the Annihilation and the Dragon Strike. You can see Alpha U trying to get something done, but it feels like they've walked into the trap of the San Francisco Shock. We asked, how did the Shock get onto the high ground to deal with the Justice? But the Justice make it easy for them and step into the jaws. I don't agree with that decision by the Justice, unfortunately.
I mean, this is like one of the most important parts of the map to really buy a lot of time, or rather burn clock off the attackers. San Francisco have got to be feeling so good about that because they don't even need to spend on Probe's ultimate to get what they came for. Being able to save it here for just outside of point B is absolutely monumental. And look at Probe's already looking and saying, okay, how do I set up here? Maybe probably catch the Ana. Then, they might be tracking a potential nano here. That's what Probe's looking at. And yep, Teru got to be hit by it. Is there enough time for Teru to get the ultimate away? He's under a lot of pressure and Probe has to get out. Mira gets a nano boost now and Max wants to push up. He's got one of his own and the Annihilation combo makes it all the more deadly. Where are you going to go, Teru? Back to spawn. FedEx at this point.
And the San Francisco Shock, they just know they had the ultimate advantage. Even though the EMP doesn't come up with dividends instantly, it just enables Max to close the distance and start punching people with the Annihilation. Now the Washington Justice, it feels like they're in a constant state of swapping ever since that mistake of going aggressive, and they're staggering Donghun on the brig. Welcome to the league.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome back, bro. Yeah, this is how it be here. The mean streets of Overwatch League, they're going to get you. 2.5 minutes left in the round. You can see, obviously, the box of victory looming very closely here. Flora, after switching off the Hanzo to the Sombra, has been able to make decent progress towards its EMP. So the Justice have a couple of contingencies here to hold the Shock at bay, but even in unfavored engagements, the Shock have been able to come out on top a couple of times. This time, though, probably not. His Proper's already out of the mix. Max gets close. Nemesis form is kind of boxed into the corner by this wall. Alpha U, though, doesn't have a lot of assistance when it comes to the damage. He needs to be careful. A couple of right hooks being thrown there by Max, and there's that EMP from Flora Scott finally getting drawn out.
Yeah, I don't think Flora wanted to use that, but because we had Max living for just too long, decides it's better to be safe than sorry. Is he actually going to make a strange? Goes back to the Hanzo, realizing he might not actually get another EMP. He's better off going for something that might find instant value of the Hanzo. If you can hit a couple of headshots, that just like that, it could turn the tide of this map.
That's big. And again, you can play back by the train, or you can make use of the high ground here, as Flora's looking to do. This transition obviously will make it hard for San Francisco to keep track of him. Also, Sombra, Tracer, Ramatra can't really get up there, so relatively safe, even if fairly proximate to where the front line of the Shock is going to be right now.
And if you're this Justice, you're watching out for this wrecking ball of ultimates that the Shock are going to drop. Rally comes first.
Okay. Luke Mino, Donghun both pop those ults. Donghun shield bashing back towards the rest of his team, but Max, he's led up. Nano booster, look at the EMP catching the backline, but it's really only Max that is tickling right now with this damage. That one falls flat for San Francisco. Maybe they were hoping on the timing of the Annihilation being a little bit quicker for Max here, but you're going to wish you had that one back, Scott. That from San Francisco looked a little lopsided.
You can see the idea from the Shock. They're just going to run over the brig, but great recognition from the Justice. Teru nanos Donghun. There's no chance that Max is ever going to take him down now. Shock goes to the pocket pick, proper over to the Echo. Luke Mino was on the Mercy, switches back to the Lucio. They're in desperation, just trying to run him down. Maybe speed Max up in this Annihilation to find some value.
22 seconds to play. Max will be probing here. Annihilation is really all that San Francisco can count on. Max really needs to stick the landing here. Forces Ice Block from Alpha U. Good start. Hasn't used the Annihilation yet. He pops it coming out of that manual Nemesis form here. And Mira's going to be starting to feel the pinch. Not again. Washington concede the point. They're in a 4 versus 5, and Mira, I think, was the one that let it slip. Oh, that one's going to hurt in the morning, Scott. It's another map for San Francisco.
Rinko's smile gets a little bit wider after that C9, knowing that they might have gotten away with that one. As much as Max had the Annihilation rolling, I liked what the Washington Justice were doing. They potentially could have turned that one, but pretty fatal mistake, and the Shock take it up 2-0. I'm curious to see how this series is going to continue to evolve. Will we see more Max? Will we see any Ben-Best? Because right now it feels like the Washington Justice, they're heavily relying on playing these Ramattra and a Brig compositions, but the San Francisco Shock just have their number.
Good looks here for the Shock. Proper on the main, not something we tend to see often, and we sort of question it at times, like, okay, where's the room for skill expression here? But Proper is able to find that. Then the switch over towards the Tracer looked really good. Got to hand it to Probe here, setting up some great EMPs. I even think that last EMP of that round was very good. Just the rest of the tools maybe weren't in play for San Francisco. But Max has demonstrated, whereas the Diva, whether it's a Ramattra or even Junker Queen at times, this guy has got a deep enough hero pool to make an impact here. And that's a scary prospect. San Francisco have got 2 tanks that are running on all cylinders that can come in at a moment's notice, and the Washington Justice just had to respond.
And that was something that the San Francisco Shock, Junbin and Max both said in interviews of, the reason you've seen so much of both of us is when we put a player in, we don't want it to be clear to the opposition what we're trying to do. They have the flexibility, regardless of which tank comes in, to do anything. That is a scary prospect, and it is starting to pay off for the San Francisco Shock.
Good looks for San Francisco, quite the revitalization they've had by the looks of things in the mid-season. Let's see, though, if they can make it a perfect 10. Stick around for Route 66, our 3rd map in this series. Washington Justice, your time is running out. You need an answer for the San Francisco team, and you need it 10 minutes ago. Junbin coming in now, keeping it fresh, continuing to mix it up for San Francisco. And we look to the Justice here, and maybe it's got to their DPS to be difference makers in this next map.
Yeah, you can see, I believe that's GetAmazed giving Flora a back rub. I think that's what they need. The Washington Justice, as much as they are a fully formed team, they have great players, the Justice with Flora and Alpha Yi, they've been the tip of the spear. They've been the people who are always drawing first blood, and it doesn't feel like they've had that impact or made their mark in this series so far.
An opportunity, though, to rewrite that history as we head into Route 66. I mean, Alpha Yi's been the kind of player that, needed no introduction, Scott, when he came into the North American region. Anybody even taking a cursory glance at the results that happened in the APAC region would know this guy is the real deal. Flora as well, a player that was, for some time, kind of being groomed to be like the next sort of solo build-around star, franchise player, whatever you want to call him. Maybe hasn't panned out in just that way, but it's turned up when it really matters, right? Whether it's even on hit scan-based picks, whether it's on the Sombra, he's really had a lot of time to start to define that role more effectively here. And then being able to switch to Tracer if he kind of had to, allowing Alpha Yi to go and do what had to be done. We're definitely looking at that front line, well, that DPS line rather, from the Justice. And Mirror as well has got a lot on his plate. Now he's dealing with a different beast again in Junbin, and Junbin's dive, we'll see it defensively here, Scott. It's been very good so far.
Yeah, Mirror has so far been playing the Ramatra, almost tending away from that Winston. Maybe not as confident in going toe-to-toe with a player like Junbin, but on a map like Route 66, this is a Sombra playground. This is going to be somewhere you have to play the dive. So now we get to see this matchup, Junbin versus Mirror. I'm also curious if maybe if we end up at the second point, will Junbin switch over to the Wrecking Ball?
All right, out of the gates we come. Alpha Yi on the Echo. Probe looking to clip those wings as early and often as possible. Already making his way, foray into that backline here. Probe also taking his time. Is sort of aware of the threat of Alpha Yi, and there's nothing that naturally counters that on the Shock's composition, right? Obviously, Sombra can make it pretty hard for that mobility to be a factor. Renko will like to pressure. Already here, translocated by Probe, as we start to see Alpha Yi stretch a little bit further forward. Flora, the same. Now starting to tickle that front line.
Yeah. Johnny asked an interesting question heading into this match. Is Flora's Tracer going to be up to snuff? Alpha Yi is the Echo and Tracer player for this team, so Flora needs to fill in when Alpha Yi is playing the Echo. He's doing some probing and prodding, as you said, and the Justice are getting positioning, but no picks have been found.
Junbin there being forced to counter dive back towards his team as Mirror got in there and set to work with that Tesla cannon. Here's a nano boost. Renko able to build that up really quickly based on all the pressure his team's been under. But it's a fantastic whip shot, I think, there from Donghun to force back Junbin. Alpha Yi with the Duke Winston here. Note that 300 HP, but guess what? Primal Rage rewrites all the rules, and now Renko is in for a rider's time. Alpha Yi in his face. A bit awkward the positioning though now, and he's to amble back towards the rest of his team. I'm sorry?
I was going to say, Alpha Yi goes so aggressive with that Primal Rage, forces the backline of the Shock, so the rest of the team for the Shock were just left out to dry. You can see, look at how little health Junbin has. Probe goes down, and that Primal Rage by Alpha Yi, as much as it didn't get anything done for himself, it helps his entire team take this first point.
And so yeah, the Justice really laying it on thick. That's why Renko builds at Nano Boost so early, because he's desperately trying to keep his team topped up. Alpha Yi there, I think maybe he must have sticky bombed the translocator there from Probe.
He did.
And Probe gets caught out as a result of it. So even though Alpha Yi is like kind of out of position behind the Shock, he actually secures a kill just by focusing that down, which is really impressive stuff. And hey, the Justice, 4 minutes 25 to work with here. Good start on Route 66.
Probe makes the switch over to the Ash, and you see Alpha Yi respond instantly, goes over to the Sombra, and there's the pressure from Mirror to follow.
Yeah, nice connection. A little bit tough for Probe there. I do like the Ash pick as they transition into this part of the map, but you know, against a nanoed Winston, there's really not much you can do, even with that coach gun. Junbin Primal here.
Didn't get any value. I didn't even see where it was.
Just pushing up.
Probe switches over to the Sombra as well, going to match that one, but Alpha Yi's already coming up to his own EMP.
Yeah, he's made it pretty quick. Alpha Yi having switched off the Echo himself a couple of fights ago. Here comes Junbin now. Nano for him. And can't get anything done because the rally was there for Donghun. Junbin back to the high ground now and just going to have to wait his turn and wait out that rally. Pulse Bomb here for both Traces, but as you said, Alpha E encroaching ever closer to that EMP. Had to be defensive Bionade there up on that high ground as Flora's Pulse Bomb got some splash damage.
How is Alpha E going to drop this one? He can see the backliner up there, and it's going to be right onto Renko, and Renko can't hold up to anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, Renko's been dealing with the School of Hard Knocks for the last couple of days, Scott. This one, no different. The focus on the Ana. That's the win condition for the Justice, and so far, it is working out beautifully. I've got to say, I mean, Junbin had an opportunity there to really start to put pressure down, but Donghun just holding his rally for the Nano Winston. Perfect answer. So it's been really efficient ultimate trades here from the Justices as they've made their way through the second phase of the map.
And with some of these late staggers, are the San Francisco Shock going to get this opportunity? Probe is coming with the EMP, and they are going to take this fight.
Okay, here it is, EMP. Mira already extended quite far forward and hit with that Biter Grenade. Still happy to stand his ground. He knows the Primal Rage is coming up, and he got a nano boost from Teru. Completely inoculated from the effects of that EMP, and once more, Probe isn't able to get follow-up to come past that ultimate. Yes, Sleep Dart on that high ground, but Probe's been taken down by Donghun, and Renko again under pressure, having to defensively Bionade himself. And Flora's going to be there with the Pulse Bomb. It's another backline ripped to shreds. And the Justice are absolutely hooning through this map, Scotty.
I like the reference of hooning. Only in an Australian caster you're going to get that one.
But VL Commodore, baby! In the Woolies car park, Scott!
Oh, you love to see it, mate. VB in one hand at the Woolies car park. You know that we hyped up Renko and Luke Mino. We said that they were holding up, but so far in this map, the Washington Justice, they're just putting out too much pressure, and the San Francisco Shock have not been able to respond in the same way they have in this series. 3 minutes remaining, a lot of time to cap through this third point.
But there's just no reason here for San Francisco not to be able to find a way to stabilize. There's Proper coming up when they need him to. With Teru out of the picture here, it's a pretty cheaply won fight, and a bigger window for Probe to work back towards that EMP. It's been back and forth switching off the Sombra here, where he had that short stint on the Ash, after which he just got absolutely slammed by Mira diving in here. So San Francisco want to get back to the ult cycling we've seen them do really efficiently in the first couple of maps. But hang about, Probe, despite losing his transport cannons, able to find a kill. So at worst, it's a trade. I think you're okay with that.
Absolutely okay with that. You will trade your Sombra for the Ana any day of the week. And Probe is already coming up to this EMP as well. The question is, are the Washington Justice going to be able to sort of find any positioning while the Sombra's not there and that threat of the EMP is not there? Alfie looking for an EMP of his own. He's found Luke Mino, but can they follow this far back?
He's trying. I think he realizes, wait a minute, we're a little bit too deep. Flora was there, but I don't think Mira was in position to follow up. But hey, this is a problem for the Justice. They kind of tip their hand that they're looking for an engagement, and the San Francisco Shock capitalized. Junbin here gets his primal away, so even though the EMP came in and had some effect, the Shock have been able to shrug it off for the most part. Junbin knows he doesn't have to go too aggressive here, just create this spacing, buy time for his backline to regroup, and Mira can't get out alive.
Alfie deciding, even one player down, that with the positioning of the Shock, they could turn that fight. It just wasn't enough with the rally from Luke Mino and everything else. And now, they used a lot of ultimates. Yes, as much as they're getting some picks now, the Justice, they don't have any way to get in anymore. Only Mira's Primal Rage. Can he come up clutch when they need him most? But he's going to jump in. Probe has an EMP, whatever he decides to do.
That Flora Pulse Bomb is interesting, right? That's a lost fight. You've got to think for the Justice. He goes for it anyway. Alfie's able to translocate out from that EMP. Probe only catching the DPS from the Justice. Stick here from Proper, able to recall away. Junbin's in trouble though. Gets hit with a Biter Grenade and is taken down to about 40% HP. Mira though has to use Primal Rage. Proper likely forcing that out with the Pulse Bomb stick earlier. Then the Justice here have to regroup and go again. Renko has a nano, that's big for Junbin. If he wants to make the dive here towards Teru, it's likely to be effective. There's no rally in play for Donghun to keep that backline standing, and Renko's going to line this one up here. Wait for his chance, but the Justice are backing away again. EMP here's for Alpha, but they've lost Teru at the start of the fight, and they use the nano just as we predicted.
Washington Justice, they're trying to stabilize, but it feels like every time they try to do anything, the Shock have a response. Alfie's holding on to this EMP, trying to bait them in, but then Teru goes down. The Shock have struggled in the first 2 points to be able to play their game, but on this third point, they're firmly in control, and we're in last fight territory for the Justice. Silver lining, they have a lot of ultimates to give though, Mitch.
17 seconds left in the round at this point. Just a map completion for the Justice would even be disappointing, but it's the way it goes. They've lost about 3 minutes on this phase of the map as the Shock have found their footing. Now the Justice need to unseat them with a sheer weight of ultimates, I suppose. Here's the EMP coming in. Lumino able to avoid pressures. Probe going to build towards his, though, as Alpha at least sticks that kill on towards the
he missed the Mega!
Renko, yeah, he doesn't go towards the Mega health pack. That was hacked. That was his alone. He could have had it, but he gets taken down. And the Justice, again, expend these ultimates. Junbin has good stall with the Primal Rage. Probe can EMP after the fact they come in at the same time, and Flora is going to be taken down. Probe under pressure, but Mirror can't connect. He's hacked and couldn't make the jump on the Sombra. Now Junbin's going to force him back. Going to be a hack on Junbin, of course, but Flora is down with that pulse bomb available, and there's so much health for this Winston. Lumino with the rally, more healing if you needed it. And the Justice come up short. Junbin buys enough time with the Primal Scott, and the Shock come back in with a big EMP.
That was the San Francisco Shock that we know and we love and we expect, when they can put the players on the tempo, when they can keep their backline alive. Renko and Lumino doing a phenomenal job of just creating that distance from their team so that the Justice could never find an avenue to the backline without being pressured by the San Francisco Shock, and Proper and Junbin and Probe getting it done. Now, the question is, can the San Francisco Shock best on their own attack? If they were going to play a Wrecking Ball, Mitch, this would be the time.
I mean, you're getting me hyped for a Scotty.
I'm hyped for it. I want to see it. I was so excited seeing it yesterday. It's such a unique thing that not many players in the Overwatch League can do. Junbin has been lauded by so many pro players as one of the best Wrecking Balls in the world, and we haven't seen it this year. So I want to see him go back to that, unless they don't feel like they need it in this series.
No.
Oh, Lumino, don't do it. No, Lumino.
He steps into it. No. Are you kidding me? And then Probe goes down. Right after that, here's the follow-up, Scott.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Ridiculous stuff. Oh my goodness. Big shout out to Observer Crew for catching that. I knew something fishy was going on because I saw the elimination of the translocator pop up and I had no idea where it was supposed to be. I think Alpha, you'll just claim that he meant that. That's fine. Let him have it.
Calculated. Going over to the attack, Junbin not gonna play the Wrecking Ball, sticking to the Winston. It is working right now. He's playing well on this Winston, so you can't fault him for that one. Watching Justice playing a little bit further forward just to get some ultimate charge, but you will see them back up. I'm surprised Probe was able to get both Mega health packs before the fight has even started. That's a big deal. Those really help your tanks play the game.
Yeah, this guy's on that Monopoly board, bro. He's already bought Mayfair. Don't you worry about it. He's setting up for the long game. He's chilling. Mirror caught again. That's unfortunate there. I think it was a Bionade that really made it tough. But it's been a lot of pressure onto Mirror, especially from Renko. That's his second Bionade just in this attacking round, making it very hard to keep your Winston in the fight.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of Winston inexperience from Mirror. Just getting picked a little bit there first, but now the Shock, they're in control. You can see Renko's going to have positioning. He's going to play far back, and Junbin's just holding the doors. How did the Justice get back into this fight?
Well, slowly is the ticket. Flora's pulse maybe on Junbin is a little bit low. He's taking his time getting healed up. Proper though, really keeping these flankers at bay. It's going to be Terror with an Nano Boost on towards Mirror. Tough to make something happen with this though. It's going to be a trade. Both Briggs are out of the picture here. But Junbin goes a step further. No healers available for the Washington Justice. They're going to be dashed aside here outside point A.
Yeah, as much as that's a great stick there from Flora onto Lumino, they just took too much damage trying to come through those tunnels. And the San Francisco Shock are blistering fast first point cap, and this is just the amount of damage that Junbin did in this small room, and that's why it's so difficult.
Oh, the timing of the prime, not just the spacing. The fact that you make it virtually impossible to get value from your healers anyway, but then finishing the job, that is big. Already an EMP thrown in here by Probe. The Shock really want to push quite a long way ahead of the card. And in doing so, they do get that Brig, but Renko's picked off by Alpha, at least able to put some reciprocal pressure on the Shock's backline. But again, no healers for the Justice. The Shock should be able to move up, but they're going to go for the EMP anyway. That is harebrained, to say the least. Lumino down, but Alpha gives up his life for his hubris.
A questionable choice there from Alpha Yi. The respawns from the Shock are going to come faster. Even if you are trading 1-for-1, that's not advantageous. And now they don't have an EMP of their own to get back into this fight. They do still have the rally, they have the primal, so they have tools in their woodwork, but the San Francisco Shock, that was the one thing that it cost them, and now they're even.
Proper here wants to try and take this high ground, but he knows he needs to serve himself up in LOS to Renko, at the very least. They can't linger. Back to the high ground, Mira really wants to fight for that, and Junbin hangs around a little bit too long again. Line of sight to supports might have been an issue there, and it's a freebie for the Justice. A chance to stabilize now, and Mira's going to be very hard to evict from this room, I can tell you that. This is going to get drawn out. Oh, Rally? Sorry? Bionic Grenade on Mira, he just primals, but he's put to sleep. What an interesting exchange. Both these teams taking some big risks, Scott.
Yeah, both teams trying to throw ultimates at the problem. It's not the cleanest gameplay, but you know, anything works at this point. The gloves are off. Nano onto Mira going into the backline. Can he take down Renko? Yes, but it's traded on the other side.
Yeah, Mira whip shot away from Lukmino, so only one support kill. He'll go to the Nanoed Winston here. Fists are flying on the high ground, but again, Mira is able to establish himself. And now the Shock probably want to take a breather here. Both teams playing on a knife edge here. Throwing a lot of these key ultimates in. They lost Donghun, and yeah, the trade's going to be there. Probe goes down, able just to find the single kill. Surely you take a breath here as San Francisco and regroup.
I don't think so. With that pick onto Donghun, you have the healing advantage. You know Probe's going to be back faster. Washington Justice recognize and go even quicker than the Shock could.
Renko's able to give a Nano to Proper, of all people. And he has a limited number of targets. That cart, though, getting scarily close to the objective. Oof. Oh my goodness, Mira. The combo there looks like a whip shot came Proper's way, and even with the Nano boost, he gets taken down. The damage mitigation just not sufficient.
Point.
Junbin sleeping on the high ground, but Probe sneaking in. Has to translocate out. Primal though now. This is going to force the backline away again. And Junbin gets rid of the Brig. Once more returning to the cart. The Shock are just going for it now. Hell for leather. They're going to have this second checkpoint and have over 3 minutes to work with for this last phase of the map. What chaotic fighting.
There hasn't been a stop at any point throughout this entirety of the second point. Let's see if the San Francisco Shock will keep with that trend. But Junbin actually recognizing how difficult it is to play the Winston in this indoor sort of center, that he goes over to the Ramatra. That will give him more health, and after he gets picked early, the San Francisco Shock are going to up the tempo.
There it is. Starting to stack up that momentum here. Proper getting rid of Mira, and look at it, refusing to be unseated from the high ground. He sees an opportunity to extend and gets rid of Flora. No one wants that mega health pack on the high ground, apparently. Not hanging around, knows he has to back away and try and group up with the rest of his team, but this card getting ever closer to the objective here. 245, rally up for Lukmino, so a Nanoed Winston might not necessarily be the answer for the Justice.
Afi goes over to the Hanzo, almost a desperation pick, just trying to find any value. Understands that there are some big ultimates coming up for the Shock, EMP and Rally.
Probe harassing Alpha Yi there, a hack, and then trying to follow up with the Uzi. San Francisco just biding their time. They know they've got a really healthy time bank here, and they don't want to rush. Just credit to them for really modulating their approach as opposed to that previous part of the map where they just went for it over and over. Junbin forced well back. A nice bio-nade for Terry to relieve some pressure that was being generated by the Shock's front line. Miro wants to go for Renko once more. Bubble down Lukmino to the rescue, though. It's Alpha Yi winning against Proper. The Hanzo finds success against the Tracer and builds the Dragon Strike for the next fight.
That was such a big pick by Alpha Yi onto Proper. Without that Tracer damage, without that a nuisance that was just going to exist in the backline, there's no legs in the dive, and the Nano goes to the wayside. All of a sudden, this 3-minute time bank that the Shock had is halved, and they're out of ultimates. They used the rally, they used everything, the Nano. So Proper with a pulse bomb needs to be the one to come up clutch. If he can stick Donghun the Brig from the Justice, that could give him a window of opportunity.
In fairness, we saw a similar situation happen in Midtown, right? The Shock are so close to the objective, to finishing the map, and a couple stumbles ends up making it a much closer affair. The rally for Donghun pretty big. Proper though can really punish with a pulse bomb. Teru won't be able to throw a Nano out and keep that Brigitte alive. Could be a big play. Is Probia on this Hanzo to see how this plays out. I like the Dragon Strike here. Junbin's under a lot of pressure, but is able to hunker down and withstand much of this damage. Probia's living up to his name in every sense of the word right now, but Proper needs to find some place for this pulse bomb to go, and hey, that's a stick. That's what they're looking for. Alpha Yi is down. Junbin going down with the Annihilation, Scott. This could be over. Sleep and Bio, though. Good little combination there on Junbin, and the Justice get rid of the Ramatra before the ultimate can really do its damage.
And without that front line, they cannot take this fight. Even though they're in a 4v4, they just can't step up. There's just too much damage. So that will be a reset as the San Francisco Shock, they're now in last fight territory, and they don't have many ultimates. Junbin just was not able to find the value with the Annihilation.
Terry comes up clutch there, Scott.
Yeah,
Bio
huge.
Sleep on Junbin. Absolutely massive gamer right now, and he has a nano to deploy, so could be a difference maker here. The Shock now, they really don't have ultimates, like actually don't have any ticks right now.
They got a dragon strike.
Get a body shot on Flora there. Yeah, builds the dragon. Keru chilling. Okay, so the Shock shut down that right-hand side of the map. And hang on, Alpha, you're getting caught there. Mira quickly able to find a haymaker and connection on proper in the front line, and Junbin's here with a nano boost here. Mira's holding onto this annihilation, waiting for the opportune time to deploy, and apparently that's now. Junbin gets a defensive biter grenade to the front line, and he can withstand that ultimate from Mira. Mira's forced away, has to now play from the high ground, and Junbin is encroaching. But Renko's down. Flora finds a key pulse bomb stick, getting rid of the Yana means there's no way they can keep Junbin in the fight. Luke Mina with the rally though, really the last hope for his team. That life is cut short as well, as Proper and Probe are unable to make the difference. They cannot bridge the gap, and the Justice will stay alive in this series.
We said that Flora and Alfie needed to step up if the Washington Justice were going to bring this series back. That they did. An enormous stick onto Renko in that final fight gives them enough time to be able to hold the point. You can see the Washington Justice, they feel comfortable in this Ramacha Mirror. That's where they want to be. They don't want to take this Winston Mirror, so the third point is their playground, and they get one on the board.
Great looks here from Mirror, 12 and 7, 15 final blows from Flora though. The kind of person we said, yeah, he'll pick up whatever role he has to sort of facilitate. This time he has the chance to play Tracer, and Alpha Yi actually is on the Sombra for much of the time. And Flora shows he's good for it. He can step into a role that really offers that level of skill expression, but requires a huge impact, and he delivers. Up against the likes of Proper, up against the likes of Junbin, which is a big deal. You can see the game plan developing here for the Justice, right? It's all about getting onto that Ana, punishing this newer, I guess this greener backline for San Francisco. Scott, at this level, as you know full well, a lot of pressure on you here when a team wants to try and focus you down. That just adds to the tally.
Absolutely. When you're a newer player, when you're the rookie, especially when you're playing with players of the likes of Proper, this guy is an MVP. This guy is one of the best to ever play the game. You understand that pressure is on you to perform. So when it feels like you are becoming the weak link, that can start weighing on you. So I want to see a bounce back from the San Francisco Shock supports. Can they hold back on and get back to their previous form?
More Overwatch for you on a Friday afternoon. Don't go too far as the Justice keep alive here on Route 66. It's New Queen Street coming up. Well, the Justice, they invest big in that DPS line for a reason, and this time they were able to have the impact you'd want to see. 9.4 final blows, love that, and 2.3 pulse bomb kills here for Flora, really making it happen. What a key player, especially in the last moments of that map.
We had the questions, and I brought it up in that map of, is Flora able to have that flexibility to enable Alpha to play these other heroes? And I think he silenced the doubters right here. That was an incredible Tracer performance against probably one of the best Tracers in the world. Some would say he is. So Flora is such an important piece. I doubted him. You know, you said he was that franchise player for the New York Excelsior in the past, and it didn't really come to fruition. We never really saw him take that next step, while now he's alongside Alpha Yi, he's on this Washington Justice. I really think he's starting to hit that next level.
Notice that obviously Flora has more pulse bomb kills, but quite significantly less pulse bomb attach rate here. It's got a lot to do with the fact that Proper's often trying to stick Mirror with these pulses, but Teru and Donghun turning around and making sure they can keep Mirror in the fight in many of these occasions has been really important. Mirror's been getting a lot of value. I think he goes 12 and 7 over the course of that map. Whereas Flora is going in and sticking Renko, sticking Lukemino, finding a guaranteed kill on a backliner, and cutting the shock down to size before the fight can really begin. Just a small difference, I guess, in approach, or maybe it's just coincidence that it played out that way. But whichever way you put it, Flora definitely the more impactful Tracer in the lobby on Route 66.
And that is a difference between Tracer players, everyone in the league. Everyone has their preferences. Some people like to get the consistency of the tank, but just in that map, you saw Flora had high impact sticks. Time and time again, he was getting them onto the backline that just made it so difficult for the entire San Francisco Shock to play the game. It is the nail in the coffin that ended up taking down the San Francisco Shock in Route 66. Can he keep up this level of performance? Will Flora stay on the Tracer is actually a better question, because now we're on New Queen Street. Will Flora go back to the Sombra and Alpha Yi on the Tracer?
No reason not to have a Sombra, I think, on this map. A lot of great routes for her. Can be pretty hard to spy check her. A lot of conveniently located packs. We've seen so much Sombra on New Queen Street so far this year. Again, this has been the kind of map where we've seen teams like Opta play, like a really brawly Junker Queen-centric style. That's something that we've seen Mirror attempt at least on Oasis. So there's a bunch of options here. But I think the Justice go to their bread and butter, the rush style that, they can switch to playing Winston if they had to. We sort of saw that. I think Mirror combined really well with Teru, especially when those nanos were up to get in there and pressure people like Renko down. But this is what we're talking about, right? This Junker Queen, Kiriko, Lucio setup for the Shock. This could be a lot of fun.
It's very different to what we've seen, from a lot of teams. The Junker Queen works well against the Winston, but is it going to have that same level of effectiveness against the Ramatra? I would usually say the Ramatra is favored in this head-to-head, but there is also a unique difference in the backline. The Washington Justice playing the Ana Brig will have more healing, but the Shock have the tempo. With the Lucio Kiriko, they can hack and identify and take down anyone at a moment's notice.
Going to be a test of that cohesion for sure to make this composition work. Generally, the Ramatra rush has been considered more robust. Lumino doggedly defending Renko there, turning around and forcing Flora right away. We'll see here the Proper playing towards that low ground on the Mei here. So again, we saw Proper on the Mei earlier in the series. Worked out pretty well, but hey, can't ice block when you hack. Great selection of target there from Flora.
I don't like how slow the Shock are playing. They were able to push the Sombra out, but then didn't use that as an opportunity to go. If you're going to play the Lucio Kiriko, you need to be proactive. You're not going to beat the Justice playing reactive, because they just have more healing and they have more damage.
We're going to see Lumino switch to Mercy here, or will it just be like an unpocketed Echo? What do you make of this switch from Proper?
Proper seems to be every time they're in a corner, he just goes Echo and hopes that he can take over this game. Without the Mercy, he's going to be less effective, but we've seen so many players be so strong with the Echo and just absolutely take over the server.
Alpha Yi, definitely one of them. But he won't have that luxury here. He's forced to play within the structure, but his Mei has been excellent in so many of the Justice's outings this year. The Justice get an early lead, right? They push up. A lot of it's off the back of picking Proper up. Now, a chance for the Shock to show what this comp is supposed to do. Get flattened by Mirror, apparently.
Look at the sheer amount of distance that they were trying to cross. They even had a Kitsune rush to help them close that distance, but they didn't even really get close. It cost them everything just to trade for Teru. Mirror's just the bouncer, just punching anyone who's not allowed through. And the Washington Justice might get a very quick first cap here, Mitch.
I mean, goodness, they're close. I mean, Probe is going to have to reveal himself here. He does. Quick translocate out there, Vortex thrown down, and that's scary prospect for Proper, surely. He has to duplicate up, and it looks like the Shock have done enough to stall this out and get moving back the other direction.
Renko has switched over to the Ana, deciding that that long-range healing might be better. They have the ultimates up, they have the EMP, they have the Echo duplicate as well. But Justice has just as many ults in their bank as well.
Teru hacked here, suffering some pressure from Probe. Proper though, have to be careful here. He's got to be held up by Renko. Looks like he's going to make the dupe here. Ramatra is in play for Proper. And Junbin has that Rampage online. Proper hack, but he's going to have an annihilation here in 5 seconds to make it work. He lets that one go straight away, but they've lost Junbin. Proper has to be the proxy frontliner here, and he can't stay in that form for long. The Blizzard going to be thrown down here by Alpha. That's a problem as Renko gets frozen stiff and then eliminated by Alpha. The Justice have all the answers right now.
Yeah, the Justice are just completely in control because it doesn't feel like the San Francisco Shock composition can do anything, and you're going to see Junbin agree with me because he's going to give up the Rampage to switch to Ramatra. Luke Mino goes over to the Brig as well, realizing what they're selling isn't working and trying to go for a more mirror composition.
Starting to see some of those cracks emerge here in the Shock's game plan. When you have a 3-0 series, you don't have to play push.
Yeah.
Now, though, seeing maybe some of their weaknesses laid a little bare, we are going to see them sort of kiss the ring somewhat and play this rush style proper. Still, though, adamant that the Echo is going to be the answer here. But kind of hard to see that play out, but he's going to get given a nano boost here. So this is time to put up a shut up. He is slept. Pro's going to be able to find elimination on Teru. So we take that and feel the shot. Junbin having to fold away from Mirror right now in this annihilation, right? Annihilation. Scary prospect for Junbin, but Mirror is under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, without the Ana, Teru going down, as much as you traded that one back, Teru just is all the healing. Mirror just can't get his health bar back up and will eventually fall. So the San Francisco Shock's finally starting to get some meterage on the board.
Duplicate here again for Proper. Last time it was Ramatra, which he's done before. A lot of Echoes that we see really just going over towards the Ana because of that extra value afforded to you, plus like a free nano boost is really hard to pass up. Okay, Spy checking in for Flora. He gingerly steps around that
Maybe not.
Looks like he really wants to make sure Proper gets affected by this, or at least Junbin.
You can, he almost makes the recognition. The backline's so far back, maybe it's better to EMP the frontline or isolate a frontliner target, because how does anyone else on the Justice close this distance to follow up an EMP? Both teams are having this issue with their Sombras.
Blizzard here, Junbin well and truly caught, but of course that Annihilation's still ticking, so the Justice, frustrated, have to step back. Proper goes in again, dupes a Ramatra, but my goodness, he just gets blown to smithereens. Taken out of dupe and then flattened by Mirror. And the Justice here looking really comfortable. If they can set up a situation where they can play this rush comp for the rest of this series, and the Shock can't mirror it with any level of effectiveness, that's scary. Proper looks like he's allergic to playing mate. I'm not doing this. He's over Tracer now.
It's a moral thing for Proper. He's like, I will not do this to everybody and the viewers at home. I'm going to play Tracer, I'm going to play Echo, and honestly, I respect it. But we need to see him come up clutch on this Tracer. As much as it's almost unfair what we expect from Proper, they need him to start coming alive if they're going to turn this map around.
Junbin able to shrug off the bio nade. Now in he goes. Throw some fists here. Mirror looking a little bit low. Teru peeks out at maybe the wrong time as Junbin flattens him as well. And that wasn't even Annihilation. Just a good old Nemesis form. Now what's the thinking behind popping that here?
I feel like Luke Mino has almost like a panic moment of, if I fall to this Ramatra, potentially we lose this team fight. But us as the observers have a clear-cut idea of what was going on in that team fight. Was absolutely not necessary. That could cost them as Flora and Alpha Yi get closer up to ultimates. Even Mirror's Annihilation, they would love to have that rally to deal with the oppressive nature of that ultimate.
In the last 90 seconds, Scott, San Francisco have really tightened things up. Proper, the switch to Tracer could have been a difference maker. Having two support ultimates to use, yeah, probably even more so. Here's the pulse from Proper. No connect. Teru's able to dodge away from that one. The aging limb's able to carry him to safety. Alpha here having an ice block, but look at this, it's the Blizzard play now. How do you respond to this if you're San Francisco Shock? Again, Junbin gets frozen solid inside that Annihilation. Oh, the timing doesn't pay off for him, but Proper's able to strike at the heart of the Justice here by eliminating Teru. And that's why the Justice don't push up any further than this.
They can't push their advantage as much as they would love to sort of force away this shock, move the bot back a little bit. They just don't have the healing. Junbin making an interesting swap over to the Doomfist. I don't know if I love this one. We know he is a good Doomfist. Maybe he sees something that I don't, but the Ramatra's going to get more neutral value, and that's just, that's almost a statement right there, EMP.
I mean, he's not going to look good in a fight where he gets EMP'd immediately, I suppose. Probe at least is able to find Teru, so the Shock have two supports to work with, and Donghun actually has to pop rally, so you're not feeling terrible about it. But sometimes we see the Doomfist switch to get back into the fight quicker. Junbin, though, must have other plans here, hoping for more from this switch, maybe hoping to just, move it around the place, make it harder for Ramatra to stand where he wants to. Look, I'll hold judgment for now. I'll withhold, my judgment on Junbin.
Yeah, I'm going to hold off. We'll see if he can get anything done. You can see the San Francisco Shock. They're trying to wrap around. Even Luke Mino is causing problems. Junbin's getting low, forced to back up. But this fight is on a knife's edge. As much as the Justice feel like they've been in control, they don't have that much of an advantage. They're trying to take down Teru, but with the Doomfist, it just doesn't feel like they have as much punching power as they really need.
The Nano Tracer again. Question marks abound. Republic's able to find a couple kills late in the fight. Junbin goes into power block, able to dodge away from Alpha Yi, who's been a persistent threat in this fight. Dodge those icicles, Alpha Yi, just too canny. Catches the Doomfist, and again, the Shock get bundled out of dodge. Again, really only like a meter separates these two teams, but Alpha Yi Scott is having a game. 8-1 right now.
Yeah, he has been everywhere on this May, and the Shock haven't been able to dislodge him. That kill onto Probe as well automatically flips the card back in the side of the Washington Justice, which is what they sorely needed. They're one team fight away from losing this one. 60 seconds remaining, as the announcer said.
I love the hack though on Junbin. Makes it hard to punish Alpha Yi. I don't think he wants to ice block in such neutral territory, but Junbin's not in a position to capitalize. Still on this Doomfist, all right. Meteor strike now. Some information.
Whoa.
What
I don't think that's
plan, Junbin? I'm a little confused.
I'm getting less answers and more questions every time I watch this Doomfist. Unable to do anything. Another solo EMP from Flora onto Junbin. They know it's just a free isolation, and now they're running down the back line. 20 seconds remaining, Mitch. The Shock are running out of time.
Scotty, Junbin's cooking, but I hope he keeps that spag bog to himself, because he's not doing anything for me. I'll give you the big tip. That was questionable at best. I appreciate Junbin showing us his mechanics with sort of Wrecking Ball. Very impressive. Yes, love that. However, you need to derive a positive result in this next team fight if you want to have a chance at ending the series here. A map 5 could be huge for the Justice, and here's that EMP. Donghun down straight away. Teru, though, has a chance to part with this nano boost after the rally, after the EMP expires, but the Justice know they'll let this swing back. They still have a chance to end the round here after they regroup.
That was a great fight for the San Francisco Shock, only having to use the EMP, and you can see the Justice not wanting to commit to that fight, considering they lost Donghun so early. This is going to come down to this last fight, and there is so many ultimates coming up. Justice have 4 in their bank. Proper throws a pulse bomb, does go wide, so they don't have that one anymore either. So they only have support ultimates on the side of San Francisco Shock. They need to come up with magic.
Maybe 2 fights here for the Justice, though, Scott, as that checkpoint was not achieved. That's big. Proper, hello, Teru brings it down. Nah, this is over. The Justice here, take it up a notch. Still the Doomfist for Junbin. He gets nano, but frozen stiff, and he'll be finished by Donghun and co. The Washington Justice hang on, and they're starting to get a feel, a read on the Shock. We're going to map 5, folks.
I have no words. I don't understand this Doomfist pick. This has been an issue that it feels like the San Francisco Shock have been dealing with throughout this entire year. Is just their tank players don't look comfortable, and that's just a bad choice. I didn't understand if it was going to get any value. It absolutely didn't get any value, but I do want to give props to the Washington Justice. They reacted perfectly. You saw Flora recognize, you're going to do that, I'm going to make your life hell. Just absolutely hitting with everything. They even started on the Junker Queen. Like, I don't understand these compositions. They can go toe-to-toe in the mirror. Why aren't they?
The Justice here, I mean, Alpha Yi 9-2, Mirror 7-2. Stepping up in a big way. Proper says, I don't want to play mate because I don't get to be flashy, I don't get to do the things, I don't get a big positive KD. Well, Alpha Yi there, shuts him up well and truly. We saw Proper attempt the Echo, duping Ramatra on multiple occasions. eventually going back to the trace room. That seemed to be better for San Francisco, but they're a little bit loose, a little bit too loose right now, Scott. And I'm not talking about schoolies loose. I'm talking about the kind that loses you series. Keep an eye on the San Francisco Shock team. They're going to have to absolutely get their ducks in a row, as Busan is looming as our 5th map in the series. The Washington Justice are threatening a reverse sweep. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. San Francisco are pushed to the limit in their 2nd series with this new look roster. Shaky start for the Washington Justice, but they figure it out. Mira stays in a tank, of course. He deals with a revolving door of opponents, but it's the rush comp that leads this team to success and forces us all the way. Let's see what the Shock have up their sleeves. Have they had enough time to develop contingencies, Scott? Situations such as these.
I don't even think they need to go into the contingency playbook. I think they just need to play straight up. That's how they won these first 2 maps. They were just playing their game. They were playing well. And now it feels like they're cooking too much. They've burnt everything to the ground. Honestly, you go to Busan, you can play to your strengths. I think we put the Junbin Doomfist on the shelf. We leave that one be. Play the Winston, play the Ramacha, play the Wrecking Ball of all things. Play to your strengths that have given you the advantage, because right now, because Junbin is doing that revolving door, feels like Flora and Alpha Year just taking over the game, and there's no response from the Shock.
Yeah, give these guys enough room and they will start to make the impact felt. Man, Flora really impressed us after those first couple of maps. So it may well come to pass that the Wrecking Ball gets delivered to us here, Scotty. San Francisco, gonna have to put it together here, and I think the Zen choice would be interesting, especially against a composition that features, I don't know, Tracer, Sombra, Winston, any combination of the above. But San Francisco are gonna come out with the Zen.
Wow, that's a bold strategy. When Flora and Alpha are just playing this well, Luke Mino has utmost confidence in himself. It makes sense why you're playing the Zenyatta. Your backline just rotates together while you give the freedom for the ball to essentially create a lot of pressure. Let's see how the Washington Justice adapt to this as Proper takes Flora down without us even seeing him on the map.
Do you think that Luke Mino is playing Zen just in case there is like a slower moving Ramatra comp? Do you think like they maybe just misread what the Justice might play? Or
Absolutely.
is this legit?
No, I absolutely think they expected them Mirror to come out on the Ramatra. It's what they've been playing so much. The Discord all gets so much value. Huge nade onto the backline of Renko and Luke Mino, but no follow-up.
This is still working for San Francisco. Oh my goodness, Proper. 3 final blows already in this first fight. It's San Francisco move into residence here. Luke Mino, yeah, switch to the Moira, now the Brig.
And Mirror goes over to the Doomfist as well. Probe down, gets caught, must have lost his translocator at some point. So now we see Luke Mino switch over to the Brig as well. A lot of swaps at the start of this round, but Shock in control. Seems like they're trying to come up with an answer against Junbin's ball because he's just everywhere all at once.
This is what the Shock needed, the secret weapon that we all knew about. Pretty obvious choice, but we're surprised to wait so long in the series for it. Alpha Yi looking for Renko. God, he really wants a piece of that Ana. Will be stymied this time around though. Does see a low health Prop, but again, give Proper all the resources. Give him that 5G, let him go for straight in now. Him looking for Teru. There's an EMP here for Flora though, so you have to have your wits about you, and Junbin finally, his reign of terror cut short.
Nano Doomfist, Mirror comes in. Flora's going to hold onto this EMP as well as they finally get the flip at 55%. Well, great sleep onto Alfie and the follow-ups there, but Renko's going to trade his life.
All right, Mirror looking clean on the Doom. Good to see that again. And I guess this is the answer from the Justice, right? If, you know, Mirror's not going to try and directly respond to Junbin, may as well try and play something disruptive himself.
Yeah, the Doomfist can disrupt the ball when he goes into these rolls. You can punch him around. Probe gets slept. You can see Junbin drops the balls onto Probe's body, trying to hope that it would keep him alive, but it doesn't, and that's just going to be more time here for the Washington Justice to tick up. Mirror gets forced to use this Doomfist ultimate. See if he can get more value than we saw from Junbin. There it is.
Junbin down again here. Look at the kill contribution from the Justice there. The hack, the sleep, the bio. There's a lot of tools, and again, the Justice, you've got to give them credit, Scott, because they might get taken by surprise at first, but they figure it out, and they force Junbin to switch off the ball.
That's the first time anyone's been able to do that. Obviously, small sample size. Junbin goes to a more traditional composition with the Winston. Now it's only Mirror who's on an odd hero, but as you said, Doomfist is a comfort pick for Mirror. He's been playing this since it came out.
Renko, the rally keeps him alive. Great timing there from Luke Mino as Flora doesn't get what he came for. So the Shock are going to be able to move back and get ahead once more in capture percentage. The rally timing, really can't argue with that. Nicely done by Luke.
Flora just not able to find the value with that EMP. Luke Mino, massive value as Mirror switches over to the Winston as well. Mirror compositions. How did the Justice get back into this fight? They have the support ultimates, but they're walking into an EMP, and you can't see it off the screen, but Probe is lurking in the background, looking for Teru.
This Winston Mirror, I feel like, is where these teams have been most evenly matched in this series so far. Route 66 really back and forth affair. I think Teru's in trouble here. Nice defensive bio though, gets away with it. Proper Probe, both have to get out. Junbin trying to break line of sight here. He's suffering a little bit from Flora's attention, but that EMP still being held. It can't keep Junbin alive though. The EMP has to be good, and at least they get Alpha, but Mirror's still an issue, especially now with the Nano. He's chasing, hunting for Renko. It's going to be a sleep dart to intercept the Winston, but Flora's still able to get rid of the Ana. Proper though's been doing work of his own in the back line this whole time. Gets rid of Donghung, but the Shock know they need to back up for at least a moment. They give the cap over. Mirror though going to return to the rest of his team here. San Francisco surely won't be allowed to flip this again.
This is dangerous here for the Shock. If they take an extended fight here and they don't win, Washington Justice will take this round. Ultimates are coming up for the Shock, but Luke Mino falls first.
See in the backline, Teru getting zapped here and there by Junbin, but he's able to stay alive. Flora, he can really turn it up now. Gets the kill there, could EMP if he wanted to, but he says no, we can save this for the next fight. The Washington Justice have a really good shot at this here. Junbin gets nanoed for a time, but is unable to get much value out of that ultimate, and the EMP comes after. Nothing that Winston can do. Alfie doesn't quite stick the landing on that pulse bomb here, but the Justice still have everything in their favor. Mira pushing his backline out of the picture. Nothing Luke Mino can really do but look on. It's going to be Probe revealing himself on the point to keep that overtime going. Proper's pulse bomb finds the brig. Now steps up to the point, but Teru catches him with a dart. It'll be a step up here for Probe. Again, he needs to keep things going, and Junbin pops his primal rage that he couldn't use in the previous fight due to being EMP'd. But Mira, more than happy to tag him down, stand his ground, and the Justice will take the first here on Busan.
Flora with such a smart EMP onto Junbin. Junbin was holding onto the point, being disruptive, but Flora drops the EMP, so he's not able to get that primal rage, and from there, the Shock had to juggle onto the point with Probe and Proper, and they weren't able to find any picks of their own. Washington Justice taking the first round in map 5 as this is slipping away here from the San Francisco Shock. Mira with some great Winston plays.
Yeah, he's just occupying this backline at a pretty important point. Junbin there, I think, yeah, he has primal rage in this fight, but I mean, he wants to use it when his team is actually in position to capitalize on the disruption. Just doesn't happen at all. So, well, things are turning against the San Francisco Shock awfully quick. We'll get another chance here on Mecha Base for them to keep this series alive. The Justice thinking about that reverse sweep, and they're awful close, so close, they can taste it.
The Shock are playing a much more rush style. They want to run down the Justice. They have the Mei, they have the Lucio. They're trying to up the tempo, while on the other hand, we have the Washington Justice who are playing that Tracer Sombra, so they want to do the poking. They want to lurk around into the background.
Junbin trading here with Mira. Big Bio 2 plays hit by that. Renko's in danger right now. He's able to stay alive long enough, fuel himself up with the Bio. Looks like Proper benefited from that as well. Junbin here just cycling these cooldowns against Mira, but he actually has the upper hand. The timing favors him, and no one was there to heal Mira. The pressure, I guess, from the high ground meant that the Justice couldn't get the heals on their tank where they needed to be. Proper's not even playing Traces, so must have been something else to occupy them.
Yeah, I don't know where Donghyun and Teru ended up, but they were nowhere near Mira, and they just slow bleed came out. San Francisco Shock, they get the flip as they're trying to clean up these last Washington members, but they draw first blood.
It's possible that Mira rotated in the wrong direction while he was fighting against Junbin. He goes right, but the rest of his team's still up on that causeway. Maybe Junbin just blocks line of sight for that healing. Either way, that's giving away that fight pretty cheaply, I've got to be honest. Flora nowhere to go there. Probe, yeah, gonna be waiting for him.
It's a bad stagger there from Flora. That's gonna slow everything down once again. The Shock, they're getting up to ultimates. The Justice just need to slow down. Ooh. Stray pulse bomb there from Alfie. It would have been huge if it landed, but it didn't. So the Shock go back to holding these chokes. They have the Mei. They can sort of stuff the Washington Justice whichever way they try and come.
9-2 right now for Proper. Most of that coming from the Tracer play on the previous map, but he is absolutely producing right now. The EMP, something that the Shock don't have access to. Flora doesn't have an opportunity to make use of it yet. He wants to use it to punish Luke Mino for this aggression. Junbin still, I guess, nanoed, so he just backs away. Proper's Blizzard looks like it allows the Shock to scoop up Mira. And in a fight where you have an EMP, you don't feel like you got bang for your buck if you're the Justice.
It was a great punish onto Luke Mino, but it didn't result in absolutely anything else. We're in a 4v4 fight, but the San Francisco Shock, they're still in control of this point.
Nicely done by Alpha though, catches Proper outside of that ice block, but Junbin now has the ultimate and he invests it in removing Teru from the picture. Straight towards Mira now, but Mira kind of baits this in. He's able to build up his own annihilation, and Junbin can't do anything but shield his face. Eventually he gets slurped down. Little victories for the Justice here, but they've really got to get cracking. It's 91-7. They got a long road to try and make the reverse sweep happen now.
Yeah, the Justice, as much as they do finally get the flip, cost Mira the annihilation, so now they're on the defensive end. Flora needs to charge up a fast EMP here. He needs that massive tool, because I wouldn't be surprised to see the San Francisco Shock go very quickly with this sound barrier. Hack onto Luke Mino.
Don't follow up though. Sound barrier came out from Luke Mino. Maybe felt like that was pressured out, but the Shock are going to use it to try and get aggressive behind. Donghyun and Pro both traded out as frontliners get aggressive. That's going to be Luke Mino falling, and Renko is the only healer up for the Shock right now. Mira hit with a bionic grenade, but Junbin falls to Alpha Yeast Pulse. Finally, he gets value out of that. And the Justice can win 2 fights in a row here. This is so crucial. They spend a lot of those ultimates, but the Shock also make a significant investment there. It doesn't pay off.
Yeah, the Shock, they really wanted to close that one out, but once the sound barrier was gone, they just didn't have anything left in the tank. 50% and counting for the Justice. Flora's getting close to this EMP. They need it sooner rather than later.
Nano for Junbin is on the table. Can't say the same for Teru here. Flora hoping to maybe EMP the Shock as they drop to the point, but he's out of the fight. That allows Proper here to win out his duel versus Alpha Yi. The EMP's good on Proper. There's no way he can go right now, but he's still able to find a kill on Teru. The follow-up was there. Looks like Probe sets that kill up for Proper, and he finishes the job. There'll be a cap here, and San Francisco are well positioned to take this to a third round on Busan. It doesn't get any closer than this, and now we're seeing the true grit being displayed by the Shock. Such a, again, a new-look team, putting it together when it counts. Nothing Alpha Yi can do there but try and throw himself at the point. Annihilation here for Mira, but he's hit by a pulse bomb immediately, and Proper's going to finish the kill here. You'll notice Donghun on that left-hand side who'll try and keep the stall alive, but he's been spotted and sniffed out and snuffed out. It'll be the San Francisco Shock taking it all the way on this map 5.
It had to go all the way. It has to go all the distance. As you can see Renko smiling, they are just hanging on by a thread. As you said, Proper going nuclear when his back's against the wall. He's got 12 final blows and only 3 deaths. When he's on this Tracer, it's such a threat to the Justice. This was such an important shot. Watch this one.
Proper, I think. Oh, you're kidding! EMP comes down, but Junbin is able to stay alive and basically prevent Mira from following up there. That's a tough one for Flora. He's had such a good last couple of maps. Proper though, 12 and 3 for him. It's a scary stuff, and he spent much of that round on May before, again, as we expect, switching to the Tracer.
Shock playing the dive style, Justice playing the Ramatra, and Renko down before anything's even happened. Maybe just catching some spam on the entry, and that should be the Washington Justice taking the first cap.
Yeah, it looked like a set nade from Teru. Maybe he was pre-aiming that position. No time for the Shock to protect themselves there. They don't have a static shield, so it's going to be one. You're going to just have to bounce back from there. Again, Renko, not what you want at the start of such an important round here, but early days. Junbin playing aggressively makes me think that Renko is back in position to keep him topped.
Interestingly enough, on this map, because the Justice are playing the Rabatra, Luke Mino's actually on the Kiriko, maybe adding a little bit of healing, a little bit of save with the Suzu.
It could be the bios that constantly getting thrown at Junbin here as well, maybe looking at just to Suzu them off. Tough to deal with like that amount of pressure when Junbin needs to be able to play aggressively by definition.
They're trying to get in, they're just poking and prodding, haven't been able to find a pick, but down goes Mira.
Yeah, I like this here. Mira getting hacked there and just leapt upon. And San Francisco here now in a position to start to rest this one back. It's going to take a little while as that ice block is going to delay what feels like the inevitable here for Alpha Yi. And Junbin here just wants to pressure that back line, make it very, very hard for this to be stretched out any longer. Still, 40%. And you can argue that 40% comes off the back of that pick on Renko at the start of the round.
Now it comes down to the San Francisco Shock and how they're going to stagger these ultimates. They have pretty much 5 in their back pocket. Are they going to engage with the Nano? Are they going to go with the EMP early? They're going early.
Proper's there, look at him, right on time. Perfect execution from San Francisco. Probe and Proper both featuring in the kill feed on the 2 most important targets. Picture perfect.
And that's what we talked about on Midtown, just the EMP. They retained the other ultimates because they caught the Justice off guard. Look at Junbin's positioning. He's already standing here in spawn. He's been noticed by the Washington Justice, but you can see they don't want to commit anything this early to take a fight.
This is how the Shock, I guess, are looking to play when they're already behind. This is dangerous, though. Junbin just posturing for potential environmental eliminations here. I like that good awareness of Flora. Flora has to sort of pull the plug with the translocator, so it'll take some time to get in position for this EMP to really do damage. Here comes Junbin, gonna be hit with that Nano, slept briefly, but Donghun's taken down by Proper, who's been on point this last map, and San Francisco have made up the deficit from the start of the round. Now they're in the lead here, Justice slipping back briefly. Is Alpha Yi now just trying to use the periphery to dodge some of these shots coming in. It's gonna be Mira with Annihilation though, so it's hard to see the Justice losing out here.
And that's once again another important flip there for the Washington Justice. They get the flip early, so they're the ones garnering the percentage while this fight is going on. And the San Francisco Shock, they don't want to stop. They're not trying to slow down. They think they have the advantage. Can they get Alpha Yi down?
This is big. They're coming so quickly. I guess that was telegraphed by Junbin diving into the fight in like a 3 versus 5. and it works. San Francisco know they can't let this drag on like it did at the start of the round. Quickly getting back in control, get themselves set up now to let Probe EMP effectively.
We saw how effective it was last time. They went early. They didn't give Justice the space. Mira has the Annihilation, so if he gets the positioning and gets onto the backline of the Shock, he will do so much damage, but will Probe let him get there?
And again, Proper needs to be in position to follow up on that EMP. Probe knows the Justice are playing for that high ground, waiting for them to drop down. Maybe even a thought to catching Alpha here with an EMP, but it's a pretty slim window to pick up the Tracer. There's no guarantee you'll hit her. Probe pulls back. Jimin playing that high ground, getting topped up. There's an Annihilation to contend with here. It's scary for the Shock, but they've, again, getting that flip in the last fight, they have a buffer, Scott.
Yeah, they have a buffer. Mira's made it all the way to the point without an EMP coming, and then Probe drops late, but it's late.
Mira caught by an EMP, Alpha Yi Donghun, but Probe goes down, takes too much damage in a snap. And now San Francisco have got to turn it around. Junbi got a nano for a time. Probe's going to drag himself back to the party, switches to the Widowmaker. Pulse bomb from Proper this time though. No dice. Junbin with that primal rage now, but he's going to be hacked out of it. No chance to make use of it. That's devastating. The silver lining for the Shock is that they had control of the point up until just now. And Probe finds 2 quick kills. There might be something here.
That's huge. All of a sudden, Teru's back in the spawn door. They can play aggressive if he finds another one. He's looking for the brig. He's forcing positioning though, Mitch. This is so important for the Justice. Gives them so much space. Sorry for the shot.
Probe splits the brig away from the rest of the Justice, right? Can you capitalize here? Shots are ringing into that shield. You see Teru coming back in. Oh no! The environmental elimination there from Junbin. Donghun sent off the map. Florido's able to make his way in and pick Probe out of the mix. But it's the primal rage that's yielding some serious results, and Proper comes back with a bang. The Washington Justice now with Mira Nano, that's all they can do, and it's just not going to be enough. San Francisco withstand a resurgent Washington Justice, and now they're looking to finish the job. It's just Donghun on the point. Eventually he too must be felled, and San Francisco dodge the reverse sweep.
And most importantly for me, in the final hour, it's the rookies of Junbin and Probe are the ones who come clutch. Probe, with a gutsy switch in the final hour, goes over to the Widowmaker, finds 2 picks, gives them the space, and then Junbin follows through, hits the Primal Rage, takes off Donghun's rally, and that gives San Francisco Shock the opening to close out this series. It was dicey for the Shock, Mitch, but they hold on just.
Again, you know, this is much more realistic now for us, right? It makes no sense to see San Francisco come in and just destroy, you know, both the Gladiators and the Justice. We definitely see the mortality of this team. We definitely see like they're taking a couple of risks, and sometimes it all falls apart. But this was such an ambitious project by Krusty midway through the season. Let's be clear. The Shock has had a history of just taking players from Korean contenders, right? From O2 Blast, bring them in, let's build a super team. This time, they look a little bit closer to home. I mean, Renko really making a big impact, bringing Luke Mino over from a team that hasn't exactly garnered him a great reputation as an individual, just based on association. And look at this. They found a formula that's worked against 2 teams that sit comfortably in the top half of the league.
Yeah, and we had a lot of doubts. A lot of people did when they're adding, Luke Mino, struggling player from a struggling team, and then Renko, as you said, coming out of North American contenders. But they've slot right in. They made their presence known. They made some clutch plays, and they enabled everyone else on the San Francisco Shock to do their jobs. There has been gambles from Krusty in this year. They picked up a lot of rookies. It didn't pay off, but he was willing to double down. He went for this backline, and it's paying off.
And again, like, we're not seeing the Shock just lean on Striker as a known quantity here. Probe gets a ton of game time. A great opportunity here to really solidify a lot of that Sombra play, right? I think Proper is still, the loose cannon that we kind of know him to be, right? He sort of comes out on these maps playing main and okay, I've got to switch it up. I'm going to, try and play the Echo, play something a little bit different. He still looked incredibly good over the course of this series. But let's talk player of the match now, Scott. Some great plays in the server on both sides here, but only one can come away with this honor, and it is going to be Proper, your player of the match. I wasn't keeping track. Sometimes it's kind of boring trying to check if Proper is currently flat or deadlifting. Usually, there's a good chance that he is. But again, the Echo pocketed by Lumino to start the series, Scott, looked fantastic.
Yeah, and Proper was an important piece, and as much as it feels like we're always giving it to Proper, it's because he deserves it. He's finding picks like these time and time again. And as much as we can hype up these rookies for making these big plays, it's Proper who's coming in clutch time and time again. And as you said, the stat line will back that.
When this team comes into the second half of the season 3-5. All of a sudden, they're 500. They are 5 wins, 5 losses. and all of a sudden starting to turn it potentially into a real threat, especially for teams that, you know, sit from third and below. Still more we need to see from this team, but Proper delivers as only he can. Almost 9 final blows here per 10 as Tracer. Really solid showing. And again, we talked about how he sort of plays those pulse bombs. He really had a fantastic stick rate on that Route 66, putting a lot of pressure down on Mirror. Eventually, he's got to feel great. He's a player who's so hard on himself, right?
Yeah.
Very public reactions to how San Francisco go. You often see him sort of, you know, put it in the team Discord, how he's sort of feeling. I mean, great to see this team find some success here. Maybe great to see a bit more parity in the league. But I don't want to count out the Justice here. A tough job going up against this Shock team, trying to figure out how they're going to play. And we talked about it. Flora and Alpha, you definitely had some great moments too.
The Washington Justice in general, you can't take anything away from them. This San Francisco Shock, as much as they struggled every now and then, I think the Washington Justice pushed them, and you could see an identity of how they want to play this game. They're very confident, they know how to play towards Mirror's hero pool, and they push them, and they push them. It just wasn't enough. But if Flora and Alpha, they can play that way throughout the entirety of the series, they're a dangerous team to play against for anybody.
A lot of fun this series. Really enjoyed seeing a much improved Shock and a really competitive game of Overwatch. What a day it's been in that regard for great matches of Overwatch. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to hear from the crew on their desk to break it all down. Don't go too far. Watch point. It's coming right up. Thank you. Right there.
Oh, Washington Justice played it so close. They were so close to getting the win, but it did not happen. It was San Francisco Shock getting the win against the Washington Justice. Guys, how did this match play out? How did San Francisco Shock beat the Washington Justice?
It's a heartbreaker.
A slobber knocker, barn burner, back and forth.
I really feel that Shock let this be closer than it needed to be.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly,
yeah.
I mean, Route 66, I will give it to Justice. They clutched up and they made a hold on the end of Route, and it looked good. Like, they made that happen, you know? Like, that's a deserved win. I think that Doomfist on
New Queen Street was a little...
What is Goodman cooking?
That was suspect. Like, for sure, for me, that's like not good. I don't know. I mean,
some questionable plays, definitely.
Yeah, I kind of feel that, like, maybe just either mirroring the Ramatra, playing a rush mirror, or bringing out the Winston, it would have been better for them there. They chose to go with the Doom. I think it fell. It was. I mean, there were some moments, but it ultimately fell flat, right? The Ram was just kind of running them down. Mei and Sombra, so hard to play against on Doomfist. So
I'm happy to call Junbin the mad scientist, because like he'll just have the most insane, awesome plays, and he'll be like, oh my god, Junbin, like he got a 2K with the Primal to end the match.
Yeah.
And just like, oh my god, Junbin's amazing. Swaps forward to ball. Oh my god, it's amazing. And it's like, oh, I'm gonna go Doom, and you're like, wait a minute.
He is cooking.
What is Junbin cooking? So it's amazing that Junbin has these amazing moments sometimes, because you can really see like when Shock play at their best, like the peak is ridiculous and they're playing at like a really high level. But then at some points you're like, oh, I can still see the Shock are, you know, they're brewing something, but you know, they're not quite there. Washington Justice, on the other hand, I still think there was a really good performance by the Justice. Flora had like one of his better matches this entire season next to Alpha Yi, so that is a great boon for the Justice moving forward. Mirror as well. As much as we talk about that Mirror sometimes is perhaps a bit underwhelming compared to our best tanks in the league, like Mirror still plays aggressively, finds picks, stuff like that. So a competitive series between two pretty good teams.
Yeah, especially on those Ramatra battles, that's where, you know, Justice started to find their stride. Mirror was picking up frags, dealing very well with all the pressure that Justice were putting out. But here I think Justice, when they go up against the Shock's dive, it gets very difficult. Proper on fire constantly. And then now he's just got like a little bit more consistent pieces around him. Not only is Junbin staying in a lot more, yeah, we saw Max come in and get a win, but it was more selective. It was more, okay, like well thought out, I think, as regards when they're going to bring Max in to specialize a little bit more. Junbin is getting a lot of the playtime. He's the focus. I just want to see things tightened up at the edges. I want to see maybe like, are you going to just play Rush in these maps then? Then bring out the Mei, right? If you're going to play Ramatra on New Queen Street, or just bring out some kind of
this was crazy.
Speedy
yeah, this
strategy.
was. Oh man.
There's like a shade, that's like a sliver of a Sombra, and you nail the headshot. I mean
Probe is terrifying in the hit scan. I think you made a great point actually the other day about having Probe in to play sort of hit scan roles with Proper, and then Striker coming in to play like Rush hero roles, Reapers, and enabling Proper to maybe take a Sojourn in a Rush comp. Like I do think maybe this lets Shock have their cake and eat it too. Let Proper keep flexing onto what's the most impact. but don't ask another DPS player to like try to keep up with that and just scramble to fill the gaps. You split it into 2 roles, it's much more doable.
And also, I mean, I think for Washington Justice too, I was very impressed of how they played today against San Francisco Shock. I mean, I thought it wouldn't be this close, but them playing against San Francisco Shock and almost taking the win as well. It's exciting to see what they have in store for us, in the future as well.
For sure.
Great job, both teams. All right. I'm just gonna be honest.
You're right, Daddy. That was a great
I'm waiting for the post-match interview, but it's just not. I'm not hearing anything. So yeah,
I think it is coming. I think we
got a special someone. Someone who's very joyful. Someone who's very happy, joyful. In general, just
who is it?
A pretty happy.
Who is it? You're
person.
seeing him right now. It's Reiko from San Francisco Shock. Hello, Reiko. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Awesome. Hey, great job today, and of course, big congratulations on getting that win. I wanna hear from you. Like today, this match, you guys started off strong, and then starting from map 3, your win sort of was about to slip away, but then at the end of the day, it was San Francisco Shock getting the win. So how did you guys get the win today against the Washington Justice?
I mean, we just played our game, We played pretty strong. Probe definitely clutched up towards the end, but I'm just happy, as you can see, that how we played today. We just played our game, played to our strengths.
Nice.
And I want to ask how it's been for you coming into this team where the Shock's such a storied franchise, but this has not been the best season for the Shock. Like there have been a lot of struggles more than almost ever before pretty much since season 1 for this franchise. So do you feel coming in as a rookie, like those are some big shoes to fill, and how does that make you feel? Like do you worry about that pressure at all, or just kind of do your thing?
Yeah, definitely playing, like just being a rookie and playing my first matches this week. It's definitely, I was pretty nervous coming in, but I think as I play more, get more experience, I think I'm getting more used to it, and I'm happy about that.
All right, I got a bit of a two-parter for you. So, instead of having one question, I'm sort of cheating here having two. So first of all, I just wanted to ask about, obviously the happiness and smiling so much. And you actually tweeted out yesterday that you have so much to be happy about. And it's awesome to hear. It's awesome. So can you just elaborate a little bit, what it's been for you, joining the Shock now and having a great time getting some wins in the Overwatch League? Just share your experience, really.
Yeah, so it's always been a lifetime goal for me to make the league. So I was always just happy about, here I am now. And especially the Shock. The Shock is such a, a superstar team. I never even really thought I would join in the first place. So I'm just happy. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be playing, happy to be winning.
Yeah, that's awesome. And also, I wanted to ask about playing next to Lucamino, of course, because you were on the same team previously. What's it like playing next to Lucamino and having that, partner in crime in the backline?
Luke Fish, he's my support buddy. He's, he's always we've had some synergy in the past. Yeah, we were on Odyssey a little bit. I didn't really play though, but I mean, we've been always been just, we were just partner in crime, and I think we play really well together, even though we haven't really played that much together. But I think as the season goes on, our synergy will definitely increase a lot.
It's awesome to see.
Definitely. Renko, that's all the questions that we have. Thank you so much for doing this interview with us, and hopefully we can talk to you soon again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congrats for the win. Thank you.
I love it. Just those players that when you interview them, you just they make you smile.
Yeah.
He's one of those.
For sure.
I love this guy, man. He's got a great attitude, and I think he's very humble. I think he's been playing well. I've seen personally watching these games, that's a nice read. He's got good game sense for the not just pure mechanics player, only here to make pop off clips. It's no, he's got good movement on the map. He stays alive well. These are the attributes that you don't really highlight as flashy, but they matter so much because when you don't have them, you're getting picked apart. You're the reason your team's losing.
Yeah.
So I think for Renko, he's handling the pressure really well. I want to see more from him.
And in general, I'm just basking in the happiness.
Yeah.
It's been a happy day. The Valiant got their first win.
Vibe,
they were celebrating, popping off. Renko on the Shock now, fulfilling a dream playing in the Overwatch League. It's just it's awesome seeing these players like really basking in the emotion and like showing emotion and having so much fun and enjoying their time here. So
yeah, and definitely we're gonna see more from him. I mean, he's on the San Francisco Shock with Luke Amino. We're definitely gonna see more of that happy smile from Renko. That was San Francisco Shock's Renko. We had some great Overwatch today. We didn't have any. Do we have 3 Overwatch today?
Yeah, the first one.
First one was 3 Overwatch, but here's today's scores one more time. New York Excelsior, Vegas Eternal 3-0 victory for Excelsior. And second one was an upset. Los Angeles Valiant getting their first win against the Los Angeles Gladiators. And then we rounded out the day with San Francisco Shock versus Justice. Shock getting the win.
If you missed that battle for LA,
go back and watch it.
That VOD.
Valiant runs LA.
That's one for the ages. That's one of the best battles for LA that we've seen, I think. So honestly, so much respect for those guys. Really happy for them.
True.
Glad they put it together.
Not only that, guys, we're only a few days away from the start of the Overwatch Contender Summer Series. Tune in on July 17th to catch all the action and visit overwatch.com/path2pro for more details. Nice.
I just saw the next title for our next segment.
Oh, you did? What is this? Oh, we're talking about best of the days. And you guys, if you guys are watching, if you guys are seeing on the left, that is my best of the day. I'm just gonna start this. It's official apology. Okay, got it. I mean, this was. You know what? I'm not gonna say anything. Let's just take a look at the video first.
The directors in the back, they've been focused on the game, all observers, we're going to break in 2 minutes, blah, 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 like everything. But I'm just saying, they haven't seen it yet. Like, there's damages there. It reeks of COD. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Right? We're like, okay, it's time to get a snack and a drink, and let's go back. And we're like holding hands, we walk through the door, and this just... Whoa!
It's heinous in there.
Disgusting fish, like actual chemical, biological warfare was committed out back. Like, it was crazy.
Think about what you've done.
We're like, oh my god, did someone order some really bad fish or something?
Something died in here.
Yeah, something had like crawled up and died in a corner or something. Like, that was bad.
I do it again.
No, don't do it again.
Please.
Okay,
Oh no.
Look at this photo. This is what happened. Here's a photo of where all the stench started from.
Some cod and brown rice. It's a good lunch, good lunch.
Very healthy.
The microwave wasn't that good. I did it for 2 minutes, and I was like, I touched it, and I was like, it's not that warm. So I did 2 minutes more, so 4 minutes in the microwave with some cod and brown rice.
My
I'm gonna be honest, like when I smelled it, I didn't really mind because there's a lot of Korean food that smells. So I was like, oh, it's just fish. And then every time a new person comes into the room, they're like,
what's going
salmon?
on?
And the second comes, goes, salmon?
2 separate people asked if something died.
Highlight of my day. I think it's gonna be best of the day. I mean, best clip from the week. I think
We're not letting Johnny live this down. Rest assured.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I feel like I have a weapon now. Like anytime I can just come in and microwave fish. Like, don't tempt me. I'll microwave fish again.
You know what? Next time I'll bring Korean food. We can do cod and Korean food
That was an enjoyable moment when we had that really spicy food. That was enjoyable.
There's some Korean food that smells good. No, there's some.
I'll bring some surströmming.
That's true. That's true.
Okay,
don't do that. Don't do that.
I don't know what that is. I don't want to know. All right, let's move on.
The whole person's walking out. We gotta run the show ourselves. Or just Johnny. You gotta get back there, Johnny. Like, get the crew all left the ship. All right, for my best of the day. We love a meme, Pete. This was a nice.
Wait a minute.
A nice little situation.
Oh,
here.
wait a minute.
Let's just roll the clip. I can't explain this. It's actually something I have not seen before.
No, come on now. They lost 0-3, buddy.
He just had to pick up the mega pack real quick to hack the pack, get back in the team fight. This is value. This is value, guys. Like,
yeah.
This is a good play.
This is out of pocket.
A good play.
He needed the pills.
Even for you, Jake, this is out of pocket.
I mean, look, the pills, the hack was decaying. If he didn't EMP it, would have been like gone in 25 seconds.
Maybe he thought there was someone next to his.
This is a fat finger. This is a textbook fat finger. It happens.
It happens. So it's okay.
Scott says, we can forgive this. We can forgive an occasional ultimate fat finger.
Hey, we forgave his COD accident. I mean, we can forgive that.
Yeah, of course.
We're very
all
nice.
Forgiveness. I just, I like a good meme P.
I feel bad. I feel bad for the guy. Come on, man. You didn't have to do that, Jake. Come on.
You know what? The truth has to come out.
Okay.
Sometimes.
That's true.
There were plenty of great things that happened, Jake. You could have picked this moment, for example, but instead I did. It was Kai with some amazing Widowmaker play.
You picked this moment about 3 milliseconds after it happened, so I don't think I could have picked this.
That's true. I mean, that second one. Oh, the second one.
The transfer.
Yeah. The first one is like, okay, cool. The second one on top of the Widowmaker that's grappling is like, oh. It's a bit. I mean, that's just an incredible shot right there.
Just the fundamentals to incredible.
Jake, you could do this, right?
No.
And also, if you look at the face,
Take me about 100
I don't know if the clip is gonna end now, but like his face when he did it as well, like Kai knew immediately. He's like, ooh, ooh, that was disgusting.
Yeah, this is the one where you say the sheesh in voice to your team, like, oh, I just did that
was
to him.
filthy.
Just quit the game, close the computer.
True.
And somehow Valiant came back from that.
Wasn't it Seeker who? Wasn't it Seeker who did that? Yeah, I think Seeker did it last year. He's like, oh.
Oh, the Ditsy?
Yeah. Seekers like that. Seekers like
Sheesh.
that.
When it's nasty like that. Sometimes it is.
We love good plays. We love great players as well. Hey, I mean, that's all the action that we have for today, but the action doesn't stop because check out what's going on in the East starting at 1 a.m. Pacific. Here is what's going down today. We have Charge versus Spark, Fuel versus Pokerface, Dynasty and Panthera, and then last one is Dreamers versus Shanghai Dragons. 4 matches in the East.
Yeah.
I think Charge versus Spark got to be the highlight here. I think for Charge, this is their time to get a little bit of revenge for not qualifying. To that mid-season madness. I think they're going to be feeling that one, feeling the hurt after putting out a really strong start last stage. Can they start it again? Started off hot with beating the Spark. That's how they kind of cut their teeth last time. I think Spark got to watch their back, but they do look like a very scary team.
Yeah, I mean, and also, guys, I mean, if you're not a late night owl, it's fine. If your bedtime is at, sort of like 8, 9 p.m. and, you missed some of the Owl East action, don't worry. We got you guys covered. Tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. PT for Fuel versus Pokerface on the Morning Recall.
That's like Jaws.
I know, I'm getting old because I'm like, that sounds nice going to bed at 9 p.m. Like,
9 p.m.?
Jaws wakes up at like 5 a.m. every day.
No, he does. He goes to sleep at, I think, 7 p.m. and then wakes up at...
No, not at 7. But like 8. I wouldn't be surprised if Jaws goes to bed at like 8, 9 p.m., yeah.
No, he sleeps at, I think
my grandpa goes to bed at 7 p.m., man.
And I'm like, what do you do? Like, because I'm like, if you were older, I'm like, oh, I get stuff done, gardening, stuff like that. He's just like, oh, I play ranked at like 5 a.m. I'm like, what? Like, no.
Dude, what is going on at ranked?
Yeah, who's playing ranked?
Play ranked at 5 a.m.
Yeah, East Coast games?
I'll tell you that for free. You don't want that. You don't want those games.
He's probably upset in the background now because I'm like talking smack. But
no, I think he loves it. He loves it. He loves it when we talk about him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're like Jaws, then yeah.
I might be casting with him tomorrow.
Sleep in.
Shouldn't have done that.
And then wake up tomorrow and watch that game. I mean, we got 4 matches in the East, but hey, tomorrow, West side as well. We got 4 matches coming up as well.
Hey-o.
Defiant Titans, Rain Justice, Uprising Outlaws. Ooh, that one's a good one.
Wait,
Spitfire, Excelsior.
These are pretty much all potential bangers. I think, Rain probably going to be pretty scary because it doesn't seem like anybody can really face them. But everyone else, I think we got some interesting potential.
I'm calling it now. 20 maps.
20. We're gonna get 5. We're gonna get 4 map 5s.
Yeah.
You think Justice can take Rain to map 5?
No.
I would bet you money against that.
No, but it'd be funny though.
It would be funny.
It would be funny.
Not for
They don't pay me overtime, I'm just saying.
Maybe. You know what? Tomorrow's gonna be 4 matches. Why not? I'm hoping for 5 map 5ers, all 4.
At least a couple map 5ers.
No,
give
all
me
of
some
them.
interesting ones.
Get a
Let's go
draw
all
in
the
there.
way.
Dude, if Justice goes map 5 with Rain, like I don't know what to think anymore. Like
All right, guys. I mean, tomorrow's gonna be a long day, so we're gonna wrap it up here. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Bright and early.
care.
Gamer bright and early.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Thank you.
right.